kind of a bare bones wall. But what we didn't quite communicate well enough is there's an opportunity for the Miami-Dade area to add enhancements to that structural feature to ensure that it does not disrupt the quality of life like Commissioner Reyes is referring to, but that it absolutely fits in with what is representative of Miami, while simultaneously getting after those long-term risks. The challenge, right, and if it's a challenge, we can do that in the design phase, but the cost of those enhancements really must be borne specifically, just the added cost of those enhancements, walkways, bike paths, access, to the ocean. And so that is really the huge opportunity that I think exists. And so, again, I will try to keep to my 10-minute or so timeline and not go into technical terms, but Nick, if you could go to the next slide. So as we look at the recommended plan, it's about a concept design, a 10% design where we get a feasible plan, a feasible concept that gets an authorization, and then a lot of those betterments or enhancements can be worked during the design phase after the authorization by Congress. So as the slide says, we're tracking on 3 of the 4 areas: critical infrastructure, non-structural, and NNBF, and then working through the challenges on the structural plan. The opportunity really is at the bottom of the slide there, where protection can be provided, increased protection, not complete protection, right, to about 220,000 structures all throughout the county. And we're really looking at how do we prevent damages to a future storm, really not a minor storm, but what we call the 200-year storm, while also taking into account the projected sea level rise. And as we went in terms of the economic calculations, that is about a $2.8 billion benefit per year. And so a $6 billion project returning about $2.8 billion of benefits a year in damages prevented. At the bottom of the slide there, absolutely, like the Riverwalk design guide that I've taken a look at, my team has taken a look at, those components, those ideas can be incorporated. It's just the added cost obviously has to be borne by the sponsor. Nick, if we could go to the next one. So if we look at just the feedback broadly that we received, more engagement, which we're certainly in the middle of doing. I'm looking forward to talking to Mayor Cava next week as the decision maker, and I really appreciate all of the collaboration and dialogue that we've had, the community outreach that's occurred during this phase of the project. And what will happen in the next phase of the project, after project authorization, when we're in the design phase, we will absolutely continue to partner and team with city and county authorities and do the workshops to ensure that local interests and ideas are included. The 4th one down there, the Central and Southern Florida Flood Control Project, absolutely. I know that our sister district of the Corps of Engineers, Jacksonville, is looking at that project, and we want to ensure that the data and planning from those 2 projects works together. The natural nature-based features we've talked about, and we'll get right into the next slide there, which is really the recommended plan. So on the right, the 7 focus areas that we developed with the county resiliency lead are depicted there. You see the total project cost, and the smaller dots represent the fire, police, and emergency operations command centers. That's really the critical infrastructure locations identified for floodproofing throughout the county. So the details of the recommended plan there, again, in the lower left, critical infrastructure, flood-proofing for 200 plus facilities. I'll skip down to non-structural, so elevating about 5,800 structures and flood-proofing some, 4,600 non-residential, likely commercial buildings. The natural and nature-based features, primarily in Cutler Bay. And then, of course, the challenge that we're working through is the structural features there, the proposed surge barriers and flood walls. And we'll go to the next one, Nick, as we look at on the left side of this slide, really at a 200-year storm, what the inundation mapping looks like. And then in the center there with the project, what the very much reduced level of inundation looks like. So I know that, everyone is concerned about how cities change over time. And if you look at the opportunity that I think exists here is really that actions taken along the coastline hopefully in concert, right, as we're talking about with the look and feel of Miami, but it won't just protect the downtown Miami area or increase the protection more appropriately, but that protection will be increased up to 12 miles inland, up the Miami River. So that is a really, I think, a significant thing that certainly, life, liberty, and not just the pursuit of happiness, but the protection of our citizens is something that all leaders everywhere need to take into account. On the right side, then, we've shown some peak storm surges, from previous storms. The Dorian one, is based off the storm surge that occurred in the Bahamas here recently. And again, thankfully, that storm, did a turn away from the Miami area. And then the range of potentially the wall heights for the structural features, in the different areas there are depicted in the middle. And then likely the number of structures that each of those features really protect. So we're not, again, I want to make sure that I'm communicating. And again, the federal interest is certainly protecting or increasing protection to a large number of citizens across the county area. And I think that's the challenge is how we do that to really integrate to the look and feel of Miami. And so as we've gone back, if you will, a bit to our design guides, as we've collaborated with others, we wanted to, if we go to the next one, Nick, is really to show, some examples of what, could be. So just north of me here in the Commonwealth of Virginia is the Richmond flood wall along the James River that is both a flood protection feature, but also has, recreational benefits as well. And you see the example down there from Vancouver, BC, where you've got flood protection, but you also have some access to the water. So, and the next couple of slides also show, again, what I think is feasible, to be incorporated during the design phase. And in fact, these are, some of the examples that really are out of the Miami, design guide. So, where you have access to the water, where you have more natural and nature-based features, and you have some great recreation area really that'll help keep the look and feel of the area. So the last one, Nick, I think we've got one on there as well. It's a concept that was used in New Orleans as the Corps has done a lot of flood protection and storm surge work there since Katrina. And just an example of really what is possible.
Colonel, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah. No worries.
Could you go back one slide, please? So these examples of public access show a wall, but the wall in these depictions are not at the height that would be proposed by the Army Corps, right?
That's right, sir. And so you see, let's go upper left, where the boardwalk is really at the height of the wall. And so or the structural feature, right? So that is, again, the details obviously are in final design where fill, a material, and the, recreational path or, trees, et cetera, can be done on the boardwalk side. And then you've got the structural feature side as well.
I apologize. I may not be being clear here. It looks in these images, in the top left one, that maybe that wall or the boardwalk is at about 6 NAVD in height, more or less. And we're talking a wall of 18. Am I correct?
The ranges there, sir, on the previous height, but that's, that we're talking about obviously a significant feature, and we're able, and we're going to go back and really kind of validate again, based on the data that we have from, existing sources that that's the height of the wall really, or the structural feature that we think will reduce the risk of that 200-year storm.
Understood, and I'm not questioning the height needed to create that protection. I just want to make sure our residents, as they see this, don't get a misconception through the graphic that it is that low to the water if we were to build it at the height recommended. Clearly, we need a certain level of vertical protection, whether it's created through different shapes or geographic layout, whether it's a berm or a wall or a T-wall. But we do agree with you, an infrastructure is needed. And I think that's the crux of the entire exercise, that we at least have that common denominator of agreement, and I believe we do. I just wanted to make sure our residents are clear from a visual perspective that what's being shown in this graphic isn't necessarily the height of what would be considered.
Also,
Yes,
if I may.
You recognize, Commissioner.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, as I stated before, Colin, you see, you have the other slides, you have pictures of other places in the United States. Remember, our geography is totally different. Our geography, and particularly in downtown Miami, around the coastline, we have a beautiful view of the bay that it's going to be, totally obstructed. And if it's going to be obstructed and you're going to have some elevations, as you have here, that elevation is going to be just a sudden elevation, or it is going to be just like a hill, something that it is pleasant to the eye. To the eye, and also, it's not just a wall. Like I don't know, you don't like my description or my comparison with the wall in Germany, but not just a wall going around around our city or our county, and which is extremely ugly. But if I see here on the said application of enhancements, is going to be like an inclination, I'm going up, or it's just going to be a wall with this, I would say, the boardwalk on top of it. It's not clear to me.
Yes, sir. Well, I would say that the enhancements here are really the opportunity that exists to take ideas from everyone in Miami, including your city and county resiliency team, to look at the Miami Design Guide. And then as we look throughout the different areas where we're proposing the structural feature, is to design what is the best fit for that particular area. And I think as Commissioner Russell is talking about, right there, the wall, to be effective and to really provide an increased level of protection, it has to be something that is significant. And so, in the design phase, I think that's where really we'll be able to, with an authorization on the books, to design in a particular area what is going to work,
okay,
and protect the citizens, and then what's also going to be conducive for that area.
I'm glad that you're finding different solutions for different areas. That's wonderful. But now that you mentioned that, have you incorporated in your design the natural barriers that we suggested in our, remember the renderings that we'll send you, and it is, if it is feasible and possible. Right here, if you go back out of City Hall, you're going to see some artificial islands that were created. And they were created to protect our marinas and protect our City Hall here. You see, those are natural barriers that I understand and that should be incorporated if possible. And I don't see any one of them incorporated here. And that could, since you just stated that it could be different designs for different areas. You see, I respectfully request that be less obtrusive of the view of our bay view in what areas such as downtown Miami and around Bayfront Park and all those areas that we have that is part of the I would say it is, that view is irreplaceable to me.
Yes, sir. No, I hear you, and that's where, again, I'm trying not to speak in my Corps of Engineers speak, but that's where the challenge of every locality across the U.S. wants something that's specific to their area, and so what I'm recommending is that while I think there's broad agreement, as Commissioner Russell is talking about, is the need for a structural feature to reduce the risk of a large storm that someday will hit Miami. And that as we get into that, after the congressional authorization, we get into the design phase, we can do something together. We can design something that is going to meet the protection requirements required by the federal government in the Corps of Engineers study, and we can also design something that is aesthetically workable for Miami. And again, I want to be upfront with everyone is that where the Corps works across the Corps, the Corps works across the United States. Those additional requests for enhancements, the specific things that localities want, we can do that. It's just that additional cost above and beyond what's authorized, needs to be borne by the non-federal sponsor, or in this case, what I'm calling Team Miami.
We can also lobby the federal government to increase the allocation to build this protective barrier, in the city of Miami, and because I think that in the long run, it will benefit and it will be better for the city of Miami because it won't be it won't affect the economic development and the development of our area, and that's something that we have to be very concerned of. So it is a matter of convincing the federal government that we need to go on with additional expenses in order not to damage the economic well-being of the area.
So, Commissioner, if I could follow up, because I agree with you completely. And when it comes to this cost issue, Colonel Kinsman, what is the typical, what is an average, cost to benefit ratio of a large Army Corps project of this scale?
Sir, it honestly all depends on the type of project because they're all unique, and certainly we need to have over one, to be feasible, obviously. But there's some budgeting rules that each administration approaches differently, where they look for, a cost benefit ratio over, I believe it's 2.3, and so with this structural feature, we've got a pretty significant BCR. So
Colonel, I apologize, but let me just translate that for layman's terms. So when you say a 1, that means spend $1 billion to protect $1 billion, right? And when you say a
Right.
2, that means spend $1 billion to protect $2 billion, for example, as the ratio goes. In this case, we're looking to spend $6 billion to protect $40 billion. Have you ever seen an Army Corps project this efficient, this effective in terms of cost to benefit?
Sure, I know, me personally, no, but I mean, we've got a very significant BCR, and I'm sorry that number escapes me right now, but no, this is, when I look at a $6 billion cost, a $2.8 billion annual benefit, right? So that's, again, damages prevented. I'm thinking about all of the residents in Miami-Dade County and what this could mean in terms of protecting livelihoods, homes, businesses for, again, the next 60 to 70 years.
It's tremendous. It's tremendous. And it would be a huge win for the Army Corps and for our local residents to have such an efficient investment of Army Corps money. But what Commissioner Reyes is saying, if it's that inexpensive, why couldn't the federal government spend a little bit more? Now,
Absolutely.
this goes to our discussion of the NED plan. And you have a mandate to be as efficient as possible, right? And so
Yes.
if you can achieve the same goal with less money, you are mandated to do so, and anything spent above and beyond that would be considered a betterment. Am I correct?
You, sir, you're on it. You're doing a better job articulating it than I am.
I've learned a lot this last few years, and I really appreciate your patience with me. So and I think there's an assumption here, and here's where I'm optimistic and encouraged. When I brought this plan and discussed the concepts and different ideas of berms, levees, gray-green, hybrid infrastructure, I was very happily surprised to learn that you all have a lot of experience with that. This is not new. We would not be reinventing the wheel. It's just where those systems have been appropriate and efficient in other areas. It seems that there's an assumption here that the concrete and steel T-wall would be less expensive than the berm or levee or gray-green solution in our area. But maybe that full cost analysis hasn't been done yet, and we have some ways to go. My hope is that the gray-green hybrid solution, berms, levees, anything other than simply a wall, will actually be as efficient or better than the T-wall in our location, in which case it would fit within the NED. Am I correct? If that's the case and it achieves the goal, it has the same protection, the end height requirements are met, but we're able to create not about sidewalks and jogging paths and benches, but a gray-green hybrid infrastructure using green infrastructure, living shorelines, oyster reefs, some of the concepts we're about to talk about, and it still falls within that same ratio, that same benefit to cost ratio. Would the Army Corps be flexible in considering those concepts?
Yes, sir. I'm certainly want to be in a 21st century that's fairly dynamic. I want to be agile and flexible as well. So you're absolutely right that we want to maximize benefits for the least amount of cost, right? And that's where every teammate, every municipality, non-federal sponsor in our Corps speak that we work with is going to come and say, we would like these things for our area. And so when we look at how do we maximize benefits and minimize the cost and get to that project authorization, that's exactly what we're doing. When we get to that authorization and we move forward, when in the design phase, we can really look at how we optimize the project. And there is flexibility there, and we'll do a value engineering process really to continue to validate the design. So I should say validate the concept, because what is hard in this structure, in the civil works process, is that we have about a 10% only concept level to get to a project authorization, and the details really end up coming out in that design phase.
Thank you, Commissioner Reyes.
Yes. Commissioner Russell, I agree with you 100%, and that we have to find the best way, using burns, reed, whatever it is, in order to make this, I would say, not as harmful as a wall will be. But I also want to add to your statement about the cost analysis that has been done. And I have seen, and excuse me, Coroner, because I'm going to go a little beyond what your cost analysis is. Your cost analysis is based on the actual value of the properties that it is expected that this wall will provide protection to it. But there is also a cost, that's all explicit cost. But there is also an implicit cost that could occur if you build a wall that makes our shoreline or the buildings in an area less attractive, and even there could be a decrease in price on their value, or there could be a stop in development. That implicit cost should be also taken into consideration, because that could very well damage our economy, sir.
So you're saying the wall could devalue the assets
Yes.
they are trying to protect?
That's right.
Understood.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Because if you put yourself in this, if you buy an apartment right there on Biscayne Boulevard, that you have that beautiful view, not only if you are in the 10th floor, but at street level. You see, you buy that apartment there, and then they build this wall in front of your apartment. I mean, just on the edge of the water, and you are not able to have any view whatsoever. But what you're looking at is a wall that and it is my opinion that the future of that wall is going to be a big canvas for graffiti. You see, you don't want to leave there. You see, the much you pay for it, you see, you're going to be questioning yourself, because one of the attractions that people have on moving to that area is the view of the sea. You see? And that is my main concern. And that is that the implicit cost that I want to be included. I mean, I don't know, maybe because of my training or what that, but I look at other costs.
No, you're clear. Your analysis is very clear.
And I want that to be incorporated. And when we say the additional cost that is going to, represent having all the different barriers that you mentioned, that I agree with it, that will be more than offset by this implicit cost.
Interesting. Colonel, I apologize. We had interrupted you in the middle of the presentation, so I'd like to invite you to continue, please.
Okay, absolutely. No, I appreciate it. Again, I really appreciate the dialogue, and I know that and I hear, Commissioner Reyes as well, and I can take a look into that. I also know there's a cost of being safe from storms, a cost of knowing that you have a level of protection, and that is a hard thing to quantify, as well. And so as we look at, again, I'm not talking about what's going to happen in 2 or 5 years. I know the Downtown Development Authority, did a study based on the 10-year storm. What I'm talking about is an order of magnitude to give a much greater level of protection for not just downtown Miami, but for the entire county, the 200-year storm event, which I think is significant. 220,000 structures receiving increased protection. And so the ability to, I would say the Corps is not going to build something that, that Miami doesn't want. This is our project. And when we get an authorization, I hope we all celebrate. And when we get into the design phase, we're all going to roll up our sleeves again, and we're going to design something that works, for Miami. And it's a hard project. Well, I think we know that. It's controversial, but if we're talking about, again, that significant level of protection, and I'm excited, and I think it's, again, a great opportunity. Let's go to the next slide here. I'll just try to close out. So we just laid out what we saw is what could the future be with the Corps of Engineer actions in green. The Miami-Dade is the official sponsor in red, the public interaction, and then how Congress either provides that authorization or budgets funds. One of the things as we looked at those three areas of mutual agreement and the challenge on the structural feature, as we're talking about prioritizing the work effort for non-structural, natural and nature-based features and critical infrastructure being the county's #1 priority, I want to just highlight the fact that as we look at the bottom on Congress and funding, is that we have the potential to receive funds next fiscal year to do some design effort on the county's highest priorities. Okay. And so that, again, is a significant thing. Notice that if we go up to the green, the chief's report is certainly a goal. And then in light blue, we're hoping that Congress will authorize this project. And once an authorization is on the books, when a storm hits, Miami is available to receive, supplemental funding, which, in the past round of storms here 3 years ago, that's exactly where the funding for this study came from. The FY18 supplemental, fully funded federal study, and the design and construction can happen just the same way if the storm, tracks again and then Congress deems it worthy to fund this particular project. So for Commissioner, any questions on this timeline here? Over. Sorry. Go ahead. Okay. And we'll go to the next one then.
Just a moment. I apologize. So on that, the most important one here, it seems, is the light blue WRDA, the WRDA 2022 project authorization. If we do not, and the county does not, meet an approval for a chief's report before that time, you simply cannot go to Congress. Congress simply cannot approve money, and we miss that cycle. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's the WRDA the WRDA Water Resources Development Act, WRDA, has historically been, at least for the last 6 to 8 years, has been on a 2-year cycle. There was about a 10-year gap back in the early 2000s, but WRDA 2024 would be the next opportunity if a chief's report wasn't finalized before 2022.
But if I'm not mistaken, between 2022 and 2024, if we miss the WRDA this round, there may not be even funding to continue the studies to get to 2024. Is that correct?
Sir, yes, that's correct. In that the funding for this study came from the FY18 supplemental appropriation, and again, fully funded federal study. Normally, course feasibility studies like this are cost shared. I think it's 50-50 with a non-federal sponsor, and my team will certainly correct me if I'm off there. But so that's a commitment, right? It's a monetary commitment where the Corps of Engineers, our experts, and the non-federal sponsor, the county, in this case, experts, we roll up our sleeves and we say, we got a 3-year timeline, let's get after it.
Got it. So what I wanted to establish is what your urgency is, because your urgency, in a sense, is also our urgency. But we need to realize what parameters we have for decision-making, because our public needs to understand why is this being rushed in their mind. For those who haven't been following along for years, why is it do or die right now that we need to make this decision? And if you walk back from the 2022, the Water Resource Development Act budgeting point, between the chief's report, the state agency review, you need to get a decision from the county relatively soon.
Yes, sir, absolutely. So by law, the Corps is required to deliver studies within a 3-year time frame. And generally, the first 1.5 to 2 years are spent at the district level, and the last about year is spent in review. And so we are so close on this particular study, and really what we are needing from Miami-Dade County is the verbal support, which is they want us to continue, and then as in the second row there, the letter of commitment.
Understood.
And it's an opportunity. And there's to the flexibility, which is, I think, also a concern. Where I've tried to highlight is, here's a scenario. We push through, we get a letter of commitment, we get the word of authorization, we begin design on the 3 areas of solid agreement, and there may be some more discussion that says we would like to do another kind of a relook at the structural feature, and that's possible. It would probably take a little bit more funding, but the county gets an opportunity to say in that design agreement, here's what we want you to focus on, and we mutually agree in that design agreement to focus the design effort in certain areas. So
Got it. Thank you
flexibility
for the
again
clarification
county.
on that slide. Thank you.
I need clarification also, sir.
Go ahead.
If I may, Mr. Chair?
You're recommending.
Okay. Listen, and when you go back, you go to FY '22, and on the fourth quarter, it said project authorization. And then you have a line that goes down and it says, that's when Congress funds are available. I mean, with Congress budget funds, when you go to Congress and you ask. But it says available for supplemental dollars. Is that the time that if the cost that, if we include everything that we wanted to include on it, and that should be included, and it goes over budget, that we ask for additional funds?
Sir, I think it always, again, you can lobby members of Congress. What that specifically means, that linkage between the project authorization in the Water Resources Development Act, and then with Congress and budgeting available for supplemental dollars, it is the post-storm supplemental appropriations that occurred after Katrina, after Superstorm Sandy, and again, after the most recent storms, Irma, Irene, right? That's where Congress said, we're sending a lot of money to go fix a particular problem or to address a particular problem.
That was not my question, sir. With all due respect, what I am asking is this. If, according to what I read here, and excuse me, or maybe I'm interpreting this wrong, this graph here, is that fourth quarter of fiscal year 22, if we it says a project, it is a project authorization, that projects could be authorized. And when I go and I cross it with Congress budget funds, it says available for supplemental. The way that I understand this is that it had happened, or it is typical that a project is over cost, and then you need supplemental funds from Congress. That's the way I interpret it.
Yes, sir. That's not what that means. That means that if there's a superstorm and Congress decides to allocate money, then with the project authorization, the Miami-Dade Back Bay Challenge and project can receive dollars. Without a congressional authorization, no money's coming this way.
Absolutely, I know that, but that's not my question. And you're talking about a storm, that a storm happened. We're talking about a project that is being done in case that within the next 200 years, when a major storm happens. I mean, we know it could happen, it could not happen. You see, that's what we are protecting ourselves for a storm that could happen within the next 200 years. It was a major storm. But the way that I see this, you're always referring back to the storm. I'm saying that this is a project that had been, that is planned and been drawn and been argued, blah, 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 blah. But that project has a cost. And when you said project authorization here on 2022, and then you come down and said available for supplemental. You see, I just wanted to know if that project, it doesn't mean that a storm happened. It is that you are doing a preventive, taking preventive measure for that. If such a storm happens, by building a wall like you want to build, if you come down here in 2022 in the fourth quarter, once it has been authorized, that it is possible to obtain additional funds if the projected cost was, the actual cost is going to be higher than the projected cost. That's the way that I understand this. I don't know if it is true or not.
Yeah, I think I think so. The way I'd answer the question, and I apologize for, that we're not as clear. If I look at when, on a normal basis, could this project receive funds? As if we go along the bottom row, we're gonna recommend that the president, essentially, in our budget process, gives us funds in FY23. There's an option to receive funds in FY22. And then as we look out in what's called that's WP, the work plan, there's an opportunity after authorization to receive more funds to begin really the design, pre-construction, engineering, and design phase.
Okay.
To further design.
Just answer yes or no. From your experience, there have projects that have been that cost estimates have been below due to all the factors are changes or whatever below what was projected. That those projects have been funded by the federal government. The federal government said it's $2 billion. Now what? It is your estimate. It's going to be $2 million. But when you come back with the final drawings and with the final plan, it is not $2 billion, it's 2.5. And is that project thrown out, or it is possibility of obtaining the additional funds?
Yes, sir. There is an opportunity to, I think the project authorization, even after it comes in the WRDA, there's an opportunity to gain authorization for additional costs.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you, sir.
Very good. Thank you. Colonel, if you would like to continue with the next slides.
Okay. And if we just go to the next one there, this just lays out our milestones where kind of the progress that we made in green and what really is coming up in the future, which is the second agency decision milestone. We're hoping to do that, sometime. It was hoping to get that done on 19 February. We do need to, I'm going to talk about that with Mayor Cava next week and hopefully line up a formal, kind of decision on whether we're going to proceed or we're going to take a different option path in early to mid-March. And as the rest of those timelines really talk about, we're finalizing our recommendation. We do push it out for state and agency review. And then our goal is the chief's report signed, by the end of September.
Thank you very much. Is that it for the presentation at this moment?
Sir, I think that's it. I can obviously pen in any questions, additional questions you have. Over.
There will be, and with your indulgence, if you've got a few moments, we'd like to share, and I know you've seen this before, but the public has not, what the private sector has come up with locally in some of the creative designs that we've been considering and proposing to see if there's any chance that these concepts, not these plans specifically, but these concepts could be incorporated. And so I believe we have a representative here from Swire that is going to present this. Am I correct? Please ask them to come up to the lectern and set up so they can do the video. The reason this came about, we've been working on this for quite some time. The DDA created renderings and actually even hired a firm to help. Swire is within the DDA footprint in Brickell, major assets on Swire on Brickell Key as well as Brickell City Center. They came to the table and offered to help. And so in working together with our staff, they hired Moffitt and Nichols, who created a design concept, not just for their assets, obviously, but for the entire section from Brickell Bay Drive on North and what some of these concepts of gray-green hybrid solutions could look like. And so I'm going to ask them to present so that we put it on the public record. And then, Colonel, I'd like to have a short discussion after that to see your thoughts on those and what wording you might be open to including in the initial report that would open the door for those kinds of concepts instead of waiting until funding is approved and getting to the PED phase. If we wait until the pre-construction engineering design phase, well, I take that back. If we don't come up with flexibility, I don't know that we'll get to the pre-construction engineering design phase because we, as elected officials, will not be able to face our residents and say that we approved a plan that only has the T-wall as the sole option. Knowing even though that you have flexibility beyond, they want to see that we're approving something that at least has a roadmap of options. And so I'd like to let them present now from Moffitt and Nichol, please. And then we'll continue the discussion.
Absolutely, sir. Sounds good.
Thank you very much. Is somebody presenting? I need them at the lectern, please.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a quick question?
You are very recognized.
And I guess, I don't know, maybe Commissioner Reyes, when we look at the last grid, I know the Army Corps is usually projects that take forever.
Just a minute. Can I get IT to help, please, to make sure this is
Hooked up.
set up efficiently? Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Usually these Army Corps projects take forever. And so I see what is WRDA and funding in 22, right? So I don't know if Commissioner Reyes was along this line, but clearly, as we look at this whole issue that we're trying to combat, this resiliency and what have you, because a lot of us won't be here if the big storm hits for all practical purposes. That's usually how it works. But we're planning for it. So my question becomes, are these projects, as they are talking about to be implemented, are they looking at our total shore from an equal perspective, wherein it's just it's the same and applying it in the Grove, for example, as it would be along Edgewater, as it would be along Bay Point? Is it, Belle Meade, is it the same sort of application? Because when I looked at the whole issue of this berm of 60 feet versus mangroves, living seawall, I'm just trying to understand, probably not as much as you, but how when residents say, well, why are you blocking us versus what they have down there, they're almost, they will understand that we're trying to look at it from the best alternative as the experts look at, and we're not now doing something willy-nilly. Is that a fair question to ask? Is it like looking at it, from that perspective?
Yes, it is.
Absolutely. Is that a direct question to the Colonel?
Yes, please.
Wait, sir, I appreciate the question. I think that, my personal opinion, again, as you look at the realities of increasing coastal storms, if you take into account sea level rise, the United States, our nation needs to have a holistic approach. And again, that's my personal opinion, where the Corps of Engineers has been tasked to do, again, these 3 studies in South Florida. It's those 3 studies working with specific, again, non-federal sponsors. And, as to, if you talk about working in a certain area, and that area has finite boundaries, and then you look on the other side of the boundary, I know there's always, can be some haves and then some have-nots. And that's kind of the reality of the difficulty of leading a municipality and making decisions on how do you, in this case, protect the greatest amount of people. And what I'm trying to do is really think about the long-term risk. And we don't know, like the Hurricane Andrew and I think it was $25 billion in 92 damage. We don't know when that next big storm is going to hit. The probability is 0.5% when you talk about the 200-year storm. But that's 0.5% chance that it could hit, every year. And so I do feel an urgency, knowing that we have sea level rise occurring, knowing that storms are more damage. I don't want it, and it kind of, again, it pains me to hear you say Corps of Engineers, projects take a long time. My team's moving with urgency. We want to do what's right for this area, and we want, again, to get a project authorization on the books and get work started, but the right work, right? The work that works, for the citizens of Miami. And again, I hope I answered your question there.
So, Mr. Vice Chair, is this our East Coast shoreline? Am I correct?
It is.
So essentially, then we're for the most part, because all our rich friends that live on the sea, they can do whatever they want to do. But are we essentially speaking to protecting 3 points? Wainwright, Pace, and then Morningside? Is that the 3 that we get charged with being responsible for?
I wouldn't think of it as a park-by-park perspective. They're
But I mean,
looking at it
like the
holistically.
shoreline.
The shoreline, yes,
right,
yes.
Right.
So they've analyzed Coconut Grove as well.
Okay.
But because of the
Exactly.
because of the ridge that
Exactly.
exists there,
Exactly.
there already seems to be some sufficient protection other than the actual homes below the ridge. But yes, this plan primarily, the part we've been focusing on, concentrates on Brickell and downtown areas. So if you think from Brickell Bay Drive on 15th all the way up to the Perez Art Museum,
And it's going to be,
195.
and so then in all those different neighborhoods, the application of the alternative
It is different in each one.
is different each one.
Yeah.
The-
It is
the-
different.
The only concern I have on the last grid, it really ties our hands. The county is involved in it.
They actually are the local sponsor, and we are
Yeah,
not
that's-
involved.
And that's always an issue, because we get charged with the stuff that they do.
Yeah.
And that's not really kind of cool on our part. The legislative part of it, I guess, the WRDA, is that a reauthorization in 22?
Yes.
So then that's kind of one of our legislative Washington priorities that we should already be on tack with.
Right. I am very thankful to the county, though, for making sure we have been at the table the entire way.
Yes.
They have? Okay.
Yes,
All
they've
right.
been very responsive to us and given us a lot of voice on this. So I do feel a lot of cooperation, and that also includes the private sector. So I'd like to recognize Mr. Blankenship, is it? We've never met in person, only on Zoom, so welcome to City Hall. And if you could introduce yourself, you represent?
My name is Tim Blankenship. I'm with Moffitt & Nickel. Our office is on 27th Avenue here in Coconut Grove. We're presenting today in association with Swire Properties, as well as with our design partners, EDSA, that contribute to the land planning on this conceptual design.
So you're contracted by Swire. This is not a government-initiated or funded design that you've taken on.
That is correct. However, as all the steps along the process, Commissioner, we've been collaborating very closely with the county, with the chief resiliency officers of both the county and with the city of Miami, as well as yourself and with the mayor's office throughout this process, yes.
Got it. Well, you have the floor. How much time do you need?
Just 5 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much. So good afternoon, everyone. What an exciting opportunity to really look at alternatives. The Corps of Engineers has done a tremendous amount of work. You heard from the colonel here this afternoon. And our purpose today is to discuss some alternatives that still meet the structural context that the Corps of Engineers is promoting. And today, our study context area is primarily focused on the Brickell Bay Drive area. Now, the Corps of Engineers, their study in this part of the 3x3 study, they focused all the way from 395 south down to the very southern end of Brickell Bay Drive. So our focus is going to be around Brickell Key, as well as the area along Brickell Bay Drive, and that's where these concepts apply to. As you go further to the north, the Corps of Engineers has proposed the wall to be inland, actually along Biscayne Boulevard, and continuing north all the way to Maurice Ferre Park, as we show here in the left graphic. Our design philosophy, we want to promote several lines of defense. Instead of the wall, and again, these are concepts, these are options that are being evaluated, and we are promoting a hybrid storm surge flood risk approach for Back Bay to include Brickell Bay. we want to promote what's called NNBF, nature and natural-based features, as that also account for resiliency. So we want to put together this hybrid, holistic approach that's science-based, sustainable, and it is adaptive. There's a lot of unknowns. All of you looked at the curves for sea level rise, and the further you get out, even 10, 20, 30 years, there's quite a bit of disparity and inaccuracies. Also, our options are going to focus on limiting the overtopping and as well as accounting for stormwater considerations. If you look at the TSP, the options that are being considered by the Corps of Engineers, they leave it up to the local sponsor to address stormwater considerations. So here's a cross-section. This is what we're proposing, and it is still a structure, but it's a series of structures. If you can consider that on the very left of the screen is an oyster reef, and again, our project is going to go out into the bay, as is the Corps of Engineers wall solution, but this concept is going to be self-mitigating, and we're actually creating habitat. But in each element of the proposed berm structure, and the Corps of Engineers is very used to this terminology, the dikes, the berms, the revetments. So our first line of defense is this oyster reef. We convert into a revetted and armored revetment, and then that eventually will, through a living shoreline approach, will be planted with mangroves. Then you go down, continuing to the right, where there's going to be a vegetated wetland area, which is going to help with stormwater treatment. Again, we want to dissipate the wave energy and limit the wave overtopping as the wave propagates over this structure and in towards the Brickell Bay Drive area. And you can see where the people are standing there, there's actually a wall. So we actually do have a wall structural component into this system. But there's many opportunities here that's going to be self-mitigating. We're going to be promoting public access. Now, remember, the Corps of Engineers, as part of their assignment, and Alan Dodd with your resiliency chief has been helping educate everybody. We need to really focus on that this is still a structure. A dike is still a structure. While we're showing some of these amenities and some of these improved public access areas and the river walk, the bay walk on top of the berm, it's still very, very much a structural solution. We also have done just some very, very rough order of magnitude cost estimates, and we've estimated that this option is actually going to be cheaper, more economical per linear foot, which helps with your cost-benefit ratio justifying the project. I mentioned the word adaptable. So the TSP is estimating sea level rise of 39 inches out to 2079. So this gives us an opportunity to, as the science continues to be developed and we have a better understanding of how sea level is rise, we can raise the berm in the future, we can raise the walls and further adapt. Maybe it's not as bad in 2079, but this gives us this type of structure, and this approach gives us quite a bit of flexibility. So this is a typical cross-section, and then here it is in plan view. And so what you see is at the very bottom of the screen are these oyster reefs. Now, if you can envision that working with EDSA and Swire, our intent, our design is try to restore the Biscayne Bay waterfront to very much of its historical look with mangroves, with green areas. And what that does is it presents us opportunities to, again, treat the stormwater. Many people the Biscayne Bay Task Force just completed their report on water quality. So this design is really going to help with stormwater treatment. This design also opens up a lot of funding opportunities for the Baywalk, for waterfront access, but it's really a hybrid approach, providing structural solutions and adaptability towards, and also presenting an aesthetically pleasing design concept. These are just some 3D renderings showing, again, to the left of the screen, the oyster reef, that initial, call it a speed bump that starts to dissipate the waves and the incoming storm surge. Then you have your berm, and again, some opportunities for the baywalk and public access. So this is under sunny conditions, but during a storm event, we can actually have deployable flood barriers that you see the very back that are in orange. Let me just go back to that slide here. So this is on the sunny day here in Miami, and then we look at the storm conditions with the rise in the water levels, and then you see these deployable barriers. These barriers can also be deployed in front of the buildings, but So it gives kind of the same concept, the same design approach as the wall. It meets the same criteria and achieves the same purpose, but it's more aesthetically pleasing. So in summary, we had some very good meetings with the county, with the Corps of Engineers this week. In summary, the request from the county is that these types of concepts, these alternatives, these NNBF systems are incorporated into the text of this report so that the Corps can still meet that September 2021 deadline. We've also included some samples. In the last meeting we had with the Corps of Engineers and the county, their national director participated in that meeting, and the Corps of Engineers is trying to adopt some of these nature-based solutions. So with that, that's the last slide.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Blankenship. Did you have a question for?
No, I want to reiterate that I am totally sold in solutions like yours, solutions like the ones that we presented at DDA, that I'm convinced that it could be done. It can be done. And I know that the Army Corps of Engineers is capable of coming up with solutions like that. I know they are. They are very professional. They have, and I know they're capable. And the only thing that I've been asking since day one is to try to find this kind of solution that's going to help. It's going to, you're going to achieve what your objective is, to protect from a storm that might happen 200 years from now and a storm surge. But it's going to be done in a way that instead of taking from the city, it's adding to the city. You see? Because by using this, what we have seen on the ones and our renderings, what we are doing, we are enhancing our coast. You see, and a view of our residents. You see, and also providing with places to walk and meet and all of that, ride bicycles, whatever. You see, instead of having a wall. And congratulations, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And it seems like I am in the same wavelength that you are. And I know that the Army Corps of Engineers, they are capable of doing that, and and they will come up with some drawings that Commissioner Russell is going to be very happy with. Don't you believe so, Mr. Russell?
I'm very optimistic here.
Yeah, I'm optimistic myself.
We must be. Mr. Blankenship, if you could stick around for a little bit, because we may have some questions on the images that you've shown. But I'd like to thank Moffett Nickel and especially thank Swire for funding your work and contributing to the community in this way. These are the kinds of thoughts that get us someplace. We could have so easily just said no,
Yeah.
right? And I really believe that we're hopefully getting to yes. So that brings me to you, Colonel, is if you could erase from your mind all of the images that include bicycles and benches, and just from the infrastructure perspective, do these concepts seem to be feasible to you within the Army Corps' scope?
That's a great question, and I certainly appreciate the presentation. I'll note, that Mr. Blankenship mentioned the word design a few times, which, again, well, I think that, and then also Commissioner Reyes used the term enhancements a few times. So I'm lining up those two things and saying that we can definitely, consider those ideas and the challenge of identifying what can be built. There's a lot of opportunities. It's just, again, maximizing benefits, minimizing costs is really the federal interest. And so a lot of the great ideas, I think, could be incorporated at the cost of the, borne by the county. And again, I would love to be able to say, yep, the federal government can pay for it, but I'm absolutely prevented, from going above and beyond what is the NED cost. I do think that, it looks great, right? That looks like a great presentation. I don't think that the islands are going to stop the storm surge, right? They're going to disrupt it a bit, but when we're talking about the 200-year storm, water is going to go right around, those storms. So I guess to your, I think initially, Commissioner Russell, you talked about, is there language that we can incorporate in a final core report that talks about the city's desires for enhancements and to look at that collectively in the design phase? Absolutely.
Just a moment. No, I
we
think
can
we're
do
not on the same page yet. Because my first thing to say is please ignore the parts that would be enhancements, betterments, benches, sidewalks, everything that looks like a design portion of it, and just to the infrastructure portion of it all, because alone. Because you did present a T-wall in your initial draft of the report. And so that shows one physical infrastructure concept. And aside from the betterments and the enhancements that are in these designs, if you could just look at the concept, and not necessarily their berm, as it per se, or the islands per se, but a berm or a levee system instead of a T-wall, and utilizing some green and gray hybrid, if it came out at the same cost or less than the T-wall, would you be open to considering it not at the PED phase, but at least talking about the option of including these concepts of infrastructure in addition to the T-wall? Because I think that's what gets us to yes. If we can say T-wall's on the table, other concepts are on the table as well, as long as they achieve the goal. We're not saying go lower or don't do it in a way that's as efficient. It still has to achieve the job you need it to achieve, and it has to be as inexpensive as the wall or less in order to meet the NED and come in under and before the PED phase, where the county portion comes in and any additional betterments and locally preferred plan. Is there any wording that you would be willing to include in the report which would open that flexibility now, not at the PED phase, but in terms of considering these infrastructure concepts?
I think so. I think we want to consider all concepts, and I think that when, just to look at the real estate aspect of, again, going to the federal cost and an authorization of the real estate you need for a structural wall. And then if you look at the two-berm option there, it looks like that's a lot more real estate that's needed. So, again, we'd be interested in seeing the cost data behind Moffitt and Nichols and what their proposal and what assumptions that they have there as well. I think that would help us, better understand what their concept is. And then, again, value engineering, I think, would be able to take a look at it, their proposal as well, and see what it would look like for a longer period of time, for the entire length of what our proposed plan is now.
Sir, I want to make one thing perfectly clear. When I said enhancement, I didn't mean enhancing the T-wall. What I'm saying that enhances our coastline by having it the way that it was presented by Swire. It looks much better than what we have now, and it could be used by residents also, and it could be the protectors, whatever you're building to protect the coast, you see, enhances our coastline instead of having a T-wall over there. What it does, it will be very detrimental to the area. That's why when I said enhancing, because it looks better. It looks a lot better. And if it serves the purpose, I don't see why we shouldn't do it. See, definitely, if it serves the purpose, the main purpose here, what is the objective? The objective is to protect the buildings that are close to the water, right? Well, if we can do it by building a T-wall that it is horrible, or we can do it by other means that makes our coastline much better looking, or we can more useful also.
But it's not just about the look, Commissioner. These solutions are more ecologically sound,
absolutely,
more flexible. I'm with you. I'm not disagreeing with you, but it's that plus. There's so many reasons to do this beyond the aesthetic.
That's right. It goes beyond aesthetic because it is ecologically more beneficial. You see?
Right.
And also for the residents, it is more useful because it presents certain amenities that you can go and walk, and you can buy a bag, or you can even sit and watch the sea, whatever you want, you see? And I think that we have to find a solution.
Well,
Mr. And it's not just and it's not just the buildings close to the water as well, right? It's all those the protection the increased protection that's provided, to a very far degree inland, up to 12 miles up the Miami River. So those features and whatever is built, right, in terms of, again, I want it to be aesthetically pleasing. I want it to fit with the environment of Miami. I know that we can do that. The challenge is that the enhancement costs that make it look, aesthetically pleasing, that additional cost really has got to be borne by the non-federal sponsors. We can get to yes for sure on this, and we'll definitely team up with Moffitt and Nickel, and again, we're willing to take a look at any data they'd want to share. But we've also got to be able to calculate costs on what their proposal is.
Okay.
Thank you, Colonel, but I don't mean to be rude, but let's talk Turkey here. We can come to an agreement here in a way that puts us on your side in this longer. We've got a path ahead of us. The county is pushing for a waiver, and at this moment, we support the county in that waiver because we don't see a plan yet, or even an option for a potential plan that would be acceptable to our residents and stakeholders. But we're really stretching to try to offer solutions that, if included, could bring us to be supportive and give comfort to the county to let go of the waiver and move ahead. Now, it's not just us involved. There are other cities who may oppose and may support, but you want to have as many supporters on your side as possible. And I think we're close because I hear you saying, of course, we can consider these things, but you're considering them as locally preferred plan or enhancements and betterments down the road at the planning design phase. We can't be supportive unless we hear or see in writing some way an openness. You don't have to commit to it because the cost analysis hasn't been done yet, and we can't give you that now. And that would be within your expertise anyway. But what I need to know is if that cost analysis comes in at or below your most efficient NED level pricing, can you consider it? And not the aesthetics, simply different concepts of gray-green infrastructure as you have done in other parts of the country.
Okay.
Yeah, and sir, I think the answer to that is yes. I mean, I think if based on our cost data that we have now, and if there's other approaches that result in the same amount of protection at a lease cost, absolutely. And I think that the language, right, that that we can look at, which will give, I think, the county and others comfortability that the Corps is willing to look at those different options. I think we can absolutely do that. And again, I'm certainly defer to. We got some experts, so we can figure out the language and reach an agreement, I think, and I do want to make a long-term impact and reduce risk. So I think there's some tremendous opportunity.
Thank you, Colonel. If I could reach through the screen and shake your hand, I would. But instead, I would like to, thank you. I would like to proffer a reso because I believe this will be your goal between now and meeting with the county is to come up with that wording in a way that is acceptable to the Corps for their report submission, but that is also acceptable to the county in what they need to have that flexibility of a hybrid solution. And it isn't a commitment to any cost beyond what you are already estimating within the NED bounds of the T-wall. But if we're lucky, and some of the folks we've spoken to believe that the costing will come in less, we may have a very mutually beneficial solution here that we can all call a win for Miami and the region. So I'd like to proffer a resolution, please. This is a resolution of the Miami City Commission supporting Miami-Dade County's efforts to collaborate with the United States Army Corps of Engineers related to the Miami-Dade Back Bay Coastal Storm Risk Management Draft Integrated Feasibility Report and Programmatic Environmental Impact Statement, and recognizing the positive movement that has occurred since release of the tentatively selected plan to address concerns related to greater use of nature-based features, impacts to water views, environmental impacts, design fostering access to Biscayne Bay, and coordination with landowners, and to request the final report contain recommendations that provide additional flexibility that allows the City of Miami and Miami-Dade County to have a significant input to decisions made during the planning, engineering, and design phase. And then the whereas clause go a little deeper into how we've gotten to where we are and where we hope to go. But Commissioners, this is my hope that we are giving support to the county to finalize that wording, to create the flexibility that we need as a city.
I will second your motion.
I can't make the motion, so I'll consider that a motion from you, and I will second it in support.
Okay, the only thing that we're saying is Dade County go right ahead, but we're giving the authority to go right ahead and try to incorporate everything that we have.
Oh, your microphone, please.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Say it again, Commissioner.
I said that the only thing that we're doing is that we are telling, and we are giving the authority to county, to Miami-Dade County, since they are the sponsors,
Yep.
that to go right ahead and we have our support, but everything that, on all the objections that we have presented should be taken into consideration.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay.
And I know they are. I know they are. You and I both know that they are.
Okay.
So we have a motion, we have a second. I'd like to open for public comment. If anyone would like to say anything, now's the time. Please approach a lectern. Seeing none, I'll close public comment. Is there any further discussion from the dais?
Nope.
Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much, Colonel. Thank you for your time and working together with us in a collaborative way. And thank you, Mr. Blankenship, to you at your firm, Moffett Nichols, as well as Swire. We look forward to forward progress with the county, and good luck to you.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. I appreciate it. Honored.
Thank you, sir.
All right, so that was our time certain 3 o'clock. It's now 4:40. I'm going to move into, well, I'm going to move into the CA agenda, please. Good morning, Commissioner. Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Sorry, I was trying to cash in and buy some Bitcoins before they go up if we vote for them.
We have received a copy of a pocket item from the mayor, which I'm going to call PI, would it be 3? I'm going to check my agenda for the day.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. PI 3 will be the mayor's pocket item regarding Bitcoin. No, I'm sorry, that'll be, we have,
No.
yeah, so PI 1 is the rescue plan.
Right.
PI 2 is the development agreement from D5. PI 3 is the project timelines issue from D4, so this would
That's
be
right.
PI 4. PI 4 would be Bitcoin resolution sponsored by Mayor Suarez. So we'll submit that, and each commissioner has received a draft of that, which is now in the record.
Chairman, I think there's a modified version that you have that's just slightly
This was
different.
just handed out 2 minutes ago.
Right, like right now?
Yeah. So is this the modified version?
Yeah,
I can.
that's the modified.
Yep. Absolutely right.
All right, so let's try to get as much of the standard business of the day before we get to the pocket items of the new business, please, so.
Yes.
Oh, pocket items or just out of order items?
Before we broke, we said that right after the Coast Guard,
Army Corps.
Army Corps, I'm sorry.
Coast Guard.
Yeah, they're old Navy boys. That I could bring up the 2 pocket items that I had mentioned. But if you've got something that's really,
Not at all. What, pocket items or the resolutions?
yeah, I'm sorry, the resolution. Why do I call them pocket items? I guess I'm mixed up with all these, you know.
It's RE2 and RE3?
Yes.
You have the floor, Commissioner.
It's actually,
You're gonna do it one by one, Commissioner?
yes, I
think
I
you
am.
should.
Let me just go right in here, because And back in the day, this was simple. Now there's R's or C's or D's, just 1, 2, 3, 4, and you went up. Where's it at?
Rolando Eugenio Martinez.
Okay, there we go. All right,
That's already 3.
all right.
Arturo Díaz
We're gonna-
Artiles.
We're going to go with, a resolution of the Miami City Commission authorizing the placement of a plaza designation pursuant to Section 54-136-2 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, at the intersection of Southwest 23rd Avenue and Southwest 8th Street, Miami, Florida, to commemorate Arturo Diaz Artiles, subject to all applicable permitting requirements.
I move it.
Okay? There's a motion, there's a second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. It's unanimous.
And Commissioner Correa, just for the record, Commissioner Watson would also like to co-sponsor this item.
Thank you. Okay, RE3. It's the resolution of the Miami City Commission commemorating the life of Rolando Eugenio Martinez. Resolution of the Miami City Commission authorizing, a resolution of the Miami City Commission commemorating the life of Eugenio Rolando Martinez. Whereas Eugenio Rolando Martinez Garriaga was born in Artemisa, Cuba in July of 1922 to Cosme and Clara Martinez, and whereas Martinez, known by his friends as Musculito for his muscular physique, lived at home with his parents while he studied medicine at the University of Havana, completing 4 years before his father became ill, forcing Martinez to leave medical school and take over the family business. And whereas Martinez was inspired into public service by his uncle and godfather, Manuel Perez Galan, a successful entrepreneur and industry leader in the pineapple business in Cuba, and honorably served as a state senator for over 30 years. And whereas Martinez followed his patriotic inspiration and joined an underground resistance to Fulgencio Batista when Batista seized control of the Cuban government and ended the democratic process. And whereas Martinez's commitment to a free and democratic Cuba was exemplified when Batista fell and Fidel Castro seized control of Cuba, as Martinez and many of his fellow fighters in the anti-Batista movement continued to demand the reinstitution of democracy and immediately began an anti-communist movement against the Castro regime. And whereas Martinez and his family were persecuted and deprived of any and all property and forced to flee Cuba to the United States, and whereas upon his arrival in the United States, Martinez joined the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA, where he served the United States of America during the height of the Cold War while continuing his lifelong struggle to bring freedom to Cuba, and whereas Martinez played a key role in the Bay of Pigs invasion, and whereas Martinez undertook over 350 clandestine missions in Cuba to support pro-democracy fighters and extract endangered, persecuted people out of the island to freedom, saving numerous lives, and whereas Martinez willingly undertook his service at great personal expense, unable to help his own parents, as noted in an interview published by the Vanity Fair magazine in 1974. Quote, "My mother and father were not allowed to leave Cuba. It would have been easy for me to get them out. That was my specialty. But my bosses in the company, the CIA, said I might get caught in torture, and if I talked, I might jeopardize other operations. So my mother and father died in Cuba. That is how orders go. I follow orders." And whereas Martinez was one of the key players in the 1972 Watergate scandal that led to President Nixon's resignation, as he was part of the infiltration team recruited under the premise that they would undercover proof compromise the Castro regime of influence the United States elections, and whereas in recognition for Martinez's dedication to fighting for freedom and his service to the United States during the Cold War, Martinez received a pardon from President Ronald Reagan in 1983, absolving him of responsibility for the Watergate scandal. And whereas in recognition of Martinez's lifetime dedication to fighting for the freedom of his homeland and his service to the United States at great personal risk, Martinez was granted the title of Leyenda del Exilio by the American TV Network, who dedicated a one-hour autobiographical docudrama on his life. And whereas Martinez died on January 30th, 2021, at his daughter's home in Mineola, Florida, at the age of 98, and is survived by a loving and devoted family. And whereas Martinez lived a life dedicated to the cause of freedom and the fight for democracy, he will be remembered for his legacy of saving an untold number of lives and is rightly being honored by the city of Miami for his contribution to the city and the Cuban exile community. Now therefore, be it resolved by the Commission of the City of Miami, Florida, Section 1, the recitals and findings contained in the preamble to the resolution are adopted by reference and incorporated as if fully set forth by this section. Section 2, the Miami City Commission hereby commemorates the life of Eugenio Rolando Martinez. Section 3, the resolution shall become effective immediately upon its adoption.
I move it.
Been
Been
moved by
moved and
Commissioner
seconded.
Reyes, seconded by Commissioner Correa.
And I want to add something to this life of this patriot, because he can be called a patriot. Everybody knew, during those days, it was when the infiltration teams, they used to go to Cuba. And your father, Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla, was part of that too.
Yes, sir.
And Musculito was, as he was called, he was the pilot of a ship that was the one that brought them in and took them out and extracted them. They went, they did what they had to do on the island and come back. And sometimes there were attacks, sometimes they were bringing guns and so on and so on. And he never left anybody behind. There were times that the time of that they have set to being picked up on the coast went by, and everybody by radio, the mothership was calling him to get out of there, get out of there. And he said, no, not until I get my people out. And he risked his life hundreds of times. And this is a very well-deserved recognition. That was
And
Yeah,
Commissioner,
You recognize.
Commissioner Carollo, I want to thank you on behalf of my dad. So my dad also was a member of the CIA for 15 years. He actually did a lot of missions with Musculito. On January 30th, the day that he died, it was also my older brother's birthday. And we were all together at Miguel's house. And that's when he found out that night. And I haven't seen my dad so sad in many, many years. He was a great friend, and he said, I can't tell you what he said because it was a bad word, but he was angry that he had died and he hadn't been recognized. And he doesn't, the title of patriot, like you said, Commissioner Reyes, is very well deserved. A true freedom fighter. And a big loss for my family and for all Cubans in exile that have fought against communism.
Absolutely.
He dedicated his life to this. To this dying day, he was talking about that, even in his weakened state. And I thank you, Commissioner Carollo, personally on behalf of my family for doing this for him. Very, very much appreciated. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, it's something that no one should have to thank me for. It's something that I feel that needed to be done, that I had to do. I've known him since I was a child. My dad and him were friends. When my father died, he was there along with many others in that type of work at the time. And I'm grateful and thankful that we had him for so many years. He was a true legend, a walking legend.
He was.
And he will be greatly missed.
An unsung hero, and we have so many of them,
Yes,
Yes.
yes.
and they're dying, and they're dying.
And the sad part about it, Commissioner, is that all those patriots, they are dying without seeing Cuba free.
Yes, that's true.
And it's sad.
Well,
It is sad.
it is sad. You know, I was recently at the Bay of Pigs Memorial on 8th Street and 13th Avenue. And I was there because comes this April, it's the 60th anniversary of the Bay of Pigs invasion. And it was one of those days that I guess the tourism was good. And there were several tour guides with small groups, 5, 6 tourists, but it's good to see them back. The first one that came by was telling the tourists real quick a totally different history of what these men did at the Bay of Pigs. He called them invaders. The tourists that were too young and had no idea when this happened, calling them invaders. When they were trying to liberate their homeland. They were part of Cuba. They weren't invaders. And a second group a little later came, and I thanked the young lady. She wasn't Cuban. I think she was Colombian, for being much more accurate in what she stated. Many people sometimes don't understand the hurt that the Cuban community has had. They don't understand it because they haven't lost loved ones in jails, in the firing squads, or in the straits of Florida, having drowned trying to reach freedom. They've never had loved ones be tortured in a jail. They've never have had loved ones being hungry because the government simply would not feed them. And for those that would say, well, you Cubans, why don't you go fight for freedom? I dare for anyone to show me in the history of the world in early 60 that at that time there was maybe 50,000 Cubans that had fled to Miami. And out of that amount of people, there were close to 3,000 that were recruited to go fight for freedom in their homeland. And very few of them had been professional soldiers. Most were students, young professionals of all ends, black, white, everything in between. And unbeknownst to many, because what is known is the failure of Bay of Pigs, not because of their fighting. The first country they liberated was not Cuba. They actually saved the country of Guatemala in Central America from being taken over by a communist coup d'etat. They started their training in Guatemala, and their communist-inspired movement was at the verge of overthrowing the government. And since they were there, they were called upon by our government to help the legitimate government of Guatemala. And they were the ones that saved Guatemala from being taken over by a communist group. The Bay of Pigs failed not because These were some of the bravest men that you've ever seen. And I would dare compare them in their bravery to the famous 300, the Greeks of fame. They only landed, were able to land, some 1,300 or so men. Before they landed in Cuba, they had been assured that all of Castro's Communist Air Force was going to be knocked out, that they would not have to worry about the Communist Air Force pounding on them. And what happened was just the opposite. There were 3 bombing runs that were supposed to have annihilated the Cuban Communist Air Force, and it ended up that they only did 1, and that 1 was cut in half, leaving sufficient of Castro's planes, while they had none, because the planes that they had were bombers that had to come and fly all the way from Nicaragua, and so that they could have a little more fuel to fly over them. All the tail guns, machine guns to defend themselves, have been taken off those planes so they could put additional weight of tanks for gas. So they were totally undefended in the rear, and they were not fighter planes. They didn't have fighter planes. So many of them got shot down. The ships that were full of ammunition and supplies were sunk by the Cuban Air Force that was not supposed to be flying. And these brave men fought like nothing you've ever seen before in Latin America. They killed over 5,000 of the communist troops that were sent against them, and they only lost about 100. And about half or more of the 100 they lost were after they were taken prisoners and suffocated in trucks while they were being taken to jail. They only stopped fighting when they had no ammunition to further fight. Only when they had no ammunition to further fight. And the sad thing was that if there would have been more bravery on the part of those that sent them inside Cuba and cancel the 2.5 bombing raids that were supposed to happen, not only the history of Cuba, but the history of
Latin America.
So many countries beyond Latin America would have been different, because the suffering that that small island has caused throughout the world has been intense. And even after the Bay of Pigs, and this is how ironic, they saved Guatemala from communism, and then they went to the Congo in Africa, and they faced off against the communist troops of Cuba, of Castro again. It was Cuban against Cuban in the Congo. And there, they beat the tail out of Che Guevara, where he had to take off with his tail between his butt until Castro sent him off for his final outcome to Bolivia, where it was members of the Brigade 2506 that helped the Bolivian army find him.
And capture them.
So how ironic that men that gave up everything, their youth, their families, to go fight for the freedom of their country, were able to liberate countries They were not their own. They saved Guatemala from going communist. They saved the Congo from the same fate. But how sadly was it that they weren't able to liberate their own country? And the pain that was suffered by thousands upon thousands because of the failure of that invasion, Ethiopia, Angola, you could go on and on and on, Mozambique, in the Middle East, in the War of '67, when Arab armies invaded Israel, there were Cuban communist tank brigades that fought with the Syrians. In Vietnam, when our Air Force pilots were shot down over Vietnam, who were some of the worst torturers? They were interrogating our airmen. It was Cuban interrogators and torturers. They were in Hanoi doing the work. So, those that think that Cubans haven't tried to fight for their freedom, you show me any other group that when they only had 50,000 people out of the country, they put 3,000 up ready to do whatever needed to be done. But the rest you can't do, and you see it time and time again in country after country. If a dictatorship is in control of a country, they have all the weapons, all the arms. Unless you receive help from an outside source that gives you the weapons, the ammunition to fight, you can't do it on your own. And here in Miami, we see the latest wave of refugees from Venezuela that are having to leave their country. So far, over 5 million Venezuelans have had to flee because of communism that is being run by Cubans. They're the ones that are running behind the scene every branch of the military, particularly the intelligence service in Venezuela. In the late 70s, 79 to the early 80s to mid 80s, the same thing happened in Nicaragua with the Sandinistas. So, unfortunately, if the Bay of Pigs would have been different, we would have stopped the world, not just our own hemisphere, from so much suffering. But it is what it is.
Thank you, Commissioner, for that dissertation. But you forgot to add that the invasion failed because the United States government failed us. The invasion failed because the plan was changed. The invasion failed because, as you well stated, the second and third bombing rate was stopped by President Kennedy. The invasion failed, because when the Air Force, Cuban Air Force, were knocking down those B-25s, 26 without tail guns, the pilots, American pilots that were in one of those air carriers, they pleaded that let them go and fight. President Kennedy didn't allow it. That's why the invasion failed. And as you well stated, all those patriots, all those young men that were fighting, they fought until the last bullet. Until the last bullet. And you forgot to say, I mean, you omitted that, I don't know why, but I have to say it, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you for that dissertation.
Thank you, Commissioner Reyes. There's been a motion, there's been a second.
Chairman,
Madam City Attorney.
I just wanted to make sure that it's stated for the record that this was a substitution because our office did not draft it to the level that it was deserved to be drafted, and the commissioner
That is correct, Madam City Attorney. I apologize that.
Not at all, the commissioner read it fully into the record.
I wanted to make sure that that's for the, stated for the record, and there was one little typo that had to do with lives, so we have to also add the word lives
Correct.
to the
I
substitute.
did state that, though, on the record, but
Perfect, thank you.
Also, Chair, Commissioner Watson would also like to co-sponsor this resolution.
Thank you very much. Is there any further discussion? All in favor of the item, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much. Commissioner, you want to do RE2 as well?
yes. RE2.
Chair, I believe we've already passed our.
We're ready.
we-
we're
Oh, I
ready to pass it.
apologize.
We're ready to pass it.
RE2, yeah.
That's right,
I-
it was already passed.
That one went quicker. I apologize. I missed marking it on my agenda. Thank you, Commissioner Croyo. All right.
Thank you.
I'd like to take up the CA, the PH, and the remainder of the RE agenda. So that's CA 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, CAs,
Yep.
what else?
PH
The
1 and
PH.
2.
PH 1 and 2.
I'd like to be noted as a co-sponsor on PH 2, please, Mr. Clerk. And then
So am I? I think that we already did.
okay, I don't remember hearing myself on there.
Okay.
And RE 1. So we'll
Yes.
get rid of the CA agenda, the public hearing agenda,
right.
and the resolution.
Okay, you do have me as a sponsor in PH 1, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, sir.
You have me also?
Yes, sir. For PH1, earlier this morning, Commissioner Croyo, Commissioner Reyes, Commissioner Watson, Commissioner
And
Diaz de la
RE2?
Portillo.
PH 2 also, correct?
Yes, sir.
Correct.
That's right.
And
Okay,
it's my understanding, Commissioner Russell, would you like to be a co-sponsor for PH2?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
all right, and which are the other items?
The other,
And RE1 is the last one I'd like for this
RE1.
batch.
Okay, let me just get in here. RE1,
yes.
okay. This is for how long on RE1?
Mr. Manager? RE1 is to establish special revenue for the Miami Homeless Assistance Program.
12 months, okay. With option to renew for 2 additional 12 months period, all right? That's fine.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
I think we're good.
That's fine, we're good. Thank you.
Is there a motion for the
A motion.
CA, PH, and RE
Motion.
agenda?
Thank you.
So move.
Thank you. So it's CA 1, 2, 3, PH 1 and 2, and RE 1. Is there any further discussion on the dais?
Nope.
Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
12 months?
The SR agenda, second reading items. If the city attorney could read all 4 items into the record, please. SR 1, 2, 3, and 4. I'm going to ask the city attorney just to read them all into the record, and then we can handle them however we like.
SR 1, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 54, Article 1, Section 54-8 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Streets and Sidewalks, in general, using street or sidewalk for display purposes, exceptions, permit, and fees, creating standards for the issuance of permits in the public right-of-way for vertical and horizontal batteries on poles, providing for both regulatory fees related to processing said permits and proprietary fees related to the use of the right-of-way for same, containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. SR 2, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 38, Article 1 of the Code of the City of Miami as amended, titled Parks and Recreation, in general by amending Section 38-18 titled Naming of Facilities at Hadley Park, more specifically, naming the football fields in Hadley Park to the Luther Campbell football fields containing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date. SR 3, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 2, Article 11, Division 2 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Administration Boards, Committees, Commissions, Standards for Creation and Review of Boards generally, more specifically by amending Section 2-887 of the City Code, titled Quorum Requirements, Exceptions, Section 2-892 of the City Code, titled Sunset Review of Boards, further adding a new Division 26 titled Miami Technology Council, stating the council's purpose, powers, duties, composition, appointment qualifications, and requirements for membership, providing for officers, rules of procedures, meetings, committees, quorum, budget, legal, and staff support, assignment of personnel, waivers, other necessary provisions, and public notice containing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date. Okay, this one's really long, SR4, so just bear with me. An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 20 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida as amended, titled Flood Damage Prevention, more particularly by amending Sections 20-1 titled Definitions, Section 20-3 titled Development in either special flood hazard areas or non-special flood areas, and Section 20-4 titled Development within special flood hazard areas to codify the North American Vertical Datum of 1988 as the applicable vertical datum for the purpose of administering the cities of Miami's flood damage prevention regulations, further amending Chapter 29 of the City Code titled Landfills and Water Improvements, more particularly by amending Section 29-81 titled Definitions, Section 2982 titled Purpose of Article, Section 2983 titled Permits for Waterfront Improvements Required, Section 29-84, same application, Section 2989 titled Design, Section 29-91 titled Construction, Section 2992 titled Materials, Section 2993 titled Review of Plans, Duty to Inspect, Section 2994 titled Procedure for Inspections, and Section 2995 titled Maintenance to establish new standards for the construction, reconstruction, and repair of seawalls, bulkheads, establishing a new minimum height of 6 feet, NAVD 88 for new and reconstructed seawalls and bulkheads citywide, providing for a variance procedure for such elevation requirement, providing for a definition and permitting construction of living shorelines, imposing a duty on private property owners to maintain seawalls and bulkheads in good repair, and to prevent tidal waters from flowing over or through substandard or damaged seawalls or bulkheads to adjacent properties and public right-of-ways, providing for enhanced penalties for property owners that fail to do the same, providing for a waiver of fees for reconstruction or substandard or damaged seawalls upon furnishing of proof of financial hardship, providing for complete mitigation of code compliance fines for property owners with substandard or damaged seawalls or bulkheads found to be in violation that undertake steps to correct those violations within the timeframe found herein, creating a new substantial repair threshold that provides for seawalls and bulkheads to be reconstructed to represent specifications promulgated by the Department of Resilience and Public Works under certain qualifying circumstances, modifying the minimum requirements and information required for permits in connection with the construction, repair, and reconstruction of seawalls and bulkheads, and providing for the complete mitigation of fines, violations related to the disrepair of such improvements upon adherence to certain prescribed timeframes, further amending Chapter 54, Section 54-46 of the City Code, titled Streets and Sidewalks, Agreement and Bond as to paving and other improvements by persons submitting plats, replats, etc., to commission to establish a new minimum height of 6 feet, NAVD 88 for new and reconstructed seawalls and bulkheads for applicable property submitted to the city's existing plating process containing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date. There was some formatting issues with regard to the title, so we're going to have to also amend a lot of spacing, just so that you know those will be changes that we need to amend.
Madam
Thank
City
you.
Attorney, I apologize. After that long reading, the manager would like to say something.
Yeah, I want to profusely
You know, I
apologize.
was going to ask, are you going to reset this?
Yeah.
I was going to ask.
So I really
We could've
apologize
done
for
that
making you
before
go
you
through
started
that. But yeah, we want to have it deferred to the March 25th meeting.
Which one you talking about?
Stop me and just tell me stop reading?
I didn't. You were on a roll. I didn't want to break up your momentum.
Which one you referring to?
This is the Seawall Ordinance, SR4.
Walter.
Now that I have to go on
Yeah.
workers' comp for not being able to
That's
read,
right.
thank you.
What, Mr. Manager is requesting a deferral of this item to what date, sir?
March 25th.
For what reason?
There's been some additional requests from certain stakeholders to address some of the language in the in the item, so we want to actually set up a couple of meetings, socialize that, take some additional feedback, and maybe come back with some
I
modifications.
agree. I saw that. There was a slew of requests coming from the Miami River Commission and river stakeholders. We may not agree to all of those requests, but I think we should give it a fair shot to really analyze it and see what we can do that comes up with a good solution. So is there a motion to defer to, did you say February or March 25th?
Move it.
March 25th.
March 25th, moved by Commissioner Reyes, seconded by the chair. Commissioner Watson?
No.
Oh, sorry. Is there any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes on SR 4, deferral to March 25th. SR 1, 2, and 3, is there a motion for those items, please?
Move it.
SR 1 is Chapter 54, Streets
I
and
have a
Sidewalks. SR 2 is Uncle Luke.
And
SR 3 is the Technology Council.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I have a simple question for the manager. The Miami Technology Council, do we have a budget for them? How much are we going to spend on it?
There is no budget currently or a funding request for a budget for that.
There's not a funding request yet?
No.
Okay, thank you.
There's been a motion by Commissioner Carollo, seconded by Commissioner Reyes. That's SR 1, 2, and 3. Is there any further discussion?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Joe Ruiz, Office of Zoning. The administration is respectfully requesting an amendment to FR1. It's a minor amendment.
FR1?
FR1.
We're only on the SRs right now, so that'll be next. We're on SR 1, 2,
my
and 3.
apologies.
No worries, Joe, thank you. Any further discussion on SR 1, 2, and 3? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Now FR1, if Joe is still around. Sorry about that.
Good afternoon once again. Again, the administration is asking for a minor amendment to FR1, just to clarify that the fences that are going to be required must comply with the City Code, Miami 21, and the Florida Building Code.
Got it. That's an amendment we need to place on the floor
Yes, please.
to the item.
And we can pass out copies if necessary.
Could you read that amendment again?
Sure. The amendment is going to state that, as it currently reads, any such fence permits required by this article shall be processed by the city on an expedited basis, and no building permit fee shall be required. The city shall complete its review and issue the fence permit within 3 business days of submission of a completed building permit application. And the new language should be inserted right after that. We'll continue to say, and all permits shall adhere to the requirements of the City Code, Miami 21, and the Florida Building Code.
This is FR1. As I understood, it only applied to District 5.
That's correct.
Yesterday, and I don't know what you rest of the commissioners think. I think that we just should extend that, make it citywide, because when we have every time that we, particularly in my district, when we have an empty lot, it becomes a dump. And right now, correct me if I'm wrong, we request or we demand that they fence it anyways, right? Isn't that the standard procedure?
We fence after demolitions. So when the vacant land is, I believe that's the current.
For all districts?
For all districts, that's right?
Ace Marrero with the Building Department. That is correct, Commissioner. That is for properties that we demolish. We go back and do fence them afterwards.
That
yes.
we demolish.
That we demolish.
So that's not standard across the board, any empty lot.
That is not correct.
Got it. So that's a specific case.
Specifically to the ones that we demolish from the unsafe structures.
I don't know what consequences we'll have, and I was talking to the city attorney, and I asked her, I said, well, she said she had an objection. She said, well, we cannot go and if the lot, it is not kept, it's not upkept, and the grass is high and all of that. If it is fenced, we cannot go in and I floated the, I don't know if it is legal or not, the idea of stating that we reserve the right after informing the owner that the lot has to be kept for us to go in, as we do with an open lot, go in and mow the lawn or clean it, whatever we have to do, and pass the cost to it. Because if we cannot do it now, you see, Mr. Watson won't be able to do it on District 5 too. Am I right or no?
Let me ask a legal question of the city attorney. What is it that preempts us from going onto a lot with a closed gate to maintain the lot?
Okay, so there is no expectation of privacy when you have a closed gate. I mean, there is an expectation of privacy when you have a closed gate, so that's what makes it difficult. We have to notice, we have to bring them to hearing, we have to then work with them to try and open up, and if anything, we've noticed them, then we can proceed to go in. In this case, this legislation historically was because the district was having a lot of deaths in these open fields. So this was more important for a life safety issue than a...
Understood. I don't think anyone's opposing the legislation as it stands. The question is about access to those lots when there is a gate.
Right, so it'll take us longer.
Let me ask though, where is expectation of privacy? Where and how is that defined? Under whose jurisdiction?
Right, so there's pretty much case law that when you have a closed gate, when you find a closed gate, you're not supposed to enter that closed gate. So we would have to go through certain
State law.
I'm sorry?
State law?
Yes, and case law.
So, and we're talking a chain link fence with no structure on it. So what privacy are we protecting? You can see through a chain link gate.
I love you, man.
No,
I love
exactly. However, there's still, when you close your property and you're not expecting people to walk onto it, there is a certain expectation. So we would have to go through a longer process to be able to go in. We'd have to cut a bolt, go in, mow, put, a lien on the property. So there's just a longer process. This could be done. I'm just telling you that it is a longer process because we have to notice and we have to gain access.
We have three issues here, and to find the balance of all three issues and how to address all three. One is life safety of people who would go to an empty lot and actually die. Two is homeless use in general, encampments on open lots. But then three, how to enforce maintenance of those lots.
That's right.
If they're closed. And so I'm not quite ready to expand the ordinance beyond into my district yet, because actually there is a negative aesthetic to chain link as well. So to create all these empty lots of chain link is not necessarily my goal either. But I want to help where we have the other issues, because my issue is unkept lots. And I want access to those lots, and I want to lien them and, send teams to keep them clean.
You might not like chain links, but in my district, most of the yards have chain links, and in Little Havana too.
Most are or are not? Are.
Huh?
They are or are not?
They are. That is. I mean, those beautiful fences that you see in all the areas, that doesn't exist in most of my. But what I have experienced, commissioners, is that every time that we had, for example, this buildings on a Flagler and almost at the corner of 27th Avenue that they were demolished. And while the lot wasn't fenced, people started dumping in there. It was a dumping place it was construction material, whatever. They were dumping in there. We asked them to fence it, but people cut the fence and then they dumped also. So we want to know is how can we avoid that? And when I read that ordinance, Commissioner Watson, that I know that has been expanded, that has been extended, I thought, well, how about if we try to keep most of the empty lots fenced in, and we will reserve the right. So, we will demand them, the owner, to fence it and keep it keep them with the clean and on the grass mowed. And if there is a way, I don't know if the city attorney could explain that or shed some light on it, that we can previously, before we go into enforcing them to fence it, that they will commit to clean it, or we will do it for them. You see, we'll reserve the right of doing it ourselves. I don't know if it is possible, but it's something that I've been thinking, because we have issues with lots that they are open and they become dump sites. You see?
Right, so based on the discussion I had with you, an option would be between first and second reading, or is this second reading right now? Give me 1 second. Okay, this is first reading, okay. So between first and second reading, some of the things that we discussed, since this is Commissioner Watson's item, was adding your district as part of this pilot, but also treating this, based on some of your suggestions, treating this like our vacant registration of empty lots process, which we would try to get owner approval or permission to be able to go in to the property if we need to be able to address any lot clearing issues.
If it's going to create so much problems, let's pass this, and then later on, if we want to add something, or we are not going to bring anything to it.
If Commissioner Watson doesn't mind, then between first and second, we can add your.
That's right. I mean, we
provision.
could analyze all the pros and cons, and then, but let's pass this. I was just throwing this idea because I know that we have a lot of problems with empty lots, that they are not very well kept, and as soon as they don't have any fence, everybody will consider that a dump site.
Right. And in a perfect world, what we would do today is just advise the potential amendments, which would be have them register under our vacant program as well, and be able to get permission from them to access the property if we need to in order to address these concerns. I just wanted to forewarn you that it might take a little longer in going into the property if we have to clean up when it's fenced up, but as long as you understand that, then we can.
Okay, let's vote on it.
So let me help you help us and help you. If in fact we notify them, right, are they still being fined until they give authorization?
Normally, when we go in for lot clearings on a property that is not fenced up, we notice them of the violation, that they have, 25 couches on their property and they need to clean it up. If they do not clean it up after we've properly noticed it, we go in and we do it for them and we lien the property. That's how it happens now.
But how are they being fined? Are they being fined monthly once they're notified?
It depends if they go through a ticketing process or if they go through a per diem process. So either or can happen through a ticket process of a one-time ticket and they were noticed, or a daily fine if it's happened a couple times and it goes to code enforcement.
But I know what my intent was. So the first thing I want to do is fine them and up the fines.
Yes.
We need money, up the fines, okay? $2,500. That'll get moving, right? I want to know how high it can go, okay, to up the fines. I checked 100 properties, 99 of which don't live in the district, okay? So I want to give that consideration. I've checked 15 lots that have C and D trailers on them. There's no construction nowhere in sight, okay? So I know Commissioner Russell, aesthetics and the fences. I don't like the fences, but I know if they put a lock on the fence, now you destroy the property valuation of the people next door, and it's still growing. I want to cut the lock, and we do what we have to do, still fine them, and they can decide whether or not they want to now leave it vacant and a hazard to everybody in that neighborhood, or they can give it to us and we can use it for affordable housing. They can decide that, but they won't decide that if it's only $500. So help me okay, and help us with the problem that exists. I've watched the video camera from police on someone else's lot. They put a fence on, no problem. And it showed. It was broken down, and they went in there and they started selling drugs. And the guy complied. So he should not be fined, and we'll figure out another way. But there's a problem, and more particular in this district than others, relative to this. And so I'm trying to figure out how we do that, where it's defensible, and still make these people who don't live in the district, because they're not trying to help the district, do something different than what they're doing.
I think that some of the things that Commissioner Carollo has brought up in the past is to have more of an enforcement on the littering task force and those things, to
Yes.
actually capture those people that do that and not necessarily penalize the owner of the property. However, sometimes it's absent landlords, so you have to have that balance. To the extent that we already do fine people for having overgrown lots, having properties ridden with debris and couches and mattresses and what have you, that already happens. I know that we have a little bit of a backlog in code enforcement because of the pandemic, but I think that's all ramping up. But we already have a system by which we can take properties to code enforcement, but I think that part of Commissioner Carollo's request was to ramp up our littering task force, for lack of a better description.
Okay.
I know it could be.
And I want to help fund it, so let me do this. Let's see if we can do it this way. Pass this 4-5. I like to amend that fine and up it, increase it, and then give the manager directive to come back, study, so we can see how it affects the other districts and what then should happen, and then we'll also have that included for 5. Does that make sense?
You want to amend the fine?
Yeah, I want to amend that fine.
Okay, so the amounts that you're suggesting may not be allowed pursuant to Florida statute, but we will work
Okay.
on maybe instead taking a lot of these more to code enforcement
Yes.
versus just a simple ticket,
And
but
I
that
won't-
could be done by the code enforcement
Okay.
department
All right.
as well.
And then for the purposes of Commissioner Race's district and Commissioner Carollo's and for most likely Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla, we can direct the manager to come back and now see what makes sense for these districts so that it does not negatively affect what we're trying to do, but allows them to be able to have more enforcement as well. Okay? Does that work?
Yes, so for now, just to be clear, for now, we're going to pass this as is, or can we work on some of those
Well,
amendments?
this is first reading, so you're going to
Yes.
come back.
So we can work on the amendments that we
Okay,
discussed?
that's fine.
Okay.
Yes.
And
Couple,
then,
Does that
couple
work?
questions. Madam City Attorney, I would like to know if there is something that we could create by resolution or ordinance that eliminates the expectation of privacy where we have mandated chain link
Yeah.
fencing around an empty lot.
That's what I was saying.
There is no reasonable expectation of privacy, and if we are mandating the
it's a
fencing.
trespass. We're
sorry?
trespassing on somebody's property.
But we're
if
trespassing
it's-
if there's no fence, aren't we?
It's a little different.
Why is it different with a fence versus no fence?
There's, as I said, there's a heightened expectation of privacy when you have a fence around your property.
So there's nothing we could write that would supersede that and eliminate the expectation of privacy on a chain link fence that we have mandated on an empty lot.
Yeah.
Right, so that is why the suggestions that Commissioner Reyes has suggested about adding the component of the vacant registration ordinance that we have and having the owner allow us to
That's right.
register them,
That
get
should
some
solve it. Okay.
permission,
I apologize. I
put a
didn't catch
little
that.
sign up saying no trespassing, City of Miami can enforce our trespassing, all those things that we have in our vacant registration ordinance have some of that component in here so we can address it. I just wanted to warn you that it may just take a little longer to be able to secure the permissions to then go in there, but they may just give it to us and it'll work out and it'll be a better scenario. And then we can work on Commissioner Watson's suggestion that these go to code enforcement and be per diem fines, the code enforcement board, versus just ticketing, that it could be just a little more ramped up enforcement. And then Commissioner Carollo's suggestion as well will deal with Commissioner Watson's
Mr.
concern.
Marrero, I have a question maybe you can help me with, and this is related. Chain link fences around empty lots where people are using them as construction staging sites. That's illegal, correct? If it's not zoned for that and they don't have that use accepted for that, can companies come in and when they're building on another lot, come and use someone else's empty lot, even if they have their permission? Can they use that as a staging site and fill it with construction equipment?
They can ask for a permission to use as a staging lot, as a, if they come in and ask for that permission
From whom? From the owner or from us?
from us.
Okay. So if they don't have that permission, and they're just doing that,
They may come in to use a particular empty lot for example, they can use it for parking for the construction site, in which case we may place, specific requirements on how that site has to be secured. Typically, we may require not only the typical chain link fence, but also a film to be applied to that particular fence for additional protection. But they need to come in and ask for that permission
and that's
from the
decided
city.
from the building department.
They say,
Who decides who gets those permissions? Here's why I'm asking. So we have some lots in my district that are doing
to
exactly,
the temporary occupancy permit.
they get a temporary occupancy permit.
Yeah.
And if they don't have that, it's a simple code violation with a small fine.
All of that gets reviewed as part of the issuance of that.
Yeah, I believe that's happening in a way in my district that is, has a negative impact on the surrounding neighborhood. It's residential, yet because there's an empty lot there, construction companies are using it as a staging site, trucks and workers and garbage and materials and everything. And if they're doing that without permission, yet just getting hit with a daily fine, that's just a cost of business for them.
Right, that's my concern.
I was wondering if the ordinance we recently passed, allowing us to issue a stop work order for those who violate the code, if this would apply to that ordinance. And obviously, it's two separate lots, like you've got them violating the code on one lot to benefit their construction on another lot.
It's at the end of the day, when they get that TO, a temporary occupancy certificate, it's a benefit.
And they're
Just
legit.
as they get the benefit, it can be taken away.
Yeah.
So
No, I'm looking for those who did not get that benefit but are doing so illegally.
if they're doing it illegally, then we should be able to come in and obviously,
Well, citing them is not doing it. These are very large, wealthy developments that are paying a daily small fine on a lot that they're violating.
Right.
I would like to know if the recent ordinance we passed would allow to issue a stop work order until they comply with the code.
but is there construction going on in this site that we can issue a stop
So
work
it's,
order?
the construction's not on the site where the violation is.
Right.
The construction's happening somewhere not far away, but there's certainly, that operator is certainly violating the code with that site that they're using as a staging area. So maybe it's a legal analysis question of how far we can go with that, but I'd like to take a look at that. It's slightly related to this ordinance. I didn't mean to take us on a tangent, but we can talk about that. I don't see it.
No, actually you didn't, Mr. Chair. I think that part of the problem that we have sometimes is there's holes in different things that we do, and so they're not viewed unilaterally to understand how to not let somebody get by. Look, here's the thing. If you have a vacant lot and you don't have a permit to do anything or something to that effect, then you should be able to get a fence. Because once you get a fence, then it's a privacy issue. If you're doing something, then okay, fine. But if you just want to put a fence around a lot that you're not going to use, then that fee for doing it should be higher. Now, you're going to decide whether or not you pay $2 to cover up a lot, and now it's private. And you put a lock on it, 6 feet of grass, right? If an inspector just drives by sight and it's a foot high, then we can cut and send you a bill, okay? So some things we have to look at that's going to allow you guys more of an opportunity with less people and us to look at it so that we can help you along the way relative to how we're trying to deal with this, because it's an issue. And it goes to the whole issue of beautiful Miami. If you got a whole bunch of empty lots in the core of the city, then it's a problem. And so we do something over here, but it's against this, and then can't help you because now someone has been able to do that, like you're saying. So if the construction guy is dumping on somebody else's without authorization to do it, stop the construction and fine him more. He'll move it or do what he's supposed to do. And then the win is we don't have the problems that we have. So it really wasn't a tangent.
Thank you. So first reading is good as written, or do you need an amendment?
Well,
No. I'm just going to make a comment. Madam City Attorney, you said the permission to go in, I mean, you're going to, it could, I mean, it's a suggestion. But at the time, when they're going to build a fence, they need a permit. At the time of permitting, that's what permit, we should get a permission to go in if they don't keep it. I mean, and if it is overgrown or they don't get rid of any trash or whatever, or debris that had been thrown in there. So we can get the permission from them when they are. And I have another question. This is a personal question, sir. Mr. Sherman, what do you have against chain link things?
When someone intends it for their home, I have no problem. When it's unattended chain link fence around an empty lot that's bent and torn, I hate it.
No, I don't want my neighbors and my people from the district first to start disliking you. No.
So you want us to pass this, Madam City Attorney, with the language that's been substituted, and then on second reading, we'll have the amendments and look-see so we can make it uniform?
right, so just so that we're clear, you already had a substitution that expanded it to District 5. Between first and second, there's going to be the changes as discussed with Commissioner Reyes and the amendment that was requested by Chief Ruiz, that it complies with Miami 21.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Madam City Attorney, could you read both FR1 and FR2 into the record, please? And we'll get to both of them, I promise.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
I hope.
FR1, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 10, Article 9, Section 10-134 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, titled Buildings Fence Requirements for Overtown Sunset by extending the sunset provision containing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date. The substitution is for District 5, and then based on the amendments that we've heard, we'll come back with those amendments for second reading. Then on FR2, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 17, Article 1 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida is amended entitled Environmental Preservation, Tree Protection in General. Chapter 17, Article 2 of the City Code titled Environmental Preservation Districts, and Chapter 23, Article 1 of the City Code titled Historic Preservation, more specifically by amending Section 17-2 titled Definitions, Section 17-8 titled Appeals, Appellate Fees, Section 17-26 titled Definitions, Section 1731 titled Environmental Preservation Districts, Section 17-33 titled Removal of Trees and Development Activity within Environmental Preservation Districts, Section 23-2 titled Definitions, Section 23-4 titled Designation of Historic Resources, Historic Districts, Multiple Property Designations, and Archaeological Sites and Zones, Section 23-6 titled Transfer of Development Rights and Density for Historic Resources, Provision for Determination of Eligibility Process and Special Provisions for Resources within the Miami Modern Maimo Biscayne Boulevard Historic District, prohibiting certain uses and establishing a 35-foot height limit, Section 23-6.2 titled Certificates of Appropriateness, to specifically provide a definition of intervener and an opportunity for intervener status for certain public hearings related to environmental preservation and historic preservation matters, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
Thank you very much. Is there a motion on FR1 and FR2?
FR1 and FR2.
So move.
Moved by Commissioner Watson, second by the chair.
Thank you.
No amendments, correct, on FR1? Is there any further comment?
FR1 is as substituted and will be amended.
Thank you, and will be amended, yes.
And wait a minute. This is chapter 17, environment. Which one is the intervening status?
This one, FR2.
FR2. I have a little problem with it. I think it's too broad. I think it provides intervening status to anybody, even if you have any, you're affected or not. You see? And according to what I've been looking at, you see the courts, they take into consideration proximity to the area that is going to be there's going to be a code change or whatever it is, and I think that we should limit that to a certain area, 500 feet, 1,000 feet, something like that, because I believe that if we leave it too broad, we're going to have anybody that lives in Homestead and parks the car under a tree by your house is going to come and say, hey, listen, I'm affected by this because the shade of that tree, that it is going to be knocked down because of this development. I mean, I feel that I'm affected by it.
Yeah.
You see, I think intervener is very serious. You see, and by having the way that it is too broad.
So,
I
Commissioner.
believe that we should limit, and I agree that we should provide intervening status to most people that can, but people that are really affected.
Makes sense.
You see?
Do you think, because this is meant to match the intervener status that we already have in
Yes,
Miami 21, so do you feel that's too broad as well?
yes, sir.
Got it. So really, there's an overhaul needed to intervener status as a whole to make it more specific and clear and more objective and less.
More objective.
Yes, I agree with you. I don't know exactly what those specifications are, but I think between first and second, we can clarify
Absolutely.
directly what they are. And then, Madam City Attorney, on second reading, could we also adjust intervener status for the Miami 21 side of things as well, or is that a separate ordinance?
That would be a separate ordinance.
So why don't we pass this and then bring a separate ordinance singularly having to do with intervener clarification?
Right. Obviously, we will do whatever the commission wants. It's just, we know the issues that the Miami 21 ordinance has as written, and
Yep.
we would not like to pass legislation that's exactly the same and has the same issues. So we had suggested for additional criteria to make the intervener status a little tighter, and so that the commission would not have to spend several hours trying to determine what that criteria is, longer than usually the average hearing lasts.
Yep.
So with that said, we will do whatever you like. However,
Thank
since
you.
we're here with this ordinance, it would be nice to fix it, and then we could deal with the rest that we.
So the objective of the ordinance is to create a level playing field between the two, because right now there's an inconsistency between PZAB hearings and HEP board hearings.
That's right.
Now, if we create a higher criteria on one than the other at different timing, I'm open to creating a higher criteria, but I'd like to do it as simultaneous as possible for both Miami 21 and HEP board, for PZAB and HEP board. So either way, it doesn't happen right now. It happens between first and second. I think we're open to suggestions, but we don't have the exact answers yet. I'd say let's pass it.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I know what you mean, higher criteria, but within a limit,
Yeah,
within certain parameters.
yes.
Not open like this, you see, let's say that
Little closer to the microphone, please.
okay, let's say that I hear that something is going to happen in the Northeast. A building is going to be knocked down or whatever. And I'm not directly affected by it.
Yeah.
Only because I like the building. But intervening is because you have, there is some effect that you are going to suffer, or you're going to do it by certain action. You see, and you're expressing that you are being affected by this action, whatever it's
Got it. I'm open to taking it up on second reading and then
That's right.
getting Miami 21 and PZAB aligned as quickly as
That's
possible.
right.
So if you could bring an ordinance change for that as well. But I think from a policy perspective, we have to discuss, and maybe right now is not the moment, but exactly what those criteria
What
are.
does those criteria are?
I'm sorry, what? Oh, got it, we're maintaining quorum. All right, so I think we're good then for now, and there's
Yes.
direction to the
First
city
reading,
attorney.
I'm willing to go, and let me tell you, and I even stated this to the mayor, and I said, I won't go with it unless we have certain parameters. You see, said, who has the right for intervening status?
Agreed. Agreed.
Okay?
So is there a motion for FR1 and FR2? Did we already do that? We already have it.
What did
Thank you.
I think we
apologize.
did FR1, right?
No, we did them both.
Both, and
With regard to this item, Commissioner, I just wanted to point out that remember that for Miami 21, we have to go to PZAB, so it won't be as concurrent as you sounded, hopeful that it would happen. So with regard to this, so.
As quickly and concurrently as possible.
Right. So I just wanted to point that out, and then we'll work with the mayor's office because, it is their item, and even though we have proposed language, we still have to work with them
Yes.
to address it. So maybe between now and then, we'll also give all of you the proposed language, and then you could discuss it better in second reading.
Thank you very much. And I'm co-sponsoring FR2. I think I'm already listed as that. Is there any further discussion on FR1 and FR2? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. I'd like to bring FR2 back for second reading on February 25th, please.
okay.
Thank you. Boards and committees.
Boards and committees.
Thank you, Chair. BC4, Bayfront Park Management Trust, Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla would be appointing Mercedes Rodriguez.
Is there a motion, please?
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Reyes, second by Commissioner Watson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
BC9, Commission on the Status of Women and Quality of Life Committee, Commissioner Watson will be appointing Constance Gilbert.
Is there a motion, please?
So move.
Moved by Commissioner Watson,
Second.
second by Commissioner Reyes. All in favor say aye.
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 Motion passes.
BC21, Virginia Key Advisory Board, Commissioner Reyes will be appointing Monty Traynor to the Commission at-large seat.
Very nice. Is there a motion, please?
Move it.
Moved by Commissioner Reyes,
Second.
second by Commissioner Watson. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
That concludes the boards and committees. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I'd like to move to the PZ agenda. PZ1 is T624B. There was some discussion from Commissioner Diaz-Portilla about seeking a deferral, but he's not here right now. So let's take up PZs 2 and 3, please. Land use and zoning for 3301 Rickenbacker Causeway. Is there anyone presenting on this item, or is there a motion?
Commissioner,
Yes.
Mr. Chair, what about the discussion items?
I was going to come back to those.
Oh, you're going to come back to them? Okay.
The Z1 and 2 are companion items, right?
PZ 2 and 3
2
are
and 3
companion
companion
items.
items?
2 and 3, this is Jungle Island rezoning.
But
Well,
no,
it's
but no,
the-
but no,
Mr.
no, 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 no,
Commissioner
no.
Reyes has some thoughts.
Right, it's the no net loss.
No
Correct.
net loss.
Mr.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. I had an extensive conversation with the city attorney, and I want to repeat what you said, what you told me during our conversation, Madam City Attorney, about the uniqueness of this using this property for to comply with not the laws, that it cannot be duplicated by any other project.
So we had extensive conversations on this, and I think that the planning director is the best one to advise how this particular no net loss situation is not, how it's unique and how it would be or not be utilized in the future.
Good afternoon, Cesar Garcia Pons, Planning Director. Commissioner, I have a presentation that can maybe explain it, but I'll try to do it in words first, and if that doesn't work, we can do some graphics.
Well, you see, although I'm very visual, but I like for you to state for the records, that state for the records that this, the same condition that exists now, it is impossible to be duplicated in the city of Miami to suffice any not net loss for any other project.
So what we discussed in this particular case for Jungle Island is the Hobie Beach property at 3301 Rickenbacker Causeway is going to be the receiving property. We're going to designate a piece of property that is currently undesignated. In this particular case, Jungle Island, the area that needs to be mitigated for no net loss is 5.38 acres, which is currently on top of an existing parking structure. So technically, the new hotel structure is going to be on top of an existing hardscape area and will not be encroaching into a park. So we're going to lose 0 green space as part of this application. The mitigating receiving site for that, the no net loss site for that, is currently a county-owned property that is undesignated, that currently functions as a park. We have pictures of it, but everyone's familiar with it as you drive by, runners, joggers, dogs, sailboats.
I know, I had parked there many times.
So in the future, you know, in the future, what we're looking to do as far as any future applications is, because of the no net loss policy as written in the comprehensive plan, references our parks master plan. And the intent of the parks master plan is to improve the level of service for our residents. So what we're doing going forward is, if a piece of property is currently functioning as a park, if it looks like a park, it acts like a park, people use it as a park, we will not be accepting it as a no net loss property. So
Okay. That's a change you're proposing. That hasn't happened yet.
It's something that we have been working with since I got here and since before, is that the intent is to, again, improve the park's level of service so that a piece of property that is currently acting as a park will not be designated as a park for no net loss. We want to improve the park service to the residents. So any new piece of property could be vacant, it could be city-owned, it could be county-owned, it could be anything. It just can't be a current park that we're just redesignating and changing the name. If it's not a park, it's eligible. If it's currently used as a park,
Define. If it's an empty piece of land where some people go and play a pickup soccer game, but we have no amenities there, is it a park?
No, if it's functioning as a park in some official capacity.
In an official capacity?
In official capacity.
Okay.
That's the word.
Because these are very clear terms you're making, and it has consequences, obviously. And so I want to know I want to know how that applies to this particular application, because it seems that we are taking an existing park and designating it as a park.
And that is something that was done previously to what we're doing. So my understanding is, in this particular case, because of the specificity of the applicant having a piece of hardscape that is not encroaching into the green space in Jungle Island, it was decided that this would suffice.
Understood. In my opinion, the spirit and the letter of the no net loss policy is honored here. We are not losing park space, and we are not gaining park space. It's a wash. And so I'm okay with this. But I think what Commissioner Reyes is really asking is, does this create a precedent, or can this be repeated, is what was his question. And I think that's what he'd like you to address.
And
Absolutely.
I'm sorry if it wasn't clear, the answer is we would not be looking to accept any property that currently functions as a park. In this particular case, since the county uses it a park and it's undesignated, we would not like to do this going forward. We're not accepting.
But you as a department are okay in your analysis?
In this case?
Yes.
Yes, because of the situation.
Because we're not losing a park with the other side.
That is
We're
correct.
not losing anything. We're not losing green space. I know, Commissioner, that and I learned that from you the first time that I came here, that you are very much into maintaining green space and maintaining our parks. You see, and as a matter of fact, increasing our green space. And you know the way I feel about green space, and I want to make clear that if we lose a piece of any park, that they cannot come in and say, oh, you know, in Hialeah, there is a park that we are going to designate it as a City of Miami Park. You understand?
I do.
You see, that's what I don't want.
Thank you. Are you satisfied for PZ 2 and 3 then?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm satisfied with that. And to the record, this is not going to be duplicated. Right?
We're not going to be accepting a.
You will not be accepting any other area that is being used as a park
Currently.
to comply with the not net loss. Because, okay?
Thank you. I'll take that as a motion.
Yes, sir.
Moved by Commissioner Reyes, seconded by Commissioner Russell. That's for PZ 2 and 3. Do you need to read it into the record? Sorry, Commissioner, this is Jungle Island, no net loss.
Here, this is on first reading.
If I'm not mistaken.
Yes, sir,
it's-
it is first reading.
It is, that is right.
But here's the little problem that I'm having. They're supposed to pay up some money. Where's that at?
I am unaware, maybe the applicant?
We have someone who may have an answer for that
Yeah,
question.
I mean, I'm glad you brought that up because they made a commitment last time, right?
But,
Oh, yes, they're not past second reading on their other items
It's that
either.
second reading, that's right.
Yep.
But just to clarify, from that perspective, they are supposed to. This was to bring both of them in line at the same time
For second reading.
for second, and then they're supposed to pay before second. So you
Well,
are correct.
the first thing I said was, this is first reading.
Yeah.
But I want to find out where we're at with the money that we discussed last time that you
Sure.
would pay. Not all that you owe us, but particular amount.
Yes, sir. I'd
Good
be happy
afternoon.
to.
You recognized. If you'd give us your name, please, and who you represent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Spencer Crowley, 98 Southeast 7th Street. In the time since the last commission hearing, we've been working with Mr. Burns and the DREAM staff to come up with the exact amount due. I can go through the entire breakdown, but essentially, we owe $804,190. And it's taken a little time to make sure we're on the same page with DREAM with respect to that number. And we intend to make that payment prior to second reading, as we discussed at the last meeting. So that will be prior to February 25th.
Okay? Mr. Burns,
February 22nd?
25th.
Whatever the second
The
hearing
meeting is 25th.
the amount that I heard last time was around 900,000. I'm hearing about 100,000 less now. Who's correct in the amount?
Mr. Burns, you recognize.
Mark Burns, lease manager with the Department of Real Estate and Asset Management. What wasn't taken into consideration when we spoke last was some credits that are due as a result. They're a part of the lease agreement. Some damages that were done as a result of Hurricane Irma. There was a dispute as to who was responsible for the repairs, and in such, when we did the amendment to the agreement, we added that as a responsibility of the lessee, and part of it was that we were going to give them credits towards their rent. So that's where the discrepancy came from. So while we were doing these back and forth discussions, some of the information that was required, release of liens, canceled checks, all these things, once those were provided, we then said, yes, you're eligible for the credit, and that is given to you.
Okay. Can you tell us what exactly we gave him credit for that we were responsible for?
So so basically, it's the area, the seawall area, if you want to call it. It wasn't really a seawall. It was like a fence and a retaining wall, and there was a lot of erosion that took place. And when the original lease was done, the lease line, it didn't go specifically to the water's edge. And then, as time goes on, the water erodes and things happen. So the lease line kind of went in and out, in my opinion. I'm not an attorney, and I'm not a surveyor either. But from when we did speak with attorneys, surveyors, all these different, it looked like in certain areas, the lease line kind of would go in and out of the fence. So it was kind of a shared responsibility. It was like a loose end that needed to be tied up. So when we redid the amendment, we said, we'll we'll come up with a portion, we'll credit you for a portion of these repairs to basically stabilize our waterfront and, put in riprap, and they're putting in things so that there won't be as much erosion in the future, and we'll give you a credit upon your rent. That was the reasoning behind it.
Okay, and how are we, or how are they going to repair if we're giving them a credit?
I can't hear you, sir, I apologize.
How is it going to be repaired so this won't happen again? And who's going to repair it?
Riprap, mangroves, things of that, natural barriers over there is what's being installed.
We could send you a copy of the plans. I have a sheet here of the plans that were used to restore the riprap. So, basically it's placing large boulders on that shoreline to prevent further erosion, like the erosion that was experienced during Hurricane Irma.
Okay. All right. That's fine. So your client knows well that
Yes, sir.
this is on first reading. They're coming back together, and we expect to be paid and an agreement signed in blood that you're going to make the monthly payments.
Understood.
And no coming back for any more excuses on the monthly payments.
Understood.
Okay?
Thank you.
All right?
Thank you.
Thank you. There's been a motion, there's been a second on PZ 2 and 3. Read into the record, please.
PZ2, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending ordinance number 10544 as amended the future land use map of the Miami Comprehensive Neighborhood Plan pursuant to small-scale permanent amendment procedures subject to section 1633187 Florida statutes by changing the future land use designation from undesignated to public parks and recreation of approximately 9 acres described herein of real property located at approximately 3301 Rickenbacker Causeway, Miami, Florida, as more particularly described in Exhibit A, attached and incorporated, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date. PZ3, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending the zoning atlas of ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended by changing the zoning classification from undesignated to CS civic space of approximately 9 acres of real property located at 3301 Rickenbacker Causeway, Miami, Florida, as more particularly described in Exhibit A, attached and incorporated, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
Is there any further discussion? All in favor of the item say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes on PZ 2 and PZ 3. Thank you very
all.
much.
See you next meeting.
And now, Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla, we did not do it Tallahassee style. You were not here, but we did not pass it without you.
I've been watching on television from my office. I've been watching you very carefully, Mr. Chair.
Tell me I'm wrong, though, in Tallahassee.
In Tallahassee, sir, I would have passed it. When Commissioner Carollo and Commissioner and I were down in the days, that's what we would have done over there. But it's a different, more collegial body, I hear, so it's a better thing to do it this way.
Yes, so Commissioner Reyes and I were the original ones bumping heads on this ordinance, this change of zoning for inclusionary. And I believe we've come to a happy medium with the 100 AMI for workforce housing level. I understand you've got some hopes to potentially make it stronger for our workforce, and I'm happy to hear those for sure. So I do want to get it moving quickly, though, because the 4 towers that are there now were not there 5 years ago, and they are because of this ordinance in its initial form. We did it one by one, and that's got to have at least produced 400 units of workforce housing in that area, both for ownership and rental. So I really want to get going on this. I think the Omni area is the greatest opportunity for workforce housing for us in mass numbers over the next couple of years.
Let me tell you, well, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Commissioner Correa.
What I'd like to find out is the following. By us giving this increase that we're giving in ordinance, what percent are we getting back from each of these projects in this so-called workforce housing?
Mr. Garcia-Ponce, do you have the analysis you did on T624B? Do you have that handy?
14%.
This is exactly what we asked for.
Yeah, but I'm
going
to bring something else up.
Yeah.
That I want to move forward with it, but I want to do it maybe in a different way
Okay.
than what you're foreseeing. And it's a way that I think we will come out much more on top, because if you all would go back to what I stated at the last meeting, workforce housing is the biggest fraud that's been put upon us, I think, in the city.
Exactly.
What percent of an increase are we given in percentages of buildable square feet in all these projects by what we're doing compared to the zoning that they had before?
Thank you, Commissioner. So currently under T624A, the FLR is a 7.
Yeah, but all that is Chinese to me, even though
He's getting there. He's
I
getting
do understand a little Mandarin. But I want square feet that, the layperson can begin to understand it more.
So
Even though we got a lot of people that do it in meters in Miami now, but I prefer square feet. That's how I was taught in Chicago and then in Miami in school.
And then value it in Bitcoin.
So the,
Well, then we'll all go broke.
to finish that thought, is the FLR to T624B would be a 16. So the difference between the two, as far as the ratio, is 7 to 16. As far as the specific floor area, it depends on the parcel. Are you asking about in the totality of the neighborhood or for a project?
Project.
That's not,
Commissioner,
I'm
give him
sorry.
a for example.
And then that's not completely accurate. That's not completely accurate.
Well,
There's a-
plus bonus.
Hold on.
Yes, sir.
Plus bonus. That's why it's not completely accurate. So it's really 7 to 21 because it's 30% bonus when you get to the 16. Right?
It's the,
So it's really a threefold increase, right, in FLR.
there's a bonus for the 7 and there's a bonus for the 16.
Correct.
So it's the same bonus for both. So you can, there'll be more, there'll be the differential between a 30% off 7 and 30% off 16, but they
Right.
both have a bonus structure.
But from the least they can do to the most they can do, it goes from 7 to 21.
7 with no bonus, but they are allowed to get a bonus.
Right.
So it'll be 7 and 30%, so whatever 30% of that is,
Yeah.
to 21.
2.1.
Let's put it in numbers.
Yeah.
Hypothetical 1-acre site, T624A. What can you do?
I wish I would have had a calculator.
Is that a good way to consider it, Commissioner?
That's,
Yeah, that's much better. I'm glad you're thinking that way. Simple.
The previous,
Because sometimes I feel with these guys with T24, T6, C5, that it's
But-
either a game of football that maybe is Canadian football, not what I played, American football, or, those 3 little cups that you've got to find where they put the bean and they go like this and they move it around.
Or your service.
I feel like this is what they're doing to us.
the planning department previously described it to me by stacking croquetas.
Well,
And that's how they explained FLR addition, and it was a significant increase, but that's what you're gonna see. This is a significant give.
I'm going to answer as I type it into the calculator. With the 2624A, which is
2624.
A, letter A, the FLR is at 7. On 1 acre, it'll be 304,920 square feet.
Okay, 304,000.
920.
920
920 that
Square feet.
square feet that that they could build
Based on-
originally, or they were given them to build.
This is what they currently have.
That's
Okay,
what
all right,
bonuses are.
currently, okay. Now we're talking English.
So
Okay.
in this one, they're allowed to get a bonus of 30%. So that number would be, if they choose to take the bonus, it would be 396,396.
397.
So if we take the same lot area, the same acre, times the new floor FLR is 16, the base development amount would be 696,960 square feet.
396,960.
696,000.
696.
696.
More than double.
So they're about doubling.
More than double.
696,960.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Plus the bonus.
So that's
Plus the
what we're-
bonus. No, plus the bonus.
Which is now.
Yeah, but let me just make sure I understand it. we went from 304, 920, but they could still get a few bonuses and go to 396, 397, you're saying?
Yes, sir.
But that's with different bonus. So what we're approving today is 696, 960.
As
If
the
we approve
base.
it, on 1 acre.
Plus 30%.
Plus additional bonus on that. Okay, so give me the additional one.
It's 906,000
906,000
and 6,048.
and 48. That's including the bonuses.
That is the bonus, correct?
You mean, hold on. That's 696, 960 plus the bonus equals 906?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. Whoa.
So just under tripling, no, just about tripling, right? I remember seeing
Yep.
3 croquetas in the
That's
analysis.
about right.
Okay, here's the way that I feel we should be doing this. I don't mind going higher there, but look, this workforce housing. They want to do workforce housing, or if they want to do whatever they want to do there, they want to sell more luxury condominiums, that's all fine. But you know what? Don't tell me you're going to pay me by X% of workforce housing. If you exercise your right to go more, I want cash, good US dollar. I might consider the euro, but I prefer the dollar. No Bitcoins, no winks, no smirks, dollars. No workforce housing. So what I am proposing is what I've been speaking about from day one here, and the previous planning director was supposed to be working it out. I don't know what happened. We come up with a percentage that we get them to pay us. No workforce housing, we'll build it ourselves, or moderate income housing, or low income housing, or whatever we want to call it. We build it ourselves, but they got to pay us. And we'll approve this FAR, but instead of workforce housing, there's going to be a cash number attached to the percentage.
So, Commissioner, I think for a long time, this has been our discussion between inclusionary versus.
If I may, I'm sorry, you go ahead and then recognize me because I have some points to make too that kind of piggyback on the Commissioner Carollo.
Absolutely.
Because
But
I was the one that raised the objection to this, and I think Commissioner Carollo is 100% correct. But it goes beyond that, because we really need to explain what's really happening here. And whenever you finish, just
Thank you.
recognize me.
I'm
Thank you,
definitely in
sir.
agreement that they need to give us more, and they can give us more. But the philosophy of inclusionary zoning versus taking the money and building elsewhere, I would like to compromise with you on that, because it's a philosophy I believe in, and I don't want to send affordable housing away from the center of the city. I would love to have it as close to transit and everything as much as
we
possible.
won't. Remember that we have something at our disposal. It's called eminent domain. So if you want it right next door to them, we could look at that possibility to see what we could buy.
But that's very expensive. This is their land, their project, and they're willing to put workforce or below housing
Yeah,
in it.
but Ken,
They're not
look,
willing to do
I
anything.
think you mean, well.
They're not willing to do
I'm not
anything.
questioning where you're coming from, because I think you're really trying to do something that's good for the city.
Well, why don't we do a hybrid?
Let's discuss it. I'm willing to listen, but the problem here is that we've been getting, in plain English, and I apologize for not being politically correct, plainly screwed for years with this BS workforce housing. We have no one to supervise it, even if they would give it to us. And then even if they would, the difference is so little between market rate and workforce housing for a 2-bedroom. And that's if they're willing to do it for a few years. But if they don't, we really don't have the personnel to enforce it. If we can't even collect the garbage correctly, that's why I spend my whole lunchtime basically today in making sure that a good section of one street was cleaned up because of what was not picked up today, no one's going to tell me that we're going to be able to be on top of this. So what I am talking about is that, hey, I'm all for it. They're going to make a lot of money in this, a lot of money. You know, be fair, share it with the city so that we could build more affordable housing that the bulk of our people could afford it. Because all this workforce housing, it's not going to be people from Liberty City, Little Haiti, Overtown, Little Havana, Alapata, Flagami, etc., that are going to be going to it. They're going to be coming from other parts of the country, like New York, like Boston, like Chicago, like California, other parts of Florida, other parts of Miami-Dade County. And these are the people that are going to come, not our people. And then our neighborhoods that are hurting, the people there stay the same or worse. And these are the people that we have a responsibility to make their lives better, to get them out of the poverty in the way they're living in, by helping them. And we could do it. The problem is that all these developers are a bunch of greedy son of a guns, and they think we're all a bunch of suckers up there, that with just a little bit of money, throwing it here in a campaign, throwing it there, that all these sucker politicians are going to bend over and give us whatever we want. And hey, if you don't do it, we're coming after you in the next election, and we're going to finance a candidate against you. And this is what's been going on for too many years. And what I'm saying is, let's break out of that box we're in. Let's do something different for our people, and let's get money in hand. Let him make additional profit in more units. But let him share that with the city so that we can then get into housing the people that could never afford to get in their so-called workforce housing. And that's all that I'm saying, Ken, that there has to be equity and fairness in this process. How in the heck am I going to give someone 200% in addition to what they are allowed to build now with a promise of workforce housing that ain't going to make a difference to the people that live in the city of Miami? And you know that while we have some very expensive areas in Miami, the bulk of Miami is not like that. The bulk of Miami is a humble, poor city. And, you know, we have to stop doing business the way we've been doing it. I'm in favor, fine. They want to go, all the way up where you need gas to breathe on, fine. But whatever you're going to sell that for, that extra 200% that we're giving them, share with us. I'm not asking for 200% in return, but there has to be a medium. If we're going to give them 2/3 more, let's get at least 1/3 of, for them to pay us and what they're going to gain. At least 25%. That's fair. And, we have to find a way of doing this.
Thank you. Commissioner Diaz-Portillo and then Commissioner Reyes.
Yep. Let me take it a step back and talk a little bit about the 4 buildings you spoke about, which are the Melo buildings that they developed there.
Yes.
Okay. Those 4 buildings was an ordinance that was created, T624B. That deal was a deal that was 140 AMI.
Yes.
And that 140 AMI is above the market rate for that area in Miami. It is.
My understanding is $200 below market, so but close. We're not far off.
Thanks to Commissioner Reyes, who passed a different ordinance that brought it to 100, he makes this, or at least at the beginning, it seems more palatable, because now it's 100 AMI. But this is 119 folios, 119 parcels. This is the last area in downtown, the last part of the urban core, where there's going to be a 33-acre park, the underdeck, under the Signature Bridge, that's going to connect the southern part of downtown to the northern part, And it's going to create an environment where we actually have workforce housing. If you do a wholesale rezoning, this becomes, even at 100 AMI, because Commissioner Carollo is correct, they have to do a heck of a lot more. You're almost tripling your square footage. You're giving them way more than they need to make a lot of money on the back end, and we get screwed. This, as this is written today, this is the biggest giveaway to developers in the history of the city of Miami since I've been following politics in the city of Miami. This is changing, wholesale change of 119 folios in an area that's the last remaining area of downtown Miami, that there's space available for what? Parks, for affordable housing, for real workforce housing. And the only requirement in the ordinance that you passed, Commissioner, Chairman, was that they have 14% of workforce housing. So you're tripling their ability to build units, and you're only requiring 14%. And you're not requiring, like Commissioner Carollo said, okay, I say we do 25%, 21%, but more than 14. And I say, like Commissioner Carollo says, let them give us some money, and we want to build this somewhere else. But this, the way it's written, it's just a whole bunch of landowners. It encourages, not developers, so the purpose of a CRA is to redevelop slum and blighted areas. This is a haven for flippers and speculators. They get it rezoned, and they turn around, and they sell it for a higher price to someone who may or may not develop it. Because once it's rezoned, all of a sudden something that's worth $5 million is worth $7 million, because now it's 3 times the number of units. And they have no intention. I'm not saying all, I think it's like 60-something owners total or something like that. Not all of them, maybe some of them really want to develop. But most of them, if I were them, if I were not a greedy developer, just a developer, I would say, heck, now this is sold at this rate. Now I can sell for, I can make $2 million more. And the area remains the same. Nothing happens. The way this is written, today, in my opinion, this has to go back to the table. We have to look at whether they're going to give us dollars for an affordable housing fund, whether we're going to require a higher percentage of workforce housing in the units. I agree with Commissioner Carollo. I don't care if they go up 70 stories, but give me 200 units that are workforce housing units. Don't go up 30 stories and give me, 15 units and say you're doing workforce housing. And the other units are at market rate, and they're restricted for a limited period of time, right? And then it's a legacy project for their grandkids. And Miami ends up exactly where it was. The last piece of urban core area that we have to develop, we do the same thing that we did in Wynwood, the same thing that we did in the other part of downtown, the southern part. It's a Miami for millionaires. The average folk here cannot afford it. Everybody west of I-95 is not rich. Everybody east of I-95 is rich. There's the last area east of I-95 that we can develop. We no longer go to Edgewater. We can no longer go to downtown, where the Downtown Development Authority covers. All that is unaffordable for 90% of Miamians. And the only people that can afford it, like Commissioner Carollo said, are the New Yorkers or the foreign investors that buy for the future and sit on it. That's why half the buildings are empty. That's the problem. This is not good public policy. This is horrible public policy. When you do a wholesale rezoning without having the proper conversations about the last piece of area in Miami, in the downtown Miami, that we can develop the right way, so we don't make the same mistakes, and we learn from our mistakes, our Wynwood mistakes, our downtown Miami mistakes, even our Edgewater mistakes, and some other areas that we have not had the foresight to look at what's going to happen down the line. Let me get out of here, we'll all be out of here. 10 years down the line, we look at that area and we say, this is the affordable part of downtown Miami for regular Miamians. And maybe the southern part of the Signature Bridge will be for the rich Miamians or outsiders or investors from New York, and the northern part will be for regular Miamians. Please defer this. Let's talk about it. Let's have planning, take a look at it, see if they come back with us with something that works, that has a broader vision for what happens in this area, and not something that will only benefit developers. That's all this does.
And for,
Hold on a second.
Commissioner Reyes, thank
Hold
you,
on a
Mr.
second.
Arroyo.
My turn, my dear Commissioner.
He's been waiting.
you have
Remember that you don't take so much time, man. I might forget what I'm going to say. Okay.
Sorry. sorry.
I only have, I'm going to start by saying hallelujah. Hallelujah. I've been saying this since day one. And I remember that Commissioner Carollo and myself, at first, we wanted to establish the housing, it was a housing department that we wanted to. Authority. A housing authority. And we wanted to start that, and what we proposed exactly what Commissioner Carollo said. In lieu of giving us the inclusionary zoning, that all those apartments, what they call, it was a farce, that workforce housing to contribute to that fund. Remember? The old city manager never followed through with it. I believe that, I believe with what both of you are saying, and at this time, at this wholesale zoning, a whole lot, I think that we have to look at case by case, you see, lot by lot. And I couldn't go below on workforce housing 100% because I wouldn't get the votes. You see, at the time, everybody was talking about 140, 110, 120, and the old planning director was all in favor of having 140, and I said, no, they won't develop. Yes, they will develop because that's the only thing that they know how to do, okay? That's the only thing that they know how to do. And I believe that what we should do is analyze your proposal of, in lieu of inclusionary housing, give us the fund, give us a payment, or in a case like this, we don't want 100% of AMI, which is, they're going to pay, close to $18,000 a year or more. You see, let's get 80% of AMI, 60% of AMI. And if you start and also, we have to develop the mechanism for us to make sure that anybody that it is providing inclusionary housing, it is complying with what they are promising. You see? And I think that I agree, why don't we put this aside and analyze it again and talk and try to find a way that will get real benefits, and we will provide real accessible housing to our people.
First Commissioner, and then Commissioner.
And I agree with you, Commissioner Reyes. And perhaps we have an 80, as an idea, you're supposed to move forward, an 80% AMI, and they could buy their way by depositing money in an affordable housing trust fund.
That's right.
To 100%, right? And say, okay, we'll do 100%, but we're going to put $5 million or $2 million. And if we do it by folio by folio basis, then it's $2 million here, it's $3 million there, it's $2 million there, 119 folios, do the math. They can buy their way up, right? A higher AMI, all the way to 100, maybe 100, and a certain percentage guaranteed. And that's another way of doing it. So there's a whole bunch of creative ways of doing it.
Yes.
Commissioner Carollo's idea of a housing trust fund, I know, because when he was helping me in my campaign, we talked a lot about that. We talked about a housing trust fund, and that was one of the best ideas that we talked about it all the time. And that's what we do. But we don't give a giveaway to these developers. So let's take it back. I'm not saying you're doing that. I'm saying that back then you did what you had to do because it was a different era and you were trying to develop an area that was undeveloped. Miami has grown a lot since. And we need to make sure that this time we get it right. Not that you got it wrong. It's just that time was different. The other urban core was not developed yet. Wynwood was still starting. So those urban cores had not been developed. So we didn't know where they were going. But now we know. We have the benefit of hindsight. So let's do it right. Let's talk about it. Let's send it back to the administration, and they can come to us and say, this is a better solution that incorporates everything we've spoken about today. Every commissioner here.
Commissioner Correa.
Commissioner Russell, I know that your intentions are
Good.
very honorable. I have no doubt on that. I also know that you're as frustrated as any of us here, except we all express our frustrations in different ways, that we're not getting housing done, and each segment of the city has different needs of the type of housing. Yours in District 2 has more of the type of what is called the workforce housing needs, and I understand that. But to give you an example that, again, we could all understand, I've been talking about the home ownership program that we're going to be taking action on soon, where we're looking that people that buy are going to end up paying approximately 50% of what we could sell that condo unit out in the market. That's an outstanding value. Those are moderate income units. We could do the same thing in this area where we could buy property. We would have the exclusive right of a certain type of zoning for governmental agencies to build workforce housing, moderate housing, and instead of charging 50% of market value, because that's moderate housing, you need workforce housing. You got people that could pay more. There, we'll charge them 75% of the market value of that property. We'll still make 20 to 25% a markup. Even if we sell it to them at 80%, we still make 20 to 25% on a markup that we could use to build more. And we're accomplishing workforce housing that's much more workforce. We're doing it ourselves. And these developers that want to take us to the cleaners aren't going to be laughing at us every time they go to the bank. So there are ways that we could do it. Maybe what I would suggest that on this particular type of housing that's separate than what we talked about before, because here we're talking about a segment of the population that could afford more. So here, the city can make some money. We're not greedy like the developers, but the city can make some money so that we could keep throwing it in the pot and build more. Maybe on this one, we should have some kind of meeting just on this issue, look at different ideas and different possibilities, and maybe we could do some mixtures of things also. But what I'm very concerned about, Ken, is given this blanket zoning that we lost control of it all, and then you're going to have all kinds of people flipping back and forth. And, I found out that the guys that always make money are the ones that sell the property.
Miami way.
Because no matter how much the market might change, if they sold that, they're going to make money. So, I feel your concern and your pain, but we have to do it right. We just can't give it away. And before we do, we got to give it a lot more thought, I think, in how we go about this in this big chunk of land.
How about this?
Commissioner Reyes.
How about this? You see, let's do numbers. You see, let's do numbers, and let's Commissioner Russell. He floated an idea that is quite plausible, which is let's do a hybrid. You give me some at this X percent. At 80%. You want to go market rate? You pay. You say, you pay. I give you so many apartments, but I need back. The inclusionary zoning data, I don't disagree with it as long as it is real, accessible. Give me some of this on inclusionary zone, this, so many apartments at X, whatever percentage we decide, 60% of AMI or whatever. And the rest you can go market rate, but you have to pay a premium on it. You see?
Yep.
You have to pay, and in that way we're gonna get some money. Because let me tell you, the name of workforce, follow the literature. Workforce was developed in order to avoid the affordable title of housing, because many neighborhoods, they were so much opposed of poor people coming into the neighborhoods and low-income housing. You see, instead of saying low-income or affordable, they call it workforce. But the mistake, or what they didn't do, is that they violated the affordability of that housing, of those homes, of those houses, by allowing the developers to go as high as 140 of AMI, which precludes, I would say 80% of the population from going into that house. You see? That's when that was when the problem comes in. But let's keep it. Let's stop calling it workforce housing. Let's call it for what it is. You see, let's call it that. If they are at 100% AMI, you see, they will have to pay. It's around 100% de 30, 3.9, you have to pay $17,000. You have to pay $17,000 a year in rent. You see, in order to be affordable. You see what I mean? And let's do some numbers. Let's do some numbers. How much will they have to pay? How much the rent will be?
Yeah.
How much would you get if you go and the average market rate? How much I'm giving you? You see, we are giving you 200 additional units. Well, how much extra additional you're going to make? And how much are you going to pay us for those additional? You see?
Yeah.
And how are we going to receive it? We decide if we want a percentage of 60% AMI or 70% AMI, and the rest cash. That could be it.
Yeah.
That could be it. I don't know. Let's float all these ideas. But as you know, our intention, all of our intentions here, is every single one of us, is to provide affordable housing to the people of Miami, because housing is a huge problem in Miami. Rents are incredibly high, because most of the reason is because of demand, supply and demand. You see? We cannot stop people from developing, but we cannot allow them, by giving them whatever they want, to build apartments that they are or the units that they cannot be affordable. With our help.
All right. So
Okay.
now that you all are done beating me up, allow me to respond. Allow me to respond.
Can I step on your toe right quick?
You get in another punch. Come on, bring it on.
No,
What do you got?
No.
That's not the case.
I'm just messing. I'm just messing. Please.
That's not our intention.
I just want to say, I think, with respect to the big package, there might be some merit to that, and we can figure out how to not do that. But clearly, as we continue to talk about this AMI number, bear in mind, we don't create that number. And so I think, in some respect, some area codes, the SMSAs, have a higher income level, but that number only relates to people getting federal funds. It doesn't relate to somebody walking in the bank. So they don't really care when you walk in the bank and do a private deal what the AMI is. Either you can't afford or not. And so from that perspective, we can continue to say we're slow, but the percentage is really not relevant for private guys, more relevant for us when dispersing our dollars and federal dollars. There is some merit to what the hybrid system may do, because clearly we don't have the ability to track these numbers. And if I remember correctly, and you might very well know, there's a project that was already done, a condo project, that they couldn't get any takers. And it was about $200,000 odd for condos. They opened up as a part of that workforce category, and there were no takers. We have to be careful that the persons who are workers that may be making money in the 60 to 70,000 categories who can't afford, because there's not but so much more you can do in the lower category. But those folks, you're right, need to be close to the downtown core, because then you raise transportation costs and the like, and they're able to be down there working. All this tech folks that's coming here, they're going to hire people, but they're going to hire finance guys. They're going to hire those sort of folks. And so that's something that has to be considered from that perspective. So just to...
Thank you. That wasn't so bad. It took me about 2 years to put together T624B and get the transect zone created. And now it's taken about 2 years to try to get the map actually assigned. And so some might think that I would be very frustrated to be here at the finish line, seeing it getting pulled out from under. But let me tell you this, I am right now like, I don't know if you're familiar with Brer Rabbit before he's getting thrown in the briar patch. Please don't throw me in the briar patch. You throw me in the briar patch, I'll tell you what, if you're all in there with me, that's exactly where I want to be. Because this is the deepest discussion we've had on T624B,
Yes.
on the opportunity and potential for this area of town and what it could mean for Miami. I ask you to allow me to continue with the inclusionary concept in this hybrid, money and inclusionary, on-site, off-site, for all districts, because those janitors that we honored this morning, we don't honor them if they have to drive 2 hours to get to the Miami Tower to go on strike. They should be able to live within any district in this city. And I really believe we don't need to make a poor part and a rich part, and that's where I really believe inclusionary could work. The developers told me, no, it will not. If you force me into inclusionary, I will never be able to get financing, and nobody will lease my units. All the towers that were built there this past 4 years are leased out. Now, granted, it was a very generous package on FLR. And granted, it was not a very demanding requirement on affordability.
Absolutely.
But as you said at a different time, this is what I could get past. Between the will of this board and the strength of the developers, I said at least I can get 14% at workforce, which at that time was 140 AMI. You know what? I'll call it a day and see where we go from there in terms of, it was the first in the state, mandatory inclusionary zoning, when it was created as a transect. To see that we as a board, and maybe it's because now we have a stakeholder in the Omni and a stakeholder in the DDA, and everybody's focused and looking together on how we can work together on this, we can come up with the better solution. But on my own, I didn't have the strength against the development world to make demands that I could pass on this board. But I recognize, and we can take those square footage that we talked about, Director, and convert that to what that is in dollars. What are they getting from us when you triple their square footage in dollars, in the market rate for that area? And then the request is, what do we request back in exchange for that as a package? Now, I'd like to work on this together. I would like a hybrid concept where there is a base inclusionary requirement that is a real affordability, and then a financial package that goes into however we agree. Yes. It should be shared amongst all districts in the city to be used for affordable housing in the deepest possible levels. One thing we should make note of, though, state statute preempts us from creating inclusionary zoning on the shoulders of the developer, meaning we can't force them to pay for it out of their pocket, so we're preempted from that. But as you see, this is quite the opposite.
When have you seen a developer pay for anything out of their pocket? It's only because they're going to get money afterwards.
So they will do it voluntarily because they're going to make money.
Right, so it's two things. So one, we don't want to get preempted, but two, we want to incentivize them. We want them to be profitable so they actually build it.
Yes.
And so I would say the Omni CRA is an absolute necessity partner in this deal because they can create the TIF package that comes along with this requirement.
Yes,
and
sir.
makes them whole and even profitable, but we get what we need without reaching into our pocket as a city.
But that's the point that I'm trying to make. If we have zoning that's for city projects only, with the kind of money that the Omni CRA will be able to generate in bonding out, we could do just about anything in that area. And that's the point that I'm trying to make.
That's the point, yes.
And this is why I don't want to see that we just give this away, because I guarantee you one thing. The minute we do that, if it's just the way that it is here, you're going to see those properties flip constantly.
And we can
No
generate
building.
hundreds of millions of dollars. Hundreds of those 119 folders. I'm not exaggerating.
Now, one thing I do, though, see is a benefit if we can create a comprehensive program that we're not dealing lot by lot, because I want to see fast action in development here. So, Mr. Gauger, Mr. Ponce, I think what you're hearing here is a directive to go back to the drawing board on T624B. Jeremy, you and I worked on this for years, so this one is going to be the one that passes and gets applied and creates development. Something that hasn't been mentioned here is I would like to bake in either a carrot or stick that causes those developers to build it. We don't want flipping, we don't want land banking. We want an incentive to create housing now. Create inclusionary housing within the Omni and create a fund that creates housing for the city in all districts.
Let me tell you this, you have a point with inclusionary. Every one of those businesses, they need people to work at the business. We need dishwashers, the restaurants. They need waiters, you see, and we want to provide them with a place to live so that they don't have to come from Homestead, you see? And that is part of what supposedly workforce was supposed to do.
Yeah.
But it was, totally taken out of reach. But I'm with you with inclusionary housing, and I'm with you on that, trying to create a hybrid.
And we want that the deeper they go into affordability, the more they get in FLR.
Yep.
So that it is an incentivized scale to achieve our goals and theirs together.
That be the carrot.
Yep.
I'll give you, go deep on affordability, and I'll give you more.
But let me ask this, Mr. Chair, but the base can't be this.
No.
Because they're going from,
starting from scratch.
they're going from 7 to 21, so the base cannot be this. So we have to lower the base, and then we give them the incentives for more space, more square footage. But right now, we're going from 360 to 900 or something, so it's tripling. So we have to have a lower base, and then little by little, we go increasing as they deposit money into our housing trust fund, or as they give us more percentage of affordable or workforce housing in the particular unit, building they're building. So, and I agree, it has to go to the entire city, So that's sort of what we want to do. That's kind of what we want to do. I think, right, we're in agreement that we do a hybrid.
Yes.
But it has to include money for a trust fund. It has to include a scale, about 80 to 100, we have to buy into it. And I would like for it to include a higher percentage of workforce housing in each building. And I agree with you also, Chair, that it doesn't have to be one by one to get to 119. It could potentially be 4 or 5 or 6 here, 7 there, by region, by area as we move forward. But it has to be very, very generous for our city, that we generate as much money as possible, and we can always tweak it along the way. If they're not incentivized enough, we can always have more carrots and throw it their way, you know?
Yeah.
But I agree, but not a giveaway. So let's scale it, little by little. That's the only thing that I would recommend for what we want to do, and I guess you're going to make a motion.
Mr. Director, how much time you need?
Mr. Vice Chair, so there's two things. This is just for the map.
We're starting from scratch, so T624B is
The
going to
ordinance
have,
included too.
we're going to need to amend T624B
And,
as a zoning transfer.
and last,
So I think there's,
last, if I may, Mr. Director, outside of what you heard here, just so we can look at all different options. if you can include one that's strictly on developers paying cash for more square footage to build. So this way we have what Commissioner Russell has asked for, what I mentioned originally, or any mixture that you would like to include, so we could have all the different options that we could look at it and go on about it at our disposal. When we discuss it, we have everything on the table.
Yes, sir. We did hear several different alternatives that we would explore and bring back to this body. Mr. Vice Chair, so I think there's two things. One is this item should probably be withdrawn because it's the map change, and we'll get back to it at another time. And then we'll come back with a new item, which is going to be the text amendment for T624.
Next time, let's bring them together. The
And
text
and the
amendment
map.
and the map change.
And the map. So the change to T624B to the ordinance, and then the new map that comes back, but not 119 folios, right? Because, I mean, I think the idea of, well, my feeling, my thoughts. I don't like the idea of 119 at once. The wholesale thing is something that,
We can do a deeper analysis if we would like to get outside help as well. If you think we need it, we can do an RFP contract, a planning firm to really study it, as we've done for Wynwood Norte, as we're doing for Coconut Grove. I mean,
well, why do we pay these guys the big bucks? Why do we need an outside firm?
I just want to make sure it gets done with, I mean, if they can do it in-house, I completely trust them. But I
Commissioner-
want a deep analysis so that we can be as comprehensive and broad-reaching but smart.
I think both of their backgrounds are urban planners.
Yes.
So I think we have very capable people here to come back with something that makes sense, that's not a wholesale rezoning of an entire part of Miami.
So we would very much like to do that, Commissioner, since we don't think we have the resources to do it in the amount of time that you want this to get done. So it may require getting somebody to help us do some of the background so that we can then manage it and move it more quickly.
Can you do that, man, if I may? Can you do that internally, or do we have to come through the entire process? Can you guys do that internally, hire some urban planning firm to help you?
So we currently have in the procurement process the ability, that we're about to get a pool of consultants. So once we have that pool, we'll be able to draw from that.
I have a suggestion. The CRA has a little more flexibility as well in procurement. And if we're going to marry it to a TIF deal, perhaps that planning exercise could be done through an independent contractor at the CRA level.
Or we can share it, because remember, we're gonna spend all the money in the whole
As
city.
long as we're,
Yeah, I don't mind picking up some of the costs. Yeah, that's not a problem.
but I just want to create the flexibility
Yes, sir, I
quickly.
don't have a problem with that. As long as we get it done. And as long as we get the best urban planners that we can, including you guys, to help us get it done.
But I mean, is it a planning exercise or an economics exercise?
I'm sorry, sir?
Is it a planning exercise?
It's both, it's both, sir, it's both.
You're right. It's a
So
good
it's a
point.
An urban
Planning-
plan includes different levels of housing.
It's a planning exercise for the zoning, the text amendment.
Right.
But we would need some help with the background, housing, how to build a housing plan that works so that we can then provide that as a
The
text
economics.
amendment to you guys.
Both.
So it's a little bit of
Correct.
both. And it would help to move things more quickly if we did have access to the CRA currently, because we won't have our consultants for at least a couple of months.
Looks like we need to get together as a CRA and pass a resolution with this intention.
Okay.
I don't think we need to resolve here to tell the CRA what to do, because it's us with different hats on. So I believe that we will withdraw PZ1. Is it reasonable to think this could be done in 100 days?
No.
So it's
You need 6 months?
No.
6 months, I think, is the right answer.
What do you think, Mr.
What-
Watts?
Don't we have CBRE on the hook, something to help us out?
Yeah,
Aren't they helping us
we
out?
just paid CBRE, like how much, like 600 something thousand or something like
But
that?
it's going to be more than CBRE. So we need CBRE to
Okay.
give us some data, and then we're going to work with, again, if we had the time and resources in-house, we would do it, but we don't. So we would then work with an urban planner
Yeah,
to
no,
help
no,
us.
I'm looking at the fact that Commissioner Russell said he spent 4 years. I mean, the planning side has been done. I mean, the only thing that I was thinking of, I think, right, maybe 140 properties. I couldn't understand that when I first saw it hanging on the light pole. But there's a number of young people in this town. If you get a number from them, it's 954. And I'm like, well, why you have a 954 number? Because I can't find nothing to buy or to stay in Miami. And a lot of them work for us in the county and other places. And so we just kind of figure out what the economics are. We can figure out market rate economics. I just don't know. I'm not saying it doesn't take 6 months, guys. seems like the economics part is what we need to understand, and that's pretty much out there. So I don't know, it's just whatever makes sense.
Mr. Vice Chair, we have an item coming up on March 11th, which is the rethinking or the reviewing of the attainable workforce housing as the general big picture item. This would fall under that same category. I think they work kind of together. So if we can go 6 months, we'll perhaps be able to tackle both of them at the same time and give you still focusing on T624A to B, as well as the attainable workforce housing definition in general, because we'll have more information. So 6 months would really help us to get what we think to you. It would allow us the opportunity to also workshop this, perhaps with you all or the communities, so that we can bring back something that's been vetted in some way versus just, we did it in the back room and we brought it to you.
I hear you, I just don't want the words 6 months to mean back burner, because 6 months ago, we passed a resolution asking for a blueprint of the West Grove, affordable housing blueprint of the West Grove, and 3.5 months later, I asked, how's it going? And nobody had started.
But we have a new director. So we hope that 6 months means 6 months, right?
If we can get a consultant on board, 6 months means 6 months.
I'm talking finish line 6 months, because I've only got 2 years left here. I want to see the fruits of this labor.
Well, the rumor mill is that you're leaving earlier, so I don't know if you have 2 years. I hear you're leaving next year, but.
I'm here. Okay. So I would love to see this, move quickly, because I believe that developers will move quickly once we open this up and once we unlock it. And if we get it right and the carrots don't, still outweigh the sticks, we'll get what we want and they will too, but we need to do our part. So yes, so that's direction, to come back in 6 months. Why don't we pass a resolution asking for this? So it's ingrained.
So moved.
So it's moved by Commissioner Diaz-Labortia, seconded by Commissioner Reyes, asking for a 6-month planning exercise with regard to the Omni area, encompassing all of the incentives and requirements that we've discussed here tonight.
Yes.
And I think they can start bringing to each of us independently some of the concepts, and we can give them the ideas that we're thinking. And if there seems to be consensus, I'd like to get a status report about halfway through to see where you are.
3 months.
In 3 months, please. But so that we have a finished product in 6 months that we can pass as an ordinance, both for the text amendment and the map, and unleash the beast, make some affordable housing.
One thing, sir, is we would need access to the consultant to do that. We can't do it in 6 months without having help. So whether it's through the CRA or through our consultant, I think the clock needs to start ticking then.
Yes, sir.
Got it, yes. And this body is urging the CRA to do that, and we will do that as the CRA when we meet again.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So, all right, there's been a motion, there's a second. I'm going to open for public comment if anyone's here. Nobody's here. Closing public comment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Is there a motion to withdraw PZ1?
So moved.
So moved by Commissioner Correa, seconded by Commissioner Diaz-Labortia. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes. That is it on the PZ agenda. We have discussion items, and then we are done for the night. So we have DI 4, 5, just 4 and 5, I believe. This is the gift card program and the engagement and waiver for Mr. DeGrande.
Chair,
Yes, sir.
we also have your pocket item from the American Rescue Plan.
Oh, thank you. We have all the pocket items.
E5 discussion development agreement and the mayor's pocket.
All right, let's get through the discussion items, and then we'll do all the pockets. Gift card program, who is that?
Good evening, Commissioners. William Porro, Assistant Director, Human Services.
Are you here to discuss the gift? This is actually a discussion item by Commissioner Carollo.
Yes.
How much money was left in the gift cards program?
In total, about $700,000, a little over $700,000, sir.
A little over 700,000.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do we have that money? Did we give it back to the county, or?
No, we have it as part of the allocation.
Right. But it was supposed to be until December 31st. Did it finally get extended?
That's correct. That's the plan I was working on, December 31st.
Right, but my question is, did it get extended, the timeline?
Officially, I'm not aware of it. I was working the entire time on the December 30th. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it is.
Good evening, Commissioners. Fernando Casamayor. I believe the county did pass a resolution that extended the program to, and I believe it's
September 30th. We haven't gotten the amended interlocal agreement from the county yet. Hopefully, we'll be getting that very soon, which we'd have to sign in order to agree to the extension.
Okay. How soon do you expect that to happen?
I'm hoping we get it by next week, sir. I will follow up with my friends at the county to see if we can get it as soon as we can get it.
Okay. How quickly can we start getting some, well, let me rephrase the question. Out of the money that's left, are we getting equal shares or?
So there are some commissioners that utilize the entire allocation that was given to them. Some did not. So it's up to the body what you want to do.
I think what we have said before, if anyone did not utilize the entire batch, it would go back into the pot. So, you know, some that were able to get theirs out quicker should not be punished for that. And that was made clear back then, including on monies that had to do with the business side and helping business. We have said by such a date, if not, it goes back to the pot. So can you figure out how much is going to be allocated to each of us as quickly as possible so we can move on to this next phase?
So you would like us to take the remaining balance, the 750,000 more or less, and then spread that out with the same CDBG split that we did before?
Yeah, on each member of the commission right now. Was there any monies left having to do with businesses?
Yeah, on the business grant, I believe there was about $12,000 that was left on the table.
12,000. Okay. I should get that. I got cheated out of $20,000. They
Or
put
shift it over.
20,000 in my district. It was from years.
Or shift the 12,000 to the gift card program and take it from there, right?
But, well, actually, what we have said before was different, so we're making sure it's where it should be. Yeah, well, but you are right. You should go to the gift card program. We got more monies, I think, coming from business from the feds, whereas it's not so sure we're getting for this kind of activity. All right.
So with your permission, commissioners, what we would like to do is scrub the number to make sure the amounts that we have are completely accurate. We're still going through the invoices for the gift cards. So we wanted to make sure that we have the accurate number. We don't want to overspend if we can avoid it. And then once we have that interlocal, we would like to come back to the body with the distribution of the amounts left all onto the gift card program. And then we can bring it all kind of in one piece if that's okay.
And here's the resolution I'd like to make. The resolution instructing the administration to put whatever monies are left, including the 12,000, whatever it is for business, all into additional gift cards programs at whatever amounts each commissioner wants to get it at, and for them to be divided, since the amounts are very low now, between each commission district only in whatever percent, which will be 20% each.
Yes. Understood.
Okay, there's a motion on that, and I'm making.
Well,
Okay, second.
discussion.
There's a motion and a second, open for discussion. Commissioner Watson.
Let me get I want to find out real quickly, because I know it was distributed differently before. It was distributed based on the, I guess, the CBDG API.
You're correct.
So did we all, because I had no idea we was at 700. So how was those numbers now in the final tally? I thought it was 12.
I didn't know either. I was surprised when I gave that figure.
I was shocked.
Yeah.
And of course, I thought I gave out all of mine. Please help me understand.
So again, I'm looking at, and these are unaudited numbers. So, you know, I'm looking at District 1 that has about $191,000 that was left. District 2 with $279,000, I believe. District 3 with $99,000. District 4, 0. You went through all of it, sir, and then about 360 in District 5.
That's a lot of money for you,
Then
Commissioner
How come
Watson.
we were, look, how come we were being told at the time
Yeah.
differently, that, we had no money left? That's what I was getting from my staff. That they were speaking to you and we were being told we had no money left. We had spent all we had.
No,
Now I'm hearing different.
No, again, we still have the 700 and change left over, and those were allocations for gift cards. It was allocated. Remember, we allocated the gift card program 3 times. The original allocation, we had a second allocation, and then we had a third one. The third one happened almost.
December 26th.
Yeah, almost at the end of the program. We ran out of time. We didn't necessarily run out of money, we just ran out of time.
The third one was for what again? Remind us?
It was around December
Yeah,
26th.
but what was the allocation for? Where did the money come from?
We took money out of the business grant program and put it into the gift card
1.8,
program.
I think it was, or 1.6 or something
Yeah,
like that.
something like that. I'm trying to look at it here, but I'm not wearing my glasses right now, sir.
I think it was, Commissioner, I think it was 1.6 or 1.8 that was done last minute because of the business program wasn't working or there was not enough time for it to work.
1.2.
I'm sorry, is that correct?
1.2, right. So Fernando, help me in a sense, because I remember that move, right? So these numbers that you're now saying was not done, this now is also in addition to the 700?
No. This is the 700, and that's broken out by district, based on the numbers that I have right here.
Okay. So yeah, because clearly, I didn't know I had 369. I was under the impression I'd given out everything.
Right.
Commissioner, you may not have it yet. Don't count your tickets before they hatch.
What my
I think
staff is
Commissioner
telling
Carollo
me-
wants to split it up 20%.
What my staff is telling me is that you guys couldn't get the cards to us in time because the allocation came in late. So it's not that we weren't willing to spend it. I don't know how Commissioner Reyes did it, I compliment him for it, but we couldn't get cards big enough. Maybe they, took from you to give to someone else, but.
No. We did it we got to the people and we distributed around 4,000, I think, the cards.
Yeah, but what I mean is maybe the cards, there was only a small amount left in the merchants we were dealing with. Maybe you got those. Maybe they had a certain amount that they had bought, and this is probably what happened, that you were able to get to those first because you were doing a good job getting them out. And they couldn't get any more cards with the merchants.
I think that I got the same amount of cards as anybody that was using $250 could have gotten.
Yeah.
I kept giving, instead of giving 100 and all different denominations, I kept it $250,000. I mean, the $250, and I said, we are going to allocate so much money to you. I said, give me the same amount of money that we started with.
Yeah, remember,
and that's how I did it.
Remember, we brought it up to 350.
Up to 350.
But we brought it from 100 to 350 on December 11th, I think.
That's right.
And I didn't start my program till December 11th. December 12th, I had to wait till the day after we passed the resolution.
And I said, mine, I don't want 100, I don't want 50, I don't want 150.
Right.
I want the same amount. And I was very uniform because, my opinion, that it wasn't fair that I had given 250 to some people and then I'm going to start giving somebody 100. So I said, my allocation have to be 250. That's why I get it.
I think you've proven that you are by far on this program the most efficient commissioner.
Oh, thank you, sir.
But that means that you don't get any money today. So there's always a good side and a bad side to every story.
No, but
Your
Commissioner Carollo said you shouldn't be penalized for being efficient.
And I agree with that, by the way.
You said it.
I did.
Yeah, you said it.
said that.
But I think Commissioner Watson has a different opinion on that issue, so I'll leave it to him.
So I just want to add, one of the issues that we did have is, yes, the holidays was another situation that a lot of gift cards are typically purchased during the holidays. We got the allocations on the 26th. When we reached out to some of the smaller supermarkets and some of the other vendors that we were working with, some of them were scrubbing the shelves to pull gift cards off in order to get them done. So it was tough to get them in fast enough by the time, like I didn't want to order them, have them come in on December 30th because there was no way we were going to be able to give them out. And we really had no indication that this would have been extended, that the time would have been extended on the program.
I think I'll take my 191 and run with it.
I'm gonna take my 370 and run
That's
with
what I
it.
thought.
Jeffrey, how would you like to do it? Because truly, even though because of how we base, we were breaking it up, you got the most money, you also have the most poor in your district, and at the same time, you have another handicap that no one else had. No Publixes.
Oh, that's right.
Barely no Presidentes, only one out of the outskirts, no Sedanos, no Winn-Dixies. I mean,
No, that's not completely accurate. Let me,
Yeah, Publix.
I have a Winn-Dixie and I have a Bravo, and I negotiated with Fernando and went to these guys and beat them up, and they were happy to be a part of the program. But I'm shocked now too with you, Commissioner, because I thought I had given out all this money. So now, see, people listen to numbers. They're gonna say, well, what'd you do with the money? Well, I didn't do anything with the money. I gave a colleague some, because they wanted some extra cards. And I'm thinking I got $369,000. I mean, so, and also, Mr. Mensa's around, I have businesses who went unfunded because there was no business money, because I guess nobody thought that was gonna happen. And so I have about 10 businesses that was not funded. So I'd like to have my 369. And I'll fund those businesses, subject to they have been approved by Mr. Mensa.
look, I have no problem in doing that, and then we could divide into 4 the remaining monies that are
Well,
remaining.
that's not fair, because that's why you said it. I think we take it off from Commissioner Russell. He's got 262, and he's got the richest district. But no, I think we just do the API formula we use.
I'm sorry, because I don't remember
Well,
these numbers.
I'll rephrase my proposition.
So Commissioner, did you get out
Out of the
everything?
remaining money outside of District 5, we'll break it up in the same way as we did before.
Yes, sir. That works.
And we put it all together and break it up in the same way as before.
Thank you.
That's fair.
So just to get it clear, you'd like us to exclude the balance that we have for District 5?
That's
and then
correct.
Take the
And-
rest of it?
And
divvy it
I
up?
think what we should put as a caveat the following, that it could, whatever money each commission district's gonna get, the district commissioner is going to have the ability to spend it as he sees fit, either in business assistance or in additional food cards.
That's fine. As long as it's one of those 2 programs, I don't see an
Now-
issue with it.
You said 360 that are left.
He's gonna quit.
So who
Three-
did?
360 that are left. Hold on, let me figure this out. No, I want to get the right numbers. You know, my brother is the CPA in the family, but I work numbers a lot better. Let me,
If we're gonna go back to distributing gift cards, I think I'm gonna lose my office. Because they really work hard.
yeah, but you got some time now. It's not like before.
My whole office is gonna quit.
Okay, hold on.
It was day and night.
Yeah, it was difficult.
Hold on. No, we're not proposing that. What I understood, Commissioner Carollo, is that if he gets his money, that we split it the same way. We can't all of a sudden give people who already spent their money more money, because it's not fair to the other district, including Commissioner Russell's district and my district. It's probably the second poorest district, which is entitled to 191 that was not spent.
No, you're, I think, I don't know if you're the second or third. What is the count on the districts?
I'm sorry, what was that, sir?
What is the count on the districts, on the poorest districts? Commissioner Russell is the poorest, then comes.
The
which one?
richest, the
No,
richest.
no, no, District 5 would be,
Watson's district.
right, so I believe that District 5 has a 26% allocation. Yeah, District 3 has 16.2.
Yeah.
District 1 has 15.9.
Close.
You stand correct, right?
Yeah, by three, by
You
0.3.
you stand correct, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
It's a rounding error.
You don't have to go any further. Sufficient.
You leaving me out?
The
No,
issue.
no.
Oh, you spent all your money. The issue, and because we shouldn't treat one commissioner different than other commissioners. The issue is the monies that were left over, and we have numbers of those dollars that were left over, including commission, that were not spent in the original allocations that were given, in the API funding. Fair is fair. The original formula should be the
It
formula.
is, but there are penalties sometimes.
Yeah, well, no, because, for example, in my case,
You know how Monopoly goes, right?
And-
Did I pass go? Did I get 200?
So I think Commissioner Reyes is okay with not getting anything because he was so efficient. He was so efficient in spending his.
Oh, yes, listen, since I was so efficient, why don't you give all to me? Okay?
So what happened in my case was that I had to change the ordinance to make it $100 to $350 on December 11th. So I had to wait 2 weeks, and then we entered the holiday. So that's why we're not able to get to the finish line.
Yeah.
I think that we do it the way that the manager had recommended, that we just, Commissioner.
Don't get the manager involved in this.
No, not the manager.
No.
I'm sorry. I thought Mr. Casamayor was acting manager. Oh, no, sorry. There he is.
Don't get the administration involved in this. This is us up here.
The amounts that we allocated that were remaining for each commission district is a fair way to do it, including Commissioner Rosso.
How about if Commissioner Rosso donates to to District 4, his, whatever he did in millions, since we have so many.
Well,
so many.
How about we do this? How about I'll do 25K, if Commissioner Rosso does 25K, and you get 50. Is that fair?
On top of what the percentage that I'm gonna get, right?
No.
There's an additional 25. I accept the additional 25, Commissioner.
All right, is there an action that would needs to be taken?
That's right. Well, I think it was.
Commissioner,
it was
there's two
clear.
options here. Either you allow each of the remaining commissioners who have a balance to just spend that balance, that's option one.
Right.
Or two, you take what's left and you divide it in by the percentage of the API, and you're reallocating that money again.
Look,
those are the two options.
Let me say why I'm separating District 5 out of this. He's the new commissioner here. I heard what he said, and Mr. Manager, I think things should have been explained to him a lot clearer. Commissioner Watson's is smart, if not smarter than most of us up here, or all of us up here, and he could understand clearly when he's told something. So, because he's the new commissioner, if, people didn't speak as straight to him as they should have, and he got stuck believing that he had spent his money, because I know he worked his tail off out there, I saw him, then this is not right. And particularly in a district which is by far, it's almost 10% more poverty, which means it's 40% more poverty than my district, which is the second next in line with the most poverty. So I think we should take his out of the equation. We have $581,000 left, including the $12,000, but, I'm not sure if you guys are giving me the right numbers, because I somehow sense that maybe you'll come back and either find more money or you're going to lose money. I know Chris is not here now, so I get a little more confidence. But
Again, if the idea is to take the remaining balance and divide it based on API, that's one, math equation. The other option, which is also what I referenced, is take the existing balances that were left over and allocate them to be just finished out. Those are the two choices. I mean, we can,
Yeah, well, we're taking 5 out of the equation.
Yeah.
for the
okay, so
reasons that I
that's
stated.
exactly what I said.
Yeah.
You're taking 5 out.
Is
So
there any more money than the 12,000 left on the business side?
No, sir, I believe all we have left is 12,000 and change.
Okay. All right, we got 581. If, let's see, if we break it down into the equation that we followed before in the poverty line, can somebody figure out in 581 what each of the remaining districts would get?
So why don't you let us do that? First off, let us audit these numbers to make sure they're accurate. I don't want to overspend. And then let us come back and do that calculation and share it with you, maybe at the next
Fernando,
commission meeting.
but you know what? I'm not going to waste another 14 days for that. I want to get at least a ballpark figure so we know, and we could make a vote on that today, having a ballpark figure, not being exact. So we all know where we're standing, how we're moving forward.
So let us do this, okay? Because I can do it within 5 minutes. We'll do it. We'll take out the 25% API allocation for you. So it's taking the remaining 75%, allocating it based on the percentage
No,
for each of the.
it's not 25%. What
26.
we're taking out is approximately 360 or whatever it is.
No, but Commissioner, you asked us to do it based on API.
Yes, 26%, he said in him.
Well, 25, whatever his number is,
Okay.
you've got to deduct that from 100, right? And you
Yes.
have a balance.
Yes.
Then
Yes,
you take
74.
You take the percentages that each of you have allocated, you take it over that 74%, right? And then we'll redistribute that money. We'll do that now. Why don't you move on to the pocket items?
But-
Right? Allow us to run the numbers.
It is
Hold on
very
a second.
simple.
Mr. Manager, I'll handle that part.
No, but I mean,
but
it'll
hold
give
on a
us a
second.
chance to actually run the numbers so we
I
can
think
present them
that-
to you.
Commissioner Diaz-Del
I think what the manager is saying is that he give him a few minutes so he can do a calculation. But not that he's running the meeting. So, but I don't think that proposal is a fair proposal. Because everybody was given a certain allocation based on API. Some people were able to spend it quicker than others, but the allocation, the base doesn't change. The poverty level doesn't change, and the amount should remain the same. So a different calculation now is unfair. If Commissioner Reyes spent his money, if you didn't think you have more money than anybody else besides Commissioner Watson, you, Commissioner Russell, you know, I find myself in the awkward position of being on your side on this one too. Fair is fair. You were giving your allocation. You should get your allocation. If Commissioner Carollo has 99,000 left, that's what he should get. He spent it. He was efficient too. But for whatever reason, maybe we started later because of the change in the ordinance on December 11th. In my case, Commissioner Watson, because he was a new commissioner, maybe he wasn't told, as Commissioner Carollo said, how to do it, and maybe he didn't understand the process because you're new. Understandable. That's fair, but you can't take one commissioner out and then divvy it up among the rest of the commissioners because that's not fair. What's fair is that whatever was allocated originally should remain with each respective district. That's what's fair.
Well, unfortunately, I was sufficient enough to be right in the middle, so whichever way we cut the cake,
You'll end up with the same amount.
I'm going to end up more or less with the same amount on the plate.
Yeah. Commissioner Russell will take the biggest hit. I'll take the second biggest hit. And then Commissioner Reyes spent his money. And
Yes, I spend my money, but you're not gonna, because I spend my money and there is some money left,
but it's not your money that's left. That's the
it
problem.
is not my money.
It's
It's the city money.
No. It's a district, the way it was originally allocated by this
Okay,
body.
but you
That's all.
have a timeline to do that.
But it was done the fair way from the beginning. There's no reason now to say, hey, all of a sudden I want more money that's due to me originally, from the base. It's not a battle, it's just what I think is fair,
Can I ask a question?
because it was already
I
allocated.
didn't start this.
Yeah, but
I know.
Commissioner, how much do you have left in the original amount that was allocated? Are you still giving out cards?
Yes, sir, 191. Well, I was just told right now.
No,
Mr.
I don't mean the amounts they said here.
How many cars do you have left?
How many cars do you have left?
I don't know, I would have to ask my staff.
Because if you have the
I
cars.
think I have, no, I don't know how many, I have to ask. I think, remember, we're giving $100 cards.
That's
So we've
right.
given about 8,500, I believe, so far, or 8,300, something like that. As of Monday, I didn't get a count yet.
If you gave out that many cars, you gave more than you had.
No, I gave what was given to us by the city manager or the administration along the
Then
way.
You shouldn't have had any monies left, I don't believe then.
No, we shouldn't, because there was an additional allocation of 1.2 million on December 26th, and that's where the additional dollars come from. Whatever the math is, I don't care what the math is. If the math is 100 or 50, whatever it is, I'm counting on the math that I'm getting from Mr. Casamayor.
Mr. Manager, can
Let him do the
we
math.
get an accounting? You should have that in hand. I mean, just call somebody. How much has each commission office spent? It's just hitting a button and you get the amount for each of us. And the second one that you had is how much was given to each commission office. Not these amounts here that were never given. I'm saying, how much money in cards did you give to each commission office? And how many of the papers did they give you back that were signed, supposed to be signed, that shows to prove that were spent from each commission office?
Let me put this very, very straight. Answer those questions, yes or no. Every commission office was allocated certain amount of money, right? Each commissioner, they decided the amount of the cards, right? You got a number of the amount of the cards. Let's say, in my case, it was around close to 4,000 cards because I was given 250. But in any other commissioner, did you buy the card as they requested, or you bought the whole amount in whatever they were allocated and you gave them the cards? Because if that is the case, Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla has a bunch of cards. You will have, instead of having a surplus of $100,000, $99,000, that is not cash. That is cards that you have in your file. And so will be if you have any, Commissioner Carollo and Commissioner Russell. Every single commissioner received, the amount of money in cards, different values, doesn't matter, but the value is. The number of cards is the one that fluctuates. You see?
Right. So let me answer your question. We know what we bought, right? What I don't know is what exactly was given. We have the number of affidavits that were filed, and we're turning those over to the county.
No, that's not, excuse me. That is, hold on a second. You see, that is not what I'm asking. You bought, if I was allocated $400,000, let's say $400,000, and they asked me, how do you want it? I say $250. So you bought $400,000 at $250, and you gave it to me. You see, every single commissioner did the same thing.
Yes, we did, sir.
Okay, so what you did when, I don't know how much Commissioner Carollo or Diaz de la Portilla got, how much money they were allocated. If they were allocated $500,000, and then they decided that it was $100, then they should get 5,000 cards, whatever, okay? That's the way you did it. You gave them 5,000 cards.
Yes, every time we had another allocation into the program, we reached out to every one of your offices to find out what you wanted, what type of cards you wanted purchased, and then once we had a change in the potential change in the valuation, what denomination you wanted the cards in.
And what
no, because if that is the case, there is not that much money left. There's no money left. There is a number of cards that have not been given out.
Commissioner, let me clarify, because I'll tell you how
No,
much.
if your total allocation was purchased in cards and they were given to you?
No, let me clarify.
Okay.
If you let me clarify. Because we have a very strict accountability issue, and I made it very clear to my entire staff, and we have 3 district offices, it was very clear the cards were handled by only 2 people, my chief of staff and my assistant chief of staff. And we went over and over to the manager's office and requested in bulk, because we didn't want to have in any district office that amount of money, because we have Visa cards that were cash cards. So we didn't want to have $200,000 sitting in Curtis Park. So we went to the administration, we pulled as we were on an as-needed basis to make sure that the chain of custody was complete, as well as our affidavits. We even did our own little paper because we were $100. We had to change the form for the $100 to make sure we had a strict accountability measure. Because I know that when you're dealing with that amount of money, that you have to be very careful in your paperwork. And I was very clear with my staff. So what we need to know is how many cards that could possibly remain there, because if the money is allocated per district, it could very well be in the manager's office. Of course, but the allocation is the same, whatever that total is.
Yes, but you don't understand what I'm saying. What
I
I'm
do.
saying is,
I do understand.
What I'm saying, if my allocation and everybody's allocation was purchased at gift cards, different denominations, but the total allocation was converted into gift cards.
I don't know the answer to
I mean, then you have, you should have the cards. Did you turn in on, I don't know how you figure out that all the cards were given? I don't know.
Okay, Mr. Manager,
You see?
let's get back to get into the bottom line of this. Do we have any cards that the administration is sitting on? None. All your cards, no matter if they were Winn-Dixie, Fresco, Publix, Sedano's, whoever, Visa, MasterCard, Chuck E. Cheese, they were given out, right? So the money said you've given us, 581, is the actual cash that you have in hand, correct?
Yes, sir.
Or that approximate amount?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So I'm
Cards-
not holding you to the exact penny, it's an approximate amount. All right, commissioners, I want you all to hear this, because this is important, where I'm going. Now, I'm going to be asking this not in a resolution, not as a commissioner, I'm going to be asking this as a public records request. And you all know, if we don't get whatever answer you have in hand, what it means. On top of that, that public records request should be given to each of us a copy of within 5 working days from today, because we have a resolution in hand that when a commissioner asks for something, it's within 5 working days that we're supposed to get it. And what I want is the following. I want detailed information as to the full amount of dollar value in cards that were allocated, given to each commissioner.
Absolutely.
And the mayor. Now, the mayor didn't have the time to physically go out sometimes, so he gave some commissioners some of his. And when you include that in each commissioner's lot, please identify that that was additional money. Otherwise, it's going to be unbalanced. So, full amount that each elected official got, commissioner and mayor, in cards. If you could identify, one, were they Publix, Sedano's, MasterCards, Visas, whatever they were, and denominations that they got. Then I want you to come back, and since we all, and you know, we were being told we had to do this, we had to hand in, and we did, I'm assuming, all of us, the sworn affidavits that we agreed to for each person that got a card. Then I want staff to give us a list of everyone that got a card and the amount from each district official. Then I want you to give me the breakdown as to the December 30th, I think was the date. How many affidavits you have and the total amount that those affidavits come to in dollars, and compare it to the cards that you gave a commissioner. If there's a deficit, then put the deficit, what you never got back. So we know if there are standing affidavits that have to be given, or if there are standing cards that weren't used yet.
Commissioner.
And then do a whole recounting on everybody on the amounts of dollars that were spent and how many cards were given out.
Okay.
So I want this, and I'm asking it in a public records request under Florida statutes. And you know the timeline that you have, which shouldn't be very hard because this should be all online. We were told that if we did not hand in those affidavits, then we were in a position that we would not get reimbursed by the county. This is what you guys told us.
Yep.
And I'll tell you, I worked my staff on like they've ever been worked. And I'm sure, you know, that's what Commissioner Ray is saying here and all of us did, to get that money out, because it was very unfair in what the county did and how they gave us such very little time to do it. But I wanted that money to go out. I myself started spending the dollars on the $250 amount that we originally talked about. Then we increased it to 300 that we could, or 350 rather, that we could give out. And from then on, I asked for my allocations to come in $100 cards. So in everything you give us, you put the denominations also on cards, so we know what the denominations are and the amounts given. And this will make it clear who did what, who's got what, who's in first, who's in second. Because a lot of this is not adding up to me now.
No, and I have, I don't know if you should have seen this, Commissioner Carollo, because this was a report from December 20th. December 20th, I have a report here that states the allocation, the first allocation, how many cards were allocated. The second allocation, how many cards that were allocated. And by cards allocated, that means that those cards were purchased by you and they were passed on to the commissioners. Then we had another allocation, and there's a total cards delivered right here. And to that, later on, there was another allocation after this one, when we brought some of the funds that were destined to for the businesses, that we picked those funds and we divided it, that I received 622 additional cards. My total was 3,638 cards. And then the last entry in this form states the number as of December 20, the number of forms that were received. You see? Cards, data entries. Those are the forms.
Can you give me a copy of that tonight, Mr. Manager? Or unless the commissioner wants to make me a copy?
Oh, absolutely.
I haven't gotten that. No one sent me
No, it says here, it says CC to Barrera, Alex Mahon, Abigail Hernandez, Daniel Suarez, Jose Ortiz, William, Ferreiro, Esteban, Sangster, Natalia, Luis, y Santana. También eso, that was
It could state whatever
CC, Casamayor, Fernando Ortiz, Okay.
Let me see that, because I haven't seen that at all. And
okay, sure. Make copies for everybody.
okay.
And we
You can
follow
make me a
that to the
copy,
team.
please.
And we followed
Now,
this one to the T.
having said that, and going in what I was saying originally,
I agree with you.
that you shouldn't be punished if you were efficient and you worked your staff more. And I'll tell you, my staff sacrificed
I know.
tremendously. Because we were not only handing the cards out, we were giving out thousands of 40-pound food bags
I was there.
with 2 big pork shoulders.
I was,
So it was double the work that we were doing at the time.
yes.
The resolution that I'm going to make is, I think, the fairest one with the monies that are here. If you guys want to wait until we get this results, I don't care either, but I'm willing to make a resolution now that the remaining dollars we divided, between 25%. You got approximately, from what they said, $581,000, and that be divided equally per district. Some lose a little bit. In my case, I gained a hair, and Commissioner Reyes, for being the most efficient, gains a little bit. But if you all would like to wait until we get the final report, I don't mind getting it either. Now, the numbers that I want need to come back to me, and this is my public request, per date of when you had it. I want the breakdown by the date that you told us we were supposed to give you all the affidavits, and then anything else you've gotten or issued after that date of the 30th.
And, thank you. And I agree with you 100%. Public records request to make sure every commissioner has an accountable system in place.
That's right.
I put my staff as the best staff in City Hall. And they worked very, very hard, because we were not giving $250 cards or 4,000 cards. We're giving twice as many cards, 2.5 times as many cards as $100 cards. We're also doing food distributions and everything else. The federal government passed, and I'll give you this prelude. The federal government, Commissioner, the federal government passed a legislation that extended the amount of time that you had until December 31st.
It did.
I had a conversation with our city manager and with Mr. Casamayor and with Ignacio Ortiz, and I said, they said, I think it was Mr. Casamayor, they're in conversation with the county. The county is they suspect it would follow the federal law and allow us to continue. I made the decision in my office that we would continue to distribute cards. And that proved to be the truth, because now we're about to sign an interlocal agreement so that we can just reach as many people as possible in a particular district instead of 4,000, 8,500 so far. So whatever the original allocation was for everybody, I think the fair thing remains the same. Doesn't matter how many cards we have and have yet to give away. We're doing, for example, Palermo this Saturday, we're vaccinating and we're doing cards. So we have all that in place. The original amount is the original amount. If you feel comfortable waiting for a public records request, I'm more than happy. That's what I want. So you can see, and everybody can see exactly how we did it and how our accountability measures were put into place from the beginning. But we started December 12th. So we had 28 days. And I thought it was unfair to District 1 and to my residents that I represent to cut them short and say, you know what, we're not going to get cards. And that's the way we did it. So if there are no additional cards, if the numbers come back, if there are no additional cards and the numbers of Mr. Casamayor are not correct, I'm okay with that. But the original allocation is based on a very strict standard, which is the anti-poverty index. It's done for a reason. You're at 60.2, I'm at 15.9. Commissioner Watson is at 26%. Commissioner Russell hasn't given less cards. I don't know what your methodology was. Maybe you stopped at December 31st.
We got all the out that we thought we had. It's a surprise to us that there was an additional
So it's not fair to Commissioner Russell, it's not fair to people who are still in the process of giving out cards, so all of a sudden, take that money away from District 2 or District 1, hold District 5 harmless, which I agree with, and then all of a sudden, give more money to 2 districts that are already distributed to their constituents. I mean, all Miamis are created equal. We shouldn't take money away from one district to give to another. And that's why the API exists. It's a formula. It's a formula based on fairness. And if District 1 gets 100 cards, and District 2, and District 3 gets 120, and District 4 gets 110, that should be the final number, once you get all the affidavits and you do all the count and all the math. So let's wait till we get the affidavits back, and then let them do the real math, give them time, and then we'll do it. And we'll allocate it the way it's fair for every district. I have no problem with that. Because I'm very transparent. And we have a very clear accountability issue here that I care about, because I was always concerned when you had $800,000 per commission district, that there was always a possibility of cards getting lost. And Carla, who's sitting there, who ran the program for me, my aide, one of my aides, I was very, very clear with her that we wanted to make sure that we had limited number of cards in these offices, because none of the, some of them are in some difficult neighborhoods, right? So I wanted to make sure that we were very careful in that chain of custody for those cards. So I want that accountability, I want that count, but not split it evenly, because it's not fair. It should be based on the original formula that's there for a reason. The way we've done everything since I've been here, I guess before I got here too, there's an API, and every district gets what the poverty index is. It shouldn't be more or less, and it shouldn't change along the way. And that's my only issue.
Well, I remember clearly that in as far as the business monies, we stated that by X date, if monies were not being used, they would go into a pot. And when we presented the original motion, and Mr. Clerk, if you could get the original motion, because there were dates that were used that if we didn't spend the money, it would go back into a general pot. So I'd like to have that read to us. I don't know if you could get that motion fairly quick or not. At the same time, and secondly, I think what happened, Commissioner, was that you didn't feel that you had enough supermarkets in your area, or you were not comfortable with it.
The Publix, yes, sir.
And you wanted Visa cards or MasterCards, I don't know which ones, or
Yes.
either one. And you waited until you could start giving out your cards, until the Visa or MasterCard were found by the city.
That's not what happened.
Okay, explain.
What happened was that I went to the city attorney and to the city manager, and I asked them, what's the process of giving $100 cards? Mr. Porro had already purchased $250 Publix cards. And I said, I don't want to give my residents $250 Publix cards. So he had to return them to Publix, and then we had to pass a resolution according to the city attorney and the city manager, because I couldn't do $100 cards, because the resolution was for $250 cards. Then we came on December 11th, the next commission meeting, 2 weeks later, and I did a resolution to have $100 to $250, and you proffered an amendment to make it up to $350, and I accepted the amendment.
And the reason for that amendment was that we were getting then additional dollars.
Of course, it was
They were
250
being
plus
taken-
100, right, 250 plus
were
100.
being taken from the business side.
Right, I made a decision for my district that I was gonna give $100 cards because I wanted to spread the wealth. I wanted to give as many people $100 cards as possible. Other commissioners, and because they don't have a Publix to go to. And even if they had one, they have one on 57th Avenue, on 7th Street, but they don't go there. It's just more expensive. So it made no sense. So when I came back, I did the resolution on December 11th to bring it down to 100 and up to 350. So you can give anything between 100 and 350. And then I couldn't, after I checked with the city attorney, she said, you cannot do it unless you pass a resolution, because the resolution does not allow you to do $100 cards. And that's what I did. So that's why I started December 12th. The next day is when we started distributing the cards. And we only had 28 days.
When did we get the first cards? The first Publix cards? When did we first get them?
November 24th is, I think, when I physically delivered them.
Okay, November 24th.
Yes, sir.
I had to wait till December 12th, until December 11th commission meeting.
19 days later.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
actually, probably would have been a little later, because I don't know if they had the cards right in that day.
Well, you're correct. We had to pass a resolution, and then they had to return. Well, they gave us the allocation it took like 3 days to get the Visa card, 3 or 4 days. Refresh my memory. So we didn't get them till Monday or Tuesday, but we started making commitments and phone calls to hand out the $100 cards. You're right, it's like 3 or 4 days after when you gave us the cards.
Correct.
So we really started this really late in our process. So when we got to December 31st, or December 30th, when we got to December 30th, I said, I spoke to the manager and I said, listen, the federal government passed this, I'm going to continue to give out cards. And I continue, and to this day, I continue to give out cards. And I will continue to give out cards because I know we're going to have an interlocal agreement and we're going to be okay and we're going to get reimbursed. So, and whatever we have that remains, well, it'll be all documented. And then whatever is due to us and due to District 2 and District 1, District 3 and 4, that's the fair way to do it, I think. Let's get the numbers back. Let's let Mr. Casamayor come back to us and say, or Mr. Porter come back to us. It's Porter, right?
Yes, sir.
Sorry, Mr. Porter come back to us and say, this is what's left. You have an additional, whatever it is, it is. The numbers are the numbers, and the paperwork doesn't lie. So we know where we are and where we stand.
What is the will of the majority?
Commissioner Russell?
I'm happy with any fair distribution of the remaining amount so that we can serve our residents
what
of the
is the
entire
will?
city fairly. So whatever.
What is the will of the majority? I'm asking.
So that we were basically looking at two options, right? An even split or an API split. Is that right?
API
Do
split.
you have the resolution that we passed originally?
We're still looking for it, sir.
Okay.
API split's fine with me.
Very good.
Yeah. On which one, on the resolution or? Okay. Okay, would you like to wait for that? Okay, so we're going to wait for that report.
All right, we'll table discussion item 4 and we'll move to discussion item 5.
Mr. Clerk, can you make sure you get a copy of my public records request transcribed in writing so they could see it and there's no mistakes on it?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, discussion item 5, please. Engagement waiver for Mr. Miguel de Grande.
Okay. I'll make the motion.
It's just a discussion item. You have a,
Okay, I'm sorry, discussion item, all right?
I mean, you can make a motion. I just, we should start. with-
Motion should be made. I mean, I think the discussion was, he asked for some, both current
Sorry,
waiver
Commissioner-
of both.
Sorry, Commissioner Mask, please.
Oh,
Thank you.
sorry. Man, that was a faux pas. I'm gonna be all right with you?
Yeah.
I'm sorry about that.
Don't worry, I'm good over here. The first thing you're gonna knock out is the potato.
And now he's coughing. Now he's coughing.
Yeah. Hold on, let me bat it back.
Can we switch seats?
He asked for a current waiver of conflicts and future waiver of conflicts. That's why it's a discussion item.
And what I stated before was that with the kind of contract that we're placing, that we could drop the contract anytime that we see fit. If there would be any future conflict of interest that we would have a problem with, we could dissolve the contracts. That's why I have no problem in approving something of this nature for that reason.
Mr. Chairman. Look, and I'm going to ask the city attorney to weigh in on this one. I know Miguel de Grande for a long time. He served in the Florida House of Representatives. I have a relationship with him, and a good one. So I'm going to be very careful with my words because I don't want it to be construed that it's anything against Mr. de Grande personally. I think it's a major conflict of interest to have somebody who lobbies this body, who we decide the fate of his matters, to be deciding our political fate by drawing maps. And that conflict of interest is a serious one. Mr. de Grande is a land use lawyer. He's a prominent lobbyist, has many clients. And obviously, I'm not saying he'll do this, but if you vote in his favor, maybe he likes you better, and if you vote against him, maybe he likes you less. So to have somebody playing both roles, determining our fate and how our districts look like, and lobbying us for or against items, to me, represents a major conflict of interest. I don't think we should be doing that. The waiver for future conflicts is even a more serious problem. And I think because then you could drop the contract, but how about the existing conflict of interest. So we completely eliminate the fact that those exist. We say it's okay. He can lobby us and do whatever he wants to do here as an advocate, which is a very noble profession. I have a brother who's a lobbyist, you know that. Commissioner Reyes has a son who's a lobbyist, so I have nothing against lobbyists. But I just don't think that you should mix one with the other. And that's a concern that I have. And I think our city attorney can maybe give us her opinion, not in terms of policy, because we know we don't make policy, but in terms of the legality and the conflict of interest issue.
If I can.
I asked her a question, that's why I just wanted to give her opinion.
Okay, well.
On the conflict of interest.
And she's certainly going to answer it. I'd just like to make a statement.
Oh, yeah, but I just want to answer the question.
Thank you.
So.
She's certainly going to answer that. Mr. DeGrande has served in this capacity to the city of Miami twice before. So.
Doesn't make it right.
There was never any problems before.
Well, I wasn't here.
That's right.
Neither were you.
You're right.
Neither was Manolo.
If you would tell me that he was deciding the city's future on land use and zoning, oh yeah, that's a big difference. But on redistricting, come on.
No.
There is no conflict, real conflict, that he's going to have on redistricting. He's shown that he's done it by the book twice. Never had any complaints of the sort that others have had. The only complaints that you heard on the outcome of Mr. DeGrande, there were small pockets that always happens because you got no choice, that wanted to be in one district versus the other. But, at the end, I don't think there's a case anywhere that you're not going to find that. So I feel perfectly comfortable in approving this for Mr. DeGrande. And I don't want to, get into more than I have to, unless you want me to, and then I'll get into more. But
you get into whatever you want. I will gladly get into why there's a conflict of interest. I have no problem with
Commissioner, look, let's have the city attorney opine.
Yes.
You have given your opinion, I've given mine, the rest of the commission will give theirs, and we can vote it up or down.
I agree.
Madam City Attorney?
Unfortunately, we cannot recommend the waiver of future conflicts. We, our office, as attorneys, right? We're in a different situation, but we can't recommend to you to do this. However, you, in your policy, can make the determination if you wish to do that. You made a good point, Mr. Commissioner Carollo, about stopping the contract. However, I can't recommend, you can do that, and that's a solution. However, I can't recommend it, but you can do it.
Well,
and that's all that matters.
You've answered the legal question, and the legal question is, do we have the right to do this? You've stated yes. You've also stated the reasons why you won't recommend it, which we understand it. But you've also have pointed out that we have the right to terminate the contract anytime we want to. If I didn't have that provision in there, maybe I would think about it differently. But with that provision in there, if there is anything that would come up in the future that I would consider a real conflict with the city, I might look at it differently. I don't foresee that happening at all. But I know that I have the right to end that contract anytime. So that's why I don't have any problems whatsoever in accepting this in this fashion.
If he, Mr. Chair, Madam Attorney, if he doesn't foresee a conflict, then why is he asking for a waiver for future conflicts?
Right. So right now, he has one particular client that he's come before the commission.
What client is it?
I always, I would say it's RMI.
It's who?
RMI.
Okay. Who's that?
The Virginia Key Marina.
The Rickenbacker
Right.
Marina. Okay.
Right, that's
That's a
present,
pass.
that's present. But, you know, let's say that he would want to sue us with regard to that, that's future, right? So that's the, but again,
So he's
The
requesting a
policy
future
decision-
waiver so that he retains the right to sue us in the future in case the Rickenbacker Marina issue doesn't go his client's way,
But can I clarify something,
right? Right?
Mr. Chair?
Am I right?
it could happen, yes, but then
Okay.
you could sever ties.
Because if he doesn't have a conflict, he wouldn't be requesting a waiver. What's the purpose of a waiver?
So he has present clients that he
Yes.
wants to come before the city for. However, he wants the future waivers as well, and I don't know what those are. I'm just
I do.
giving an whatever.
Well,
Right.
well,
Mr. Manager.
But to be crystal clear, so everybody's not confused, it's not him as an attorney, it's the entire firm.
Right.
He's
so-
requesting a
okay,
conflict
so
waiver for all of Holland and Knight.
All of Holland and Knight.
So you have to
Even
put
worse.
that into context. It's not just his conflicts, it's the firm's conflict.
Right.
That's the way the conflict waiver reads. It's for Holland and Knight as a law firm.
I think we're eyes wide open here. Commissioner Crowe, you got a motion?
I have a motion.
What is it?
A motion to approve moving forward with his contract and to instruct the manager and the city attorney to exercise a contract on the commission's and the city's behalf.
There's a motion by Commissioner Crowe, second by the chair. Any further discussion? Like to open for public comment? Mr. DeGrande? No one? All right, closing public comment. No further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Sorry, the manager's asking me to clarify, just so the commission knows, there's an item that is coming on February 25th to approve their actual professional services agreement, because Mr. DeGrande does not want an expert consultant agreement, and it is subject to procurement. So the item is coming to the commission with the manager's recommendation that procurement be waived and we enter into the professional service agreement with Holland and Knight.
Did you hear him?
I could not hear what he was saying, going so quickly. and
It
his
has to
voice
be,
shaking.
it has to be a 4/5. It has to come back before you for a 4/5 because he wants it to be with the firm, Holland and Knight, not him. If
Yeah,
it would have
well-
just been him, then the manager could have done it under his authority up to 100.
Well,
All right, so then.
I
we're
thought
not
we
moving
had
on.
4 votes here. Did we have 4 votes here? Or was I counting
Right,
differently?
right. We can't approve that because we have to advertise that one. He can start already
all right.
with a small threshold, but it has to come before you for the full
Okay,
item.
you'll be bringing it back at what date?
25th. But that doesn't stop him from starting now if you at least direct us.
Well,
Would you like to amend your motion?
I would amend my motion directing the manager to begin negotiating with him now. And we will vote on it at the next meeting on the 25th.
Seconded by the chair. Is that good, Mr. Manager?
Yeah, that was the intent.
All right.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion passes 4-1. Thank you very much. PI1, we're going to get into the pockets and do them as quickly as possible.
How many items do we have left?
So just 4.
Can we get through the least controversial ones that we could quickly go through, and anything that might take more time, leave it for the end?
Sure. PI1, do we want $350 billion from the federal government?
Yes.
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 I move
all
it.
right. There's a motion to accept PI1, a resolution of the Miami City Commission urging the 117th United States Congress to adopt the American Rescue Plan, including $350 billion for local and state governments. Moved
Okay.
by Commissioner
Second.
Diaz-Padilla, seconded by Commissioner Reyes. Any further discussion? I'll open public comment.
Yeah, well, I have a request, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, tomorrow when you meet with the president, could you please ask him to expedite these funds?
What's that?
You're meeting with the president tomorrow, right?
Tomorrow, yes.
Well, make this request, take him personally and tell him to expedite it.
I'm going to tell him Commissioner Reyes from the city. of
Absolutely,
Miami.
tell him, and he can come and visit me here whenever he wants.
Who's meeting with what president?
With,
The only president.
The President of the United States asked me and a small group of mayors and governors, myself and another Republican mayor, Mayor Williams from Arlington, Texas, and I think it's Mayor Control from New Orleans, Mayor Lance Bottoms from Atlanta and Mayor Dugans from Detroit to go up to Washington, D.C. to discuss the COVID relief bill. So I guarantee you that I'm going to be talking about, vaccines and us getting the necessary vaccines to make sure that our population can be vaccinated as quickly as possible. B, what we've all been fighting for a long time, which is, having the ability to continue to help our residents, right? In the ways that you all are talking about with the food cards, which have been so successful, and you all have worked so hard on that, with the food distribution lines, with the rental assistance programs, with the mortgage assistance programs. I mean, everything that all of you have done and worked tirelessly over the last few months to continue to extend that aid because we need it. And frankly, number three, we still have an uncertain budgetary situation. We were fortunate to have escaped last year without a major budget catastrophe that we were potentially anticipating. And then I think number four is to make sure that any kind of distribution that is made on the basis of CDBG, not on the way that it was done the first time, where all the cities that were 500,000 in population or less basically got left out. And we ended up getting $15 million when we should have gotten $88 million. And I think that, some of the discussions that you guys are having here today about, distributing food cards and equitably and all that would have been alleviated completely had we gotten the $88 million. We would have had an additional $70 million to work with. But certainly, all the indications that I've had from the administration and from the U.S. Conference of Mayors is that that is the way the formula is going to apply, that it will be based on CDBG. And I think that's the right way to do it, and I'm hopeful that that's the way it ends up becoming, because I think that way it takes away any other government's ability to hurt the city and hurt its residents.
That will do away with any intermediaries. You see, it will come straight to us, right?
Yes, exactly. Exactly right. That's right, Mr. That's
Well,
right,
good luck with it.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate it. Pray for me.
Thank you. Well, Section 3 of my resolution asks the city clerk to transmit a copy of this resolution to President Joe Biden, but the mayor will take care of that for you, Mr. Clerk.
Yes, sir. I will do that personally.
All right, there's a motion, there's a second. Any further discussion? I've closed public comment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Let's get that bread.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good luck.
PI 2, this is a D5 item regarding development agreements. Mr. Watson.
I just had a question relative to how we are able to enforce development agreements vis-a-vis the initial party coming in, and then at some point somebody else comes behind them and asks for something different. And so maybe it's nothing more than just a comment to make as we move forward, but I think it's part and parcel of either the zoning or something else. You have someone come in and the hotel, and then all of a sudden, guys that come behind them now want to put us in a position where we're not being able to support what we initially said we would under agreement. So I guess that language, I was told now, the language is in there regarding the one that came about thus far with Magic City. But as we move forward on others, I hope the same language is included so that we don't have that issue where people are now trying to get out of the commitments they made when they first came to us. So.
We can always enforce development agreements, so depending on the situation, you let us know and we make sure that they're in compliance with it. If they're not in compliance, then we can definitely negotiate to make sure that it happens, or we can, depending on what it is, we can revoke certain permits, we can make them come into compliance. So you just let us know.
And what triggers our ability to unravel an agreement?
Development agreements are contractual in nature, and they also run with the land. So we just look at the provisions. Obviously, if we're told, we're put on notice that, oh, so-and-so didn't do X, and then we go forward with that and ask them to comply, and if they don't, then we can revoke certain permits with regard to the property.
If someone is committed to X amount of money and we want now more, how do we go about that?
That we probably have to negotiate.
Okay.
We would have to negotiate for that.
All right, thank you.
But they can be amended. It can be amended.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments on PI2? Hearing none, we'll move to PI3. This is a District 4 item regarding project timelines. Commissioner Reyes. Your pocket item on project timelines.
Particularly that they are, I would say, architectural companies, that what they do is they keep the projects going and going and going and going, and they never finish the drawings. And I have a timeline here on a project on Golden Pines, that just to give you an idea, you see, we had at risk scoping per requirements, 90% design, 137 days. And then we sent it back, right? And they said, okay, it was 90% design. And it took 367 days for the other 10%. See, this is unacceptable. It's unacceptable because the projects, they take forever. They take forever. And I know that we in-house, we have problems, and maybe we need more people. But the problem with these companies is that they take as long as they can, as they want, and there is no consequences. And we start a project. This project started in 2016. 2016, and we are not even close to breaking ground. And this got to stop, because what we are doing is we promise our residents that we are going to, whatever we're going to build, we're going to fix the street, and it takes 2 years for 2 blocks to be fixed. That is unacceptable, sir. And you have gone through the same thing. And what I'm trying to find is a way that we can hold them accountable. Accountability. When are you, my project is going to be, when are you going to be ready? The plans are going to be finalized, and we can start, and we can deliver what we promised.
Hold who accountable, Commissioner? Hold who accountable? Capital Improvements Director?
I'm saying, well, we should get accountable everybody. But I'm referring now to architectural firms that are the ones that do the drawing, and they're the ones that hold it back. That's what I'm referring to. And I really hope that now that we should. Somebody told me that the state, they have a grading or process, but we should look into a methodology that we can hold them accountable, or we can get them out of the list and don't work with them. Find somebody else. Because we keep repeating and doing it, giving it to the same companies, and the same companies keep on doing the same thing. You see? I asked for that, I think it was drawings for a couple of blocks. And how long that's going to take? 10 months. 10 months, 2 blocks.
Is this the fault of the architectural firms or of our department that should be managing these projects and driving them forward?
I believe there is a combination of both. But the architectural firms, what they do is they receive it, and they take more time drawing, a couple of blocks than it would take anybody to draw a 20-story building. You see? It's 2 blocks, and it's going to take 10 months. It is unacceptable. So what I want to put them in notice that either they start doing what they're supposed to do if they want to work for the city of Miami, or we should get them out of the pool. See? We'll get them out of the pool and get somebody that really wants to work with us. Because they send us the plans, and we send it back, and they start sending it back to us, and now, after so many years, okay, after 4 years, the plans for those 4 streets, they are not completed. They're not even completed. You see? Am I right, sir?
Commissioner, and before we discuss with staff, I just want to like commiserate with you. No, I don't even want to use bad language about how upset I am about the projects that I've waited for years. From the day I came into office, one single street that I've asked to get fixed. And I've asked for a standing monthly meeting on the status of that one single street. And we haven't fixed a single pothole on that street, much less its drainage problem and its repaving problem. These shouldn't be that complicated.
It shouldn't.
I know we have amazing staff and amazing folks in the department, but a director, Mr. Manager, a director is not just an engineer. A director is a CEO that drives projects, disciplines, encourages, and incentivizes, and cracks the whip when necessary on vendors to get things done. Really, they're problem solvers. That's what we need in directorships in all our departments. And I know we have a lot of vacancies, we have a lot of acting positions, but we need some hardcore leadership to get these projects finished. Because I'm in the middle of my 2nd term, and the promises I made to one neighborhood for one single street, I'm embarrassed that I can't tell them that I can't fix their street.
Amen. Amen. That's what I've been saying all along.
And I don't know if the problem is the vendors. I don't know if the problem is these are complicated. I get it. They're multi-jurisdictional. It's creative. There's all sorts of technology issues. But someone needs to solve the problem. And then we'll allocate the budget, and it goes. There's something missing here when the will is here, the budget is here, but the projects aren't getting done. So I'm with you, Commissioner Reyes. However you want to carry this discussion item forward, I just needed to say my piece.
And I also want to add to, my complaint with the architectural firm. I also would like more communication between the departments. You see, our departments working together, planning and zoning and everybody working together and trying to expedite the work, the projects. Because I feel your pain. I mean, they're streets that I don't want to show my face on. I don't want to show my face there. You see, as a matter of fact, I have some even as simple as a street bump. How long does it take?
It's ridiculous.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question.
How long does it take to put in a speed hump? Speed table?
It's rhetorical, I think.
No, it's not. It's not. It is a very finite, direct question. How long does it take to put in a speed bump?
The speed humps have to be approved by ballot, so however long the balloting is. Once we have the ballots approved, it's typically 2 to 3 months to get the speed hump in. That doesn't include the permitting.
I know.
Let me tell you this.
I've been trying for over a year on some.
No, a year. A year. I got streets that since I first came in. You see, since I first came in. I mean, it is, and let me tell you something. I'm public works. I've been working and obviously I've been working with you guys, but something got to be done. Something got to be done. You see, I am not the only one that has been embarrassed by the speed of finishing those projects. You see, all the promises that we make, they're in vain. See? They're in vain. I mean, I've been here, this is my 3rd year, and I have streets, and you know it, streets that I wanted to fix, and then they're fully funded, and I haven't been able even to start. You see, it is embarrassing, sir. It is embarrassing. So something got to be done. Something got to be done.
Mr. Chair?
Thank you. Yes. Hector.
There are 2 items that I want to bring up that what we're doing, try to improve the process, the timelines on the projects, okay? One is we had difficulty in the past of managing the whole program. We didn't have a correct program management software, have visibility on the program itself. With the new program management software implementing, we'll be able to establish performance metrics, not only on the program, but project specific. So we know if a project's delayed, we know it ahead of time and we can address it, not after the fact. The second item is on the roadway projects. In January, I asked staff to go ahead and map out the whole process to approve a typical roadway project. Right now, that process stands about 3 years.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
That process right now for a roadway project is about 3 years, from project creation to finishing construction. And that is if you don't run into any major issues on the project. So having that process laid out, we're going to take that process, work with other sister departments to try to find those efficiency improvements so we can decrease that timeline.
I'm not trying to single you out, Hector, because I've had the same difficulty with the last 3 directors of the department. Bay Homes Drive. Yes, it has complications, but we're on, well, if you count Commissioner Sarnoff, we're probably on year 8 of trying to solve this problem.
Right,
And
that is quite a difficult challenge.
But we've brought in outside help, we've brought a think tank, we've brought the neighborhood together. The will is there. I shouldn't have to come to city commission to pass a resolution to bring a plan for a capital project. These are things we should be able to work out internally, and then we just pass it in the budget. But this street of about 50 homes has been waiting more than patiently for a very long time for a solution. And I really need your help. I really need the manager's help, and we need to deliver a solution for them. We will find the funding, whether it's multi-phase or whatever it is, we will find all the jurisdictional issues. We can solve these problems, but I need your help.
So do I. And I really hope that we find a solution. And as I stated before, if we need more personnel and we need people that really will help us with all the projects that we have, I mean, we have to get them. We have to hire them. If we need to increase the salary because they don't want to work with us, well, let's have some merit, some type of incentives to bring them to work. But we cannot keep on spending 3 years on a single project that is only the repaving of 3 blocks.
Oh, I agree with you.
Redoing of the 3 blocks. I mean, that's incredible.
Mr. Chair, I asked the last time, and I know Mr. Body I've worked on both sides with him. I'm not so sure it's us in some respect. I asked the last time about a blanket in a local. We have a real problem because city streets are not city streets. City streets contain Florida streets. City streets contain county streets. And every time there's something that's not congruent, then they have to go to the county, and the county can jerk you around for a long time. So between the study, I understand he said 3-4 months, I have a neighbor who has been working on something for 5 years. So between between the study to do it, between the county, and local agreement, I have a situation in a neighborhood where the state came in to correct the problem. I don't know what they tried to correct. They put barriers. So now instead of people just going across where it's already dangerous, they extend it. So now they dodge, and then we're all standing there watching them. They dodge. So I don't know what the state was doing. What the state should have done was go to 36th Street and put drainage in, because it's been flooding in front of our fire department, fire station since I was in middle school. It's been flooding.
What avenue?
So
what avenue is it?
36th Street and 7th Avenue, whatever number that fire station is, it has been flooding.
Our border.
It has been, right, it's been flooding there since I was in middle school, and that's been quite a few days ago.
We can work on that together.
I mean, so their hands get tied, and we have to figure out how
But
to do it.
where they run into a multi-jurisdictional roadblock, that's where we can help through our relationships with the county, with the state.
Of course.
But we need to be called upon to help, grease those wheels.
Yeah.
But I feel like the puzzle, they hit a roadblock, and then, Path of Least, they got so many projects to work on. It's very easy to go to work on the projects that are a little simpler. But sometimes these complicated ones, it just takes a, well,
Mr. Chair,
I don't mean to go on and on.
Mr. Chair, I expanded this, but I came specific to complain about a project on Golden Pines. And I'm going to read this again. Because of the delays caused by T.Y. Lin on the Golden Pines project initiated back in 2016, I hereby direct the manager to take any and all actions to determine the reasons for the delay and to take remedial action, including but not limited to terminating our agreement with T.Y. Lin. I further direct the city manager to report on the status of what actions have been taken to my office within 5 business days. I want to take action. I want to send a message that we mean business. And if you don't want to work with the city of Miami, fine. And if this job is too small for your firm, that is not unimportant because you have bigger projects, let us know, don't take it. So we can find somebody that can manage this.
Do you have an action, Commissioner Reyes?
Yeah,
Do you have a resolution or an action?
Well, this was a directive.
A directive, okay.
Directed to the city manager.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
we've scheduled a meeting Tuesday with TY Lin.
I beg your pardon, sir?
We've scheduled a meeting through our procurement department on Tuesday with TY Lin to discuss those matters exactly. It's a performance review on TY
We
Lin.
have that meeting. We set up the meeting that you wanted to discuss the performance reviews of all the different.
Okay.
Thank you. The management's
Okay,
received
thank
the
you very
direction.
much.
That's the end of PI 3. Before we get into PI 4 Bitcoin, is there an action ready for the card program or the remaining funds?
We stated we were going to wait for the report.
Is that what this is?
That's the report. That's
What is this?
Commissioner Reyes had.
We weren't going to take action, we said, but this is what I want to be crystal clear. The firm that came to each of our offices and made copies of the sworn affidavits, they gave you a count as to how many sworn affidavits they got and the amounts on each individual. So I have a real problem with this email that was sent February 11th, because it shows like that the bulk of us were super irresponsible and that we had close to 17,000 applications pending, and that's not true. That's not true.
What email is that?
Well, this is the one that Commissioner Reyes brought up, and I asked for it to be given to each of us. Now, what happened was that whatever department you assigned to have taken care of this wanted us to input all the information. How in the heck, with so limited amount of resources that we had to us, can we be giving out hundreds of thousands of dollars in cards, be giving out Christmas food, and at the same time, you want us to be inputting stuff by December 30th? So what we did, and apparently what everybody else did, we had the firm come in and copy, make a copy of all the sworn affidavits from each individual and the amount, and you should have a copy of that. So by this email, February 11th, this is very misleading, because applications pending entry. If it's pending entry, because you need to get some secretaries to do this in there, because you have copies of everything.
Commissioner, this email is from December 20th.
Excuse me?
This email that was sent with the numbers is December 20th.
December 20th.
Yeah, it was forwarded on February 11th, but the original email's from December 20th. That's why I was a little confused. Yeah, the original email's, the one that Commissioner Reyes was referencing is a December 20th email.
December 20th is the original.
So it's everything else enter now. After you got it, at least by the 30th or so.
Willie can answer the status of all the scans and the entries.
Currently, right now, I just, after the last discussion, went to the scanning company, because one of the requirements of it is that they needed to be scanned for the reimbursement purposes.
Right.
Absolutely. So I'm asking the scanning company to see if we can take out just the affidavit or the application, so we can have the accurate count. So as soon as I have that response, I will get back to everybody.
Yeah, but I'm amazed. We're in February now, mid-February, and the scanning company never gave you that information so you could provide it to the county already?
Again, I'm working on a December 30th deadline.
Right.
From before.
From before, but
That's
did
correct.
you, did
So
any
as
of
soon
that?
as, I'm sorry to interrupt, as soon as I saw that there was going to be delays in terms of getting those, I immediately contracted a scanning company to physically scan everything. Everything.
I know that because they came and they scanned
That's correct.
everything we had. But
And
my
they
question
still
is-
have those documents there, by the way.
Yeah, but then, weren't you given final amounts already?
Not as of yet, no, sir.
I mean, a month and a half later approximately, and you haven't gotten final?
I'm going to try to get it, but again, it's going to be skewed,
And-
Commissioner, because it's going to include IDs and whatever else is
And
attached to that
by
affidavit.
when was the county supposed to receive this information from us?
We sent it the week right after the 30th, so that was the rush. I'm still working on the 30th date, and we immediately got everything scanned and sent it in.
Well, that's part of what my public records request is asking for. So
Absolutely.
we get that straight,
Absolutely.
right? Thank you.
So William, let me ask you a question. This third line, card amount, direct order, second allocation,
I'm sorry, Commissioner.
card amount, direct order, second allocation. What exactly does that title mean?
Just I broke it down, each allocation, I broke out what each commissioner district received. That's what you're referring to.
So well,
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Carollo's question, this is the issue, and he's correct. This is a December 20th email. So of course, it's going to show all these things. I got my cards December 17th, right? So what he's asking, and his point, very well taken, is why don't we have an updated version of this? I mean, it's December 20th, it's February 11th.
Again.
Do you have an ongoing update every week, every 2 weeks, or how it's going? I mean, what's your methodology?
Are you referring to the scans?
I'm referring to this paper. Have you sent an email with the same information updated to anyone? Have you?
I think you're referring to the data entry part of it. Is that?
The scans are the driver's license or the identifications?
The scans are part of the reimbursement process, but there was a data entry as part of the whole workflow.
Okay, so you have an update on the data entry? You'll have it for us next time we meet or
Yes,
whatever?
there was a system that was put in
Okay,
place.
okay.
Yes, that's correct.
But my question didn't get answered, because I'm looking like the black dumb guy, and I got a problem with that, right? Let me just say this. This title says card amount, direct order, second allocation. I remember these two numbers, the first two numbers.
Commissioner, could I just see what you're referring to? I apologize. I
It's
just
your
don't.
email. This is yours.
Okay, okay.
Huh, look at it. I can remember. I can remember. That's your email. Hold on to that. Okay? Hold on to that. I remember those second two numbers. Where did that third number, about 2,000 additional cards, come from? Where did that come from? A moment in which time?
A moment in time when I wrote this email, when I sent this out. That's what I had at that
December
time.
20th.
But it's reflecting that we got something that I don't have a recollection of receiving. And now I'm finding out I have a whole lot more when I was busting my butt trying to get out because I did not want to give money back to the county. Right?
I think,
So
Commissioner,
I'm just trying to fill in the gap in my head.
No, but Commissioner, in fairness, everybody was working really hard because we were all working on a December 30th date. I think it was prudent on several chiefs of staff and staff saying, let's not purchase more cards because we cannot put them out fast enough.
So then the earlier question is this represents now cash on hand or cards on hand?
These are cards. These are cards.
And it doesn't reflect.
That was, excuse me, that was my question.
It doesn't reflect the third allocation of December 26th.
That's what my question.
This doesn't reflect, it's December 20th. It doesn't reflect the
Correct.
third allocation.
This is just a moment in time.
So
That's
a moment
correct.
in time, that's a long time ago, in relative terms. So we'll have an update, right, from you with all the same breakdown, but for February, I guess 13th, 14th, whenever it is, the 15th, whenever the 5 days run out for the public record and everything else, right? We'll get an updated email.
That is correct, yes.
Okay.
So what's the call? You need further analysis before?
We're gonna wait for the data and then we're gonna make a decision.
Okay, so is it
Let's
tonight?
let's wait
No, not
until the
tonight.
report. And a good question, Commissioner Watson made a same asked the question that I made. Is this
he even made it more explicit. Does this reflect the amount of money that you say that it is left at those cards? It is cash on hand or cards on hand?
I count both when I distribute it out by
Okay,
API.
well, please count how many cards they did receive to see if they received their allotment.
It's both
If
because,
they did receive their allotment and they have not given it out, they have a surplus of cards, not of.
at a moment in time,
not of cash.
that is correct, yes.
See? And they have the surplus of cards, they should keep it and not give it up, okay?
Well, no, they don't have a surplus of cards. They just haven't given them out.
Well,
The amount is
wait
the
a minute.
amount. So it's just, we have an allocation.
Let's not start in semantics. You
No,
have more cards now.
He
Yes,
told me
of
that
course.
they did not have any cards left over a while ago.
Not on our side, no, not at all.
Okay, so the
They were
monies
always-
that he mentioned here before, 581,000 that we are to figure out a way to split between four of us, plus the additional dollars that were left in District 5, that was all cash, I was told, that you have. You have the actual money.
Yes, it has not been spent,
Right.
yes, sir.
Oh, you have that?
Yes.
That money.
It's in the checking account on our side, in other words. It
Separate
hasn't
from
been
the
spent.
cards that are pending, each commission office or whatever.
But then, if that's the case, then all the districts that they have a surplus, to call it whatever, that of an X amount of dollars, they did not receive the allocated money in cards.
No, not all of it.
You see, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, not all of it.
There was balances left over, I think we
But
clarified.
the amount, but my question was, if, for example, you allocated $300,000 to Commissioner Carollo, you bought $300,000 worth of card and gave it to him?
Absolutely. As immediately as I
I don't
put,
understand how that math, I don't understand. I want to see how it was done.
yeah.
Okay.
All right, so no further action for the
I'm
moment.
going to ask for a report.
We'll wait for the
Yes, sir.
report.
All right,
Okay.
so can we move on then? And what shall we defer this item, or are we done with it? It's just a,
No,
it's a discussion item, so.
We're going to have it back in the agenda on the 25th.
The 25th.
They're going to have 5 working days to give us the information that I requested under a public records request.
Got it.
Yes, sir.
All right, so this will be a deferral of DI4 to February 25th? Correct.
Correct.
Is there a motion by Commissioner Carollo?
So moved.
Seconded by Commissioner Reyes. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. And please keep in the analysis the flexibility for business assistance as well. All right, so that concludes our discussion items. We'll finish back up on the pocket item. The last one remaining is the mayor's item on Bitcoin. Mr. Mayor, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate it, and I want to thank all of the commissioners and the city attorney for working with me on this piece of legislation. I've had an opportunity to speak to all of you. You've all expressed suggestions, concerns, comments, and I'm thankful for them. It's made the resolution better. Specifically, with reference to discussions with the city attorney, we clarified that this would be a third party and not the city that would be facilitating these transactions. With regard to Commissioner Reyes, we talked about that the city would not be incurring any liability, and that would be a very important component of the legislation in Section 1. With discussions with Commissioner Carollo, he asked that also be added to Section 2, and I completely agree with that, so I would ask that the resolution reflect that. And I know that Commissioner Watson has some potential additions or an addition to the resolution that he would like to proffer. So I think this is in line with our attempts to be one of the most cutting-edge cities in America. The fact that we have been so open on this issue has generated a lot of good and positive press for the city. I have even gotten calls, and I was in Jacksonville last Friday, and the mayor of Jacksonville, Lenny Curry, was specifically talking to me about this legislation. And he is, in fact, waiting on this, hopefully, to pass so that his city can do something similar. I've also had conversations with Broward County Commissioner Udine, who is, I believe, the vice chair, and he's going to be bringing it to the Broward County Commission as well, and Mayor Manny Sid from the city of Miami Lakes, as well as other cities throughout the country that I'm sure are looking at this. You know, obviously, there's been a lot of high-profile, investors from, national, one of the oldest banks, I think, in the world, to large companies. So I would just I'd like to thank the commission for the constructive debate that I was able to have with each of you on this issue. And I would ask if you would please pass this item with the modifications that I think Commissioner Watson wants to proffer.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, you recognize Commissioner.
Yes, but I would like Mr. Mayor to direct the manager to analyze it. I mean, make an analysis, because I have a lot of questions about Bitcoin. Bitcoin is not a medium of exchange. By medium of exchange, I mean that you go and you purchase, you buy with it. It's not accepted. You cannot go to Publix and buy meat with it. It has been used as a store of value. People are buying Bitcoin because the price is increasing, the same thing that you do with the stock, you see, or you do it with gold. You think that it's going to appraise, and you buy it. So receiving part of the payment in Bitcoins, you see, I don't know how that is going to be converted into legal tender money. You see, that is a question that I have when you said about that, and I'm not saying that it's impossible. I'm saying that we should analyze that very well, okay? And also that residents and businesses, by the same token, that will pay with Bitcoin to us. Well, how are we going to convert that into a legal tender? Or because we don't pay our employees or our people that we hire or we contract in Bitcoins that we don't know if they're. So this requires a real deep analysis, because as of today, Bitcoin is not a legal tender. It's not a medium of exchange. You see, it doesn't have, in other words, doesn't have the characteristics of money. And one of the major characteristic of money is that it is a medium of exchange. You see, that that means that I'll give you money and you give me a product. You see, we're exchanging, and it is accepted every place. You see, that is a couple of problems that I see with this, and I strongly suggest that we direct the manager to analyze the possibility of, and also the inconveniences that this could have for our, okay?
Thank you, Commissioner. And I also wanted to say that Commissioner Carollo also talked specifically on Section 3 about the manager actually doing an analysis, particularly before holding it as an investment asset. And
that's very dangerous.
Sure. I can tell you, hopefully it will make you feel better, that there's already precedent in terms of, for example, in the NFL, there's a player that requested in their contract that they be paid a portion of their salary in Bitcoin, so that's already happening. There are companies that are...
I don't understand that. That player, he doesn't need money, like our employees do, that they need it as a medium of exchange to buy it. You see, many people, they are investing on Bitcoin because it's just like you're parking your money. You see, you park your money right there because the way that it's popularity and since it has a limited amount and now people are demanding it, that's why the price has increased so much.
Sure.
You see?
Right. And I would just say again that there's multiple exchanges. There's a lot of liquidity in terms of being able to get in and out of the position. And there's a tremendous amount of trading volume, just generally speaking. So I think that's why the player particularly wanted it in that particular case. It's a third party that actually took the cash and converts it into Bitcoin and gives the employee, or in the case of the football player, the Bitcoin.
I'd be more comfortable if we analyze the possibility of it.
In which section, for which part? So there's
Uh,
several
both.
parts, Commissioner.
All three sessions.
Okay.
Because what we have to do, I mean, I don't want the city manager to go and start buying Bitcoins now.
No.
Or trying to pay in Bitcoins. You see, I want him to analyze and do an in-depth analysis of the pros and cons.
No, and I just.
Okay, and the inconveniences that it could create. Okay? I'm not saying that it is, I'm not criticizing it. The only thing that I say that we have to be cautious. Okay?
I agree.
Mr. Mayor, I'm certainly not an expert in Bitcoin, but I've been catching up as quickly as I can. I'd like to support you in this effort, and I would welcome a motion on this item.
I'll move it.
Moved by Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla, seconded by the chair. That being said, I think our role in order to support you with this effort, which will help establish Miami, as we welcome tech, and we want to encourage those who want to look at the next version of investing and of currency, we need to make sure our residents are well educated and protected.
Yep.
The hope someday is that this is a very viable, stable currency. It is a parallel currency at the moment, but it's also more of an investment, as Commissioner
It's
Reyes
investment.
says.
Absolutely.
It's both.
It is.
It's
It
used
is.
by
And,
AT&T,
and that's
but
why.
PayPal uses it. In fact, the first transaction on Bitcoin was in 2008 for a Pizza Hut purchase of $25.
Yes.
Little tidbit there. that I
But-
found out yesterday when I was reading.
So
PayPal
it-
accepts it as
but-
purchase.
But if let me finish. If it breaks the paradigm of what money
Yes.
is.
That's right.
It's a
And the
balance.
concept of a central bank. And so by a government almost getting involved with this, it's almost the antithesis of what Bitcoin is meant to stay away from government. But what we're doing is not trying to control and regulate it, but rather see if there's a way we can assist in education of our residents and our employees and assist them in accessing it in a healthy and responsible way.
Absolutely.
As a long-term investment, it seems to have a steady growth pattern if you look at it
Yes.
almost as a stock.
Yes.
But it has
that's right.
incredible short-term volatility with over 12 horrific crashes that it's had in its lifetime. And any single investor who takes more than their disposable income and invests it in here and needs that money back on a downswing could lose everything.
That's my
And I
problem.
think-
Lose
That's what I'm
everything.
saying.
And I think
That's
your
what I'm
point, the
saying.
point is the education part of it is a point very well taken. But I like the choice, the fact that people have a choice, but they need to be educated to make the correct choice. So the education is a big component of it, Mr. Mayor. I think it's an important part of it. But I commend you for giving employees and residents the opportunity to transact in this cryptocurrency, and for you having the vision to embrace the future and moving our city forward, not only with this issue, but with all the things you're doing with big tech and everything else. So I'm going to support you with this. I think you're doing a great job with this issue. But I am cautious, as you are, Commissioner Reyes, especially when it comes to the city investing in a very volatile currency, which is cryptocurrency of Bitcoin.
It also, excuse me for saying this, but the convertibility of the Bitcoin from Bitcoin to US dollars, and it's not that easy. You see? I mean, you have to find a buyer and all that that's willing to, or whatever, but you cannot go and convert Bitcoins immediately, and you're gonna buy in Publix, and you have Bitcoins. That is, it is a little bit, nowadays. I mean, I don't disagree with the idea of trying or analyzing it and seeing the possibility that our employees, if they want to invest, they can invest the same thing that they can invest in the stock market, but we have to be cautious.
I agree.
We have to be cautious, and
Fair enough.
we have to analyze everything that aspect of it.
Commissioner Reyes, are you proffering any amendment with regard to the analysis versus action?
No, I would say that before we take any action, that the city manager bring us a thorough and a full analysis.
The motion on the floor currently, I just want to capture this correctly, the motion on the floor currently hereby authorizes and directs the city manager to establish a method by which the city can contract a third party to allow employees to choose to receive their income.
I will have analyzed.
So prior to directing the manager to actually implement.
No, analyze, the city manager analyze and report a measure.
So, because the way it's currently worded, we are establishing a method. We are directing the manager to establish a method.
That's right.
It's two different things. My motion was to pass the pocket item, not to do a study.
Correct,
So-
but, so I'm just making sure we've got comfort level from Commissioner Reyes.
What I would like, and I'm being very honest with you guys, I think that we should analyze the pros and cons. And then establish them, if we see that it is feasible and it is not cumbersome, then go right ahead. But just jumping into establishing.
All right, I want to put it on the record verbally, though, because this is the way the reso is worded currently. We are authorizing and directing the manager to establish a method to pay our employees. We are authorizing and directing the manager to establish a procedure that enables the city residents and business to pay for municipal services and fees.
That's another thing.
And the third one is the city commission is authorizing and directing the manager to analyze the feasibility and benefits of the city of Miami investing, just a moment, investing a limited amount of government funds. So the third one is an analysis. The other two are a direction to
No,
actually create the
I
program.
cannot vote for something that has not only previously analyzed and being, if it is feasible and if it creates inconveniences for our employees or for the residents. Yes, I cannot vote in favor. I would love to have an analysis of it and come back with it.
Commissioner Correa, you're recognized.
And then I will
And
support it.
then, one of you have to.
You want to speak, or would you like for me to first?
Commissioner Correa, then Commissioner Watson.
Look, I want to try and support, yeah, it's hard to see each other with all this plastic here. He's there. I try to support and work with the mayor in everything possible, and I think he'll tell you that in the big tech ideas that he's had, I've been very complimental of him. I'm still waiting for him, the minute he's got a little time, to try to see something that I think, following what he told me that he needed, that we might be able to put together to accomplish some major steps in attracting big tech to Miami. And I think the mayor's done a fabulous job with that. And his intentions are coming right from the heart.
Yeah.
Having said that, I can't drink the Kool-Aid in this one. And here are some of the problems that, before I get into changing some of the words in the resolution, the problems that I see here. I didn't come prepared really to deal with this today because I thought, and it's probably my mistake because I've had so much to deal with in the past week and a half. I thought this was going to come back the next meeting, so I didn't come prepared with everything. But I just got in a few things. And let me read to you on what our incoming Treasury Secretary, Janet Yellen, that's the incoming for the Biden administration, not the old Trump administration, okay?
Ex-President of the Federal Reserve.
She made this statement to the Senate Finance Committee in their hearing on January 19th. And she's talking about cryptocurrency, Bitcoins. It can be used to finance terrorism, facilitate money laundering, and support malign activities that threaten U.S. national security interest and the integrity of the U.S. and international financial systems. Bitcoin, like the Venezuelan petro, and 1,000 plus of these types of currencies that are not backed for the most part by any banking institutions, Bitcoin certainly is not, or by any government or legitimate government, and Bitcoin is not, are very, very, very volatile. In Bitcoin in particular, it's a small amount of investors that have the lion's share of the Bitcoins. By our actions here today in approving anything, not to mention if others follow our lead, those that have invested in Bitcoins are going to be making a bundle. A bundle. Look, I don't want to be taken for a sucker. And, you know, this is the part that bothers me the most about this whole thing with Bitcoins right now. And this is how I feel that, you know, I'm going to be used by approving anything here today. This past Monday, Mr. Musk invested $1.5 billion. That's the Tesla main stockholder, invested $1.5 billion in Bitcoins. He's probably, within a couple of days, if that we pass anything close to this resolution, it's going to be worth another 150 million because it's going to go up at least by another 10%. Now, the problem is that Bitcoins have been like a roller coaster. And you don't know when that roller coaster is going to go down. No one even knows who the heck invented this whole Bitcoin stuff. Well, they claim that it's a Japanese guy, but who knows who it is? Nobody knows. I will tell you this, that I remember not that long back, maybe 5, 6 years ago, when we were being hit. I mean, we were being invaded. War was declared on South Florida and in many other parts of Florida from mainland China, and it wasn't Kobe then. It was sending all these La Flaca and everything else that they could send that within sometimes the first shot that you took of it, the first pill, you were down for the count and you were hallucinating. And this, I mean, going to the internet, this is creating scores of people that were dying in South Florida. And why am I bringing this up? Because just about every darn transaction that was done in the dark web on the internet, the Chinese, in that end, would only accept cryptocurrency, basically Bitcoin. That's what they were taking for it. Another problem that I explained to the mayor is the fact that this is undermining our U.S. dollar. I mean, the U.S. dollar is what we all are invested in. And the little people in this town don't deal in Bitcoins. And that's 95% or more of Miami. They deal in the US dollar. And this Bitcoin starts taking off even more. It could affect the integrity of the US dollar. And if the US dollar goes down, that means that our investments in our homes are worth even less. The price of food, clothing, etc. goes up more. So that concerns me greatly also. Because the one thing that I'll defend above anything else is the dollar. If we want to invest in anything that's more solid outside of the dollar, gold or silver. I remember when the mayor got COVID, and then a few days later, everything got shut down. We had to go into isolation, so I had a little bit of time to look at the stock market and keep track for at least those 10 days or so that we were locked down, the stock market. And I wish that my worth wasn't invested in real estate at that time, because silver had gone down to around $12 an ounce. And I would have invested every penny that I could have grabbed at that time into silver, because I knew it was going to shoot up. And in fact, it did. And today it's about 110, 115% more than it was back in mid-March of last year. That's a solid investment. So is gold. But a currency that no one knows who invented in the internet, and I mean, I know that I'm from a different generation, but I don't think this is even about generations. I don't like being taken for people just because I'm going to be accepted to be taken for a ride. And I feel that we're being used on this. Just like I don't believe for 1 minute that to build a bridge, because I had a lot of time that I spent studying that to build, not a bridge, underground tunnel in Brickell is going to be $30 million. And I'll tell you, it won't even be anywhere close to $300 million. And these are the kind of stuff that I'm concerned with. But here in the resolution, let's go in the second whereas. It says, Bitcoin has emerged as an increasingly popular and stable reserve asset for individuals and corporations. I can go along with the increasingly popular. Yeah, it's popular in some sectors. Vast majority of Miamians don't own a Bitcoin, and I would venture to say the majority probably don't even know what a Bitcoin is. Instead of stable, it's volatile, and it's proven to be that. Now, after Mr. Musk bought Monday $1.5 billion, it shot up to the highest it's been ever. It went up some 10% or more. The other part here, in, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, in the fifth whereas, the city of Miami is committed to establishing itself as a 21st century city that embraces new technology, and I agree with that, to provide value to our residents and businesses, and is committed to promoting the emergence of Bitcoin as it continues to gain mainstream acceptance. We shouldn't be in the business of promoting make-believe currency that is going to challenge our dollar and hurt. If that dollar goes down because of it, every single one of our retirees and residents of Miami, that part, I'm sorry, I can't commit to something like that, nor do I believe the government's role is to do that. If we want to promote anything, promote the US dollar. Then, going further down in section 1, this is not as bad. The City Commission hereby authorizes and directs the city manager to establish a method by which the city can contract a third party to allow city employees to choose to receive all or a portion of their compensation in Bitcoin without incurring any liability to the city. Well, that liability is going to be paid by the employee that would want that. And again, we're in the middle because we're going to be recommending a firm for our employees to use that I don't know if we should be doing that. If they want that, they should pick whatever firm is out there and their own instead of us getting involved in that process. But at least there's no liability to the city in this. I think our employees should be aware of the possibilities that they're going to be facing in this. And believe you me, sooner or later, it's going to be a shooting star. And it's not going to be going up. Number two, the city commission hereby authorizes and directs the city manager to establish a procedure that enables city residents and businesses to pay for municipal services and fees in Bitcoin, and to work with Miami-Dade County to establish a process by which the city residents and businesses can pay all or portion of their property taxes in Bitcoin by working with a third party. Here, however, it doesn't say without incurring any liability to the city. That's a problem. I don't know if the mayor wants to include that in there or not.
Yeah, I'm fine with including
Okay.
that. Yeah.
But it goes to the point again that should government be involved in placing a company for that? But look, if people out there, if you have someone that's in Venezuela and they own property in A Street, like some not so nice chaps that I know of, and that's the only way that they could circumvent the U.S. government, I guess they can find their own company that will take Bitcoins and pay the city. Maybe what we might want to do is that if there's a company that's going to pay us in U.S. dollars for somebody that's paid them in Bitcoins, we'll accept U.S. dollars in that fashion, but not being the
that's the
position
idea.
of recommending through the manager or anybody what company or what method to use. And then last but not least, Section 3, the City Commission hereby authorizes and directs the city manager to analyze the feasibility and benefits of the City of Miami investing a limited amount of government funds into Bitcoin as a long-term asset hedge. The city manager is instructed to provide a report no later than 3 months from the passage of this resolution. Well, I'm going to tell you here that the only thing that the city manager needs to provide to us is the Florida statute that makes it illegal for us to invest in Bitcoin or any such currency like that. We don't have to go any further. It's illegal. We cannot invest our city funds in any of these currencies. Cannot. Am I right or am I wrong, Madam City Attorney?
It would be to ask for legislative amendments to the state and federal
Well,
to be able to do these.
You're not answering me correct, but you have answered.
Right.
They
right
would have to
now
make
it's
an
not.
amendment, which means it's not part of the law right now.
Correct.
And who knows if that would ever pass. Certainly not if our new Treasury Secretary has anything to say about it to our Congress and Senate in Washington. Because she's dead set against this. And that's not even going into all kinds of reports on the Iranians, Hezbollah, what's happening in Mexico, and the last invasion that we have. The meth that's killing our people in the streets. And, when you see some of those homeless out there, that all their teeth are falling out and they're all messed up, we have very little meth that's made in the U.S. anymore in labs here and there. It's all coming from Mexico. And the cartels, you know who they're working with? The same SOBs that send us COVID-19, the Chinese, the Communist Party of China. And how are they doing a lot of their transactions? In cryptocurrency. And most of it, I suspect, is Bitcoin, because it's one of the most popular ones. They're probably up there in the top of the top 10. So, look, Mayor, I want to back you, and I'll sit with you on the stuff that we discussed. That's a big one, and I think will attract a lot of people. and certainly laid a strong foundation in the work that you've been doing hard for the city. But I have all these problems and more that I don't even want to go into. I mean, I really said more than I should with this Bitcoins. Now, because I said some of the statements that I've made here, and doesn't mean that everybody is into Bitcoin, is into bad stuff. No, that's absolutely not. You have a lot of, good, decent people out there that, are trying to use this as an investment and buy into Bitcoin. But there's also a lot of bad guys that are involved with Bitcoins and are using Bitcoin for a lot of nasty activities against our country and against our government, using Bitcoin. And last but not least, why would we want to support any currency, crypto, from another part of the world, another country, that can hurt our US dollar? And that's the biggest problem that I have with it all. If some of these big guys that have billions of dollars, want to gamble and, play their game, that's fine. But the city of Miami doesn't have that many billionaires. We have one here this morning, Mr. Brayman, but we don't have that many millionaires. Maybe I should have asked Brayman, how many Bitcoins he's got. I'd be interested. But our average citizen can't afford to drink that Kool-Aid. They can't afford that ride on Bitcoins. And I don't know if maybe we should try to bring this back and spend the actual time and try to put some wording that just leaves it up to people in Section 1 and Section 2. Because frankly, right now, I have to assume, Mr. Manager, that if anybody wants to hire any one of these companies that would trade other foreign currencies or any cryptocurrency into US dollars to pay us, you'll accept their payment in US dollars. You have no idea what they did. They're just paying you in dollars. So maybe what we need to do is just analyze it and put something to the effect that if people want to pay bills in whatever kind of currency, and my question is, why are we just using Bitcoin? There are other cryptocurrencies. There's, at least 10 that are very well known and have a lot of investments in them. And you probably have over 1,000 plus, maybe 1,500 or something to that nature, all over the world. I mean, I'd love to get some of these high-tech guys and create our own in the city of Miami then.
They will.
Thank you. Commissioner, I want to recognize the mayor, but just to your last comment, one of the reasons I'm supporting this is because it specifically names Bitcoin and the established market that has been created around that particular cryptocurrency. If this was vague and general to cryptocurrencies, I would find it much more susceptible to a lot of the issues of volatility or disappearance, as has been mentioned before. But at least locking into this particular cryptocurrency gives me a much greater sense of stability and establishment of the market. There's millions of people using it.
Do you know how many millions of dollars in Bitcoins have been stolen through the internet? The North Koreans, they have a small army just doing that. That's all they do is follow the Bitcoins to see how they could steal them, because you trade this in the internet. And then you get a number, like in a Swiss bank account. If you lose that number, you have 10 tries to try to get your money out of there. And if you forget it,
You lose it.
You can't go to any banking institution to say, hey, I'm the real Joe, I'm the real Ken. After the 10th try, that's it, you lost your money. So, I mean, there's so many problems in it.
Mr. Mayor, I apologize, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate your comments and your perspective on this. I know it also comes from a good place in terms of how you feel about it.
And Mayor, I support you. Nothing that I said, please, is personal.
Me too.
I think you're doing a great job in, presenting the city and trying to bring, high tech here to Miami.
Yeah.
And I think you know that I support you and we all support you in that.
I appreciate it. So let me I have a few comments. One is, I have absolutely no problem deleting the word "and stable" from whereas clause number 2. I don't have any issue with that at all, and I can understand your concern with that wording being inserted there. I also don't have any issue with you or with the commission deleting "and is committed to promoting the emergence of Bitcoin as it continues to gain mainstream acceptance." I have no problem deleting that from whereas clause number, I think, 5, because I think that's a very valid, statement on your part, that if you don't want the city to go that far, I have absolutely no problem deleting that. I also have no problem putting in "without incurring any liability" on section number 2, as you've suggested. I think that's, that's a wise amendment to the resolution. I would just say a few additional things. One is just to address specific things that you said. One about the Treasury Secretary, Janet Yellen. You're absolutely right. That's what she said initially when she was asked that question. She was then asked a second time the same question, and she sort of moderated her comments and said, it's important that we consider the benefits of cryptocurrencies and other digital assets and the potential that we have to improve the efficiency of the financial system. So she was very clear that there is a place for cryptocurrency in the current financial system, and that actually could improve the current financial system. I would argue that the strength of the dollar is based more on our monetary policy, our fiscal policy, our deficit spending, our printing of money, and less necessarily on cryptocurrencies. I think cryptocurrencies have emerged in part because people are frustrated sometimes with government policies that they can't control, or they feel like they can't control. And so that's part of the reason why this has happened in the first place. I think, all your other comments are very well taken. I understand your concerns. Obviously, the dollars have been used for money laundering. Dollars have been used for all the nefarious things that you say. I completely agree that those things are nefarious.
And I made it clear that not everybody is involved in that.
Of course.
Probably the majority of people
Of course.
into this are not involved in that.
No, and I agree. And I'm just making the point that dollars have been used for all those exact activities that, money laundering and all the things that you said.
Sure.
So I don't think in that sense there's a difference between dollars and Bitcoin. I would just say one last thing, that I think we're on the cusp of seeing and this is to Commissioner Reyes' point, I think we're on the cusp of seeing a major tectonic shift on this. If Amazon and Apple accept Bitcoin as a means of paying for their services, essentially it's overnight gotten very broad acceptance. I mean, you could essentially buy almost every single product in the world. Obviously, it still wouldn't have point of sale acceptance in like restaurants, but I can tell you, I've spoken to a major developer who doesn't want me to say who they are, that is about to announce a $100 million position. And they may, at some point, also announce the ability to buy homes in Bitcoin. And I know homes, by the way, are being bought and sold in Bitcoin right now in the city of Miami. So, I think for me, in terms of tech, there's the technology industry, and then there's a sub-industry, which is cryptocurrencies, and I think it's an industry that's very boisterous, vociferous, and growing, and I think this would send the right message. Not only that, I would say that there are many other cities that are anxiously awaiting our acceptance of this, so that they also can take that step, and are probably they might even do it before us, which is fine. I mean, it is what it is.
May I,
Just a minute, Mr. Mayor, are you finished?
Yes.
All right.
I want to
Commissioner Reyes?
amend, but let me first amend the motion, because I made the motion.
hold on a second, let me make
we're
this
keeping
comment.
track of a stack of amendments,
He
so I wanna
addressed
capture
me,
all
and,
at once.
okay.
Oh, no, but it's not.
Mr. Mayor, I'm not saying that I'm totally against this or anything. I mean, I don't have anything against you or what you are proposing. The only thing that I'm asking is, let's analyze this. before we jump in, let's analyze it. You see, maybe you're ahead of your time. I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're ahead of the time. But we don't need to rush this. You see, I want to see how much is a Bitcoin it's worth. How much is they're selling for?
The last time I checked was, I think, 46,500.
How much?
46,500.
46,000. How?
48.
48. Now, I want somebody to explain me, how are we going to pay $200?
Because it's fractionalized.
That's right, how are the fractions, but how can that person use that in order to buy food? I want all that clear.
Can I just, before you jump in, just real quick, I just want to say that this would come back to the commission, because what is envisioned in this resolution is a procurement which would select the appropriate person, and that would have to be approved by the commission. So I just want to be clear that this would not be, this is going to be done.
Wait. You have a person that is going to come in and assist us on this?
No. I can tell you there are many companies that would
many companies.
To bid on it.
What I want to do,
there'll be a flood of them.
What I want to do is that authorize or direct the city manager to analyze it with all the companies and use his best judgment to give us a report on the feasibility of doing it, the pros and cons. That's it. I'm not saying anything against it. The only thing that I want is that. I think that is the logical thing to do. You see? And I cannot vote into something just because without an analysis. I'm sorry. I thought that was what we're going to do. We're going to look into it and see how feasible it is and how convenient it is and how safe it is. That's it.
I mean, again, it's up to the will of the commission. I can tell you that it's feasible and safe because it's already been done in other parts of the country.
That is your opinion, sir. But what I want to know is, I want a professional, I want somebody to make an analysis of it, in all aspects of it. You see?
Commissioner Diaz,
that's what I'm going to vote on, and unless those are changes, and the only thing that I'm asking is, instead of saying direct them to go into it, to analyze the feasibility of it, and then we vote if we go into it or we'd say no. That's it.
Commissioner Diaz de la Gurtia.
I just would like to amend my motion, since I'm the maker of the motion, to include the mayor's deletions and changes that he made as he stated. So make sure the record reflects that I want to amend my motion to reflect the changes the mayor and deletions the mayor made in his comments.
Thank you. The seconder approves the amendment as well. It's captured on the record.
Let's vote for it.
No, did you need to make any statements, Commissioner Watson?
Yeah, I want to say that I think that everything that the mayor is doing in this area is very, very well warranted. I think a lot of times we wait before things happen. We wait until things happen in order to try to fix a problem. And maybe this is the groundwork for looking at something in a forward thinking and foresight way. Both Commissioner Reyes and Commissioner Carollo have said things that are relevant, but probably a little bit back before when all of this Bitcoin or cryptocurrency started. So just to say that, I think that Janet Yellen said something initially that she thought made sense. So did Jamie Dimon say that about 5 years ago, as he was spending about $1.5 billion to set up a department to do it. So that being said, I think if we just change some words, combine from what's been proffered, we at least allow us to not force anybody to do anything, but allow the option, if employees or residents choose to do so, they will have that option. That sets us on a course to continuing to provide an environment for the technology sector to see Miami as a viable option versus not. And so to your amendment and change of words, Section 1 would be upon analysis to establish a method. Section 2 would also incorporate and have city employees to choose as an option. Section 2 would be city manager upon analysis. And then, of course, 3 and 4 would be to encourage City of Miami agencies to also study it as an alternative asset class, which it is, and encourage the Florida legislature to adopt the framework that Wyoming has adopted as a part of what has been used for cryptocurrencies. I think that it's going in that direction, just like we never thought we'd have cell phones and flying cars and electric vehicles. It's going that way. And to the extent we provide an environment where we're looking at it sooner than later, it's better for us than trying to figure out a problem after the fact. So upon that, if that's something that's accepted.
Thank you,
then I would
Commissioner.
support
Does
it.
the mover accept the amendment?
I will accept the amendment, but I would like for Todd, our clerk, to read the changes that Commissioner Watson just put into place. Did you write them down?
Hey, we've got it
I would
captured
have
in
to
the
go back
recording.
and listen
I
to
wanna
the
make sure
audio.
we catch
Sorry.
it.
I would have to go back and listen to the audio. I can't quote verbatim.
Okay, so.
Commissioner, would you like him to reiterate? Because
Yeah,
it is
can you
captured.
repeat it? Because I think it's a little difficult to hearing you.
Difficult to hear me?
Yes, sir. Can you repeat the changes you just said?
Yeah, the changes I said, Todd, was in section 1, after city manager, it should read upon analysis. Second line, employees to choose as an option. In section 2, after city manager, it should be upon analysis. And then 2 additional items. One is to encourage agencies that they will encourage agencies to study the use as an alternative asset class, the category to foster funds of cryptocurrencies. And then number 5 would be encourage the Florida legislature to adopt similar laws as Wyoming, which is the standard bearer, to promote laws that allows the use of cryptocurrencies as also alternative investments. So that allows us to get into the mode of setting the environment as we continue to move forward. Study notwithstanding, there's only have to be studies made in order for anything to happen, but no companies have been selected. There's not a whole lot of people out there. And I agree, cryptocurrencies was deemed as a bad thing 10 years ago. Now, 10 years later, it's being more accepted. We should be on the forefront, at least looking at it, which is what this allows us to do. And if there are options for employees and options for residents that does not allow us to have any increased liability, then it's something that they can choose to do versus.
Mr. Chair?
I'll accept.
Thank you.
I'll
Just a moment,
I'll
Commissioner.
accept those changes to
Thank
my
you.
motion.
The mover accepts the amendment. The seconder does as well. Commissioner
Mr.
Reyes,
Chair.
you're recognized.
Yes, and what you said the word that I'm looking for, study. Study the possibility. And that's what I want to do. What I want to do is just to include the word study instead of directing the manager to do something. Study the possibility, that's all. You see? I mean, the only thing that I'm saying and being is cautious. Study the possibility of, without contracting a third party, and study the possibility of paying our employees, part of it, those that want to accept it. In Bitcoin, if they want to accept it, that's fine, you see? And also, City Commission authorize the director and manager to establish procedures that will study the possibility of city resident and business to pay municipal service and fees in Bitcoin. And finally, you see, also study the pros and cons of parking our money, of investing in this. Because as of today, Bitcoin is just an investment. I mean, people invest in Bitcoin because due to its popularity, to the limit of the number of of Bitcoins, because you have to mine every so many years, you see? I mean, that's when they have. That is why the price went up so high. I just want an in-depth analysis of in order to take action in something that we are involving our employees and we are involving the finances of a city. You understand what I'm trying to say? I'm just being cautious.
Thank you. Commissioner, just a moment, Mr. Commissioner Carrillo. Commissioner Reyes, so Commissioner Watson's amendment does include the words upon analysis. Is that different than what yours?
Upon analysis of all three of them?
Yes, he added it into all three.
Yes.
Upon analysis?
Yes.
Yes, okay. If that's the case, you see, it is not directing them to jump into it. It's just upon analysis. And then he will come and give us his findings. I'm just.
Yes.
Just, we'll include that we will act according to the manager's finding.
Thank you. Commissioner Croyo, you recognize.
Thank you.
That I'll answer.
I just want to leave a couple of things on the record. One, when the mayor was speaking, the difference between Bitcoin and the US dollar, the euro, the yen,
That's right.
other currencies, and Bitcoin, yes, you've got money launderers, narco traffickers, you name it, terrorists that have used all these currencies. But the difference is that those other currencies have to go through banking institutions. They can be traced and are traced. That's why every year our government and governments throughout the world arrest thousands of these characters because they're able to trace legit government-issued currencies. With Bitcoin, you can't do that. And that's the big difference. Now, the mayor is correct that the incoming Treasury Secretary, Janet Yellen, did state that cryptocurrency has the potential to improve the efficiency of the financial system. Except she didn't say that after the fact of what I read. She said this before. And what she was trying to say is because of the cryptocurrency, it's going to make us more aware of protecting our US dollar against everything that we have discussed here today. And then after that is when she said, at the same time, it can be used to finance terrorism, facilitate money laundering, and support malign activities that threaten U.S. national security interests in the integrity of the U.S. and international financial systems. Now, let's go to the heart of the resolution. Make sure that the clerk is taking the amendments that the mayor stated that he would agree to. And on the second whereas, where he was saying popular and stable, since it's not stable, it's volatile, and when you have a currency that in January 14 was at 39,000, then it jumped down to 30,000 January 27th, and today it's at 48,000. It gives you an indication in just a few days how volatile it is, and that's without going into the past of it, which is really volatile. So the word stable will be taken out. Then in the third, fourth, fifth whereas, we're going to leave it at the city of Miami is committed to establishing itself as a 21st century city that embraces new technologies that provide value to our residents and businesses, period. We're taking out and is committed to promoting the emergence of Bitcoin as it continues to gain mainstream acceptance. That's taken out. The Section 3, as you heard the city attorney state, this is illegal. We can't invest our money. We cannot invest our money in Bitcoins, or for that matter, any other cryptocurrency. So I don't know how we could instruct the manager to analyze the feasibility and benefits of the city of Miami invested in something that the statute says that we cannot do, that is illegal. As the city attorney said, there would have to be an amendment to the statute for this to be feasible. So how would you like to word that, Commissioner Watson? Or
I would do the same, Commissioner. I would, oh, sorry. I would do the same on number 3 as in number 4 and 5, where you're encouraging, at least encouraging the Florida legislature.
that we're what?
Where
Simply
you're, I'm sorry,
encouraging
where
the
you're
Florida
encouraging the Florida legislature to adopt laws that allows for municipalities to have cryptocurrencies as an alternative alternative investment asset class.
Okay, so that's what you would put in there.
Yes.
So that's different than what we have, so.
Well, because we know that,
Well, exactly.
yeah, it
So that's.
is what it is, then
Yeah,
that's what we have to be
I think
doing.
that's a lot more appropriate.
Yeah, that's
By
fine.
including that.
Yeah.
Because.
Well, that's a lot more appropriate. That's
Yeah.
what we have to do, whether or not the mayor
Exactly,
accepts
it's not
it.
misleading in any way.
Yeah, most definitely.
And then in section 2, the mayor said that we could put the same thing that we did in section 1, that we will accept payments without incurring any liability to the city.
Yes.
Okay, so that's part of the amendment also here.
Yeah, it's upon analysis, as Commissioner Reyes asked for, so upon analysis and no liability to the city.
Yeah, but upon analysis or both. Now, going,
I just want to capture what you've said so far, Commissioner Carrillo. Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla, some of the things Commissioner Carrillo said have already been captured as amendments, but some of the things he has said may be new.
There's one thing that's new, and I'm not going to speak for the mayor, let him speak for himself. He's very good at it. I think there's elimination of section 3. You had, Commissioner Watson, an additional section that encourages the Florida legislature to revise Florida statute.
Yes, that's.
You did not replace section 3 with that.
No.
Correct. So section 3, I think Commissioner Carollo wants to get rid of section 3. I don't think the mayor is amenable to that, but you can speak for yourself.
the problem is, how can we instruct the city manager to analyze the feasibility and benefits of the city on something that we can't do right now?
Because we have
illegal.
Because we have another section that encourages to make it legal. What this does is just have them to analyze the feasibility of the actual product, of the product itself.
Then it should be worded that if and when it's adopted to be made legal by the state legislature, then the manager should do what you're saying here.
There should
Chairman, maybe-
You recognize, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Maybe I can offer something that will sort of break the stalemate a little bit. Maybe if we said something in the city commission hereby authorizing and direct the city manager to analyze the feasibility and benefits of the city of Miami and the city attorney to analyze the legality.
And analyze
To analyze the legality. In other words, you have the city, where you're telling the city manager to analyze the feasibility, and you're telling the city attorney to
the
analyze.
city attorney already told us that we would have to make an amendment to the state statutes to make it legal. And that's the point that I'm trying to get, because we're approving something that is, deceiving.
I don't think we're approving anything that's deceiving. We're saying to
I'm
do an
saying
analysis.
that number 3, Mayor.
Right.
Mayor.
No.
We'd leave it that way.
How about if it reads that analyze the feasibility of changing,
Of making legal.
or making it legal?
Mayor, if you accept section 5,
Yeah.
you can drop section 3.
Whatever you guys want to do.
Okay?
Which section?
Whatever you guys want to do.
If you accept section 5.
Section?
Section 5.
Section 5, encouraging the legislature, you can drop section 3, analyzing the legality.
Then if a municipality can do it, it won't be against the
Understood,
law.
please, one at a time.
Yeah, I agree.
Does the mover accept the amendment to drop section 3?
And I'll just say this, look.
Can we,
Whatever you guys want to do is fine with me.
hold
really.
on. Can we at least have the city manager analyze the feasibility of Bitcoin so that we know that we have the report that you wanted, Commissioner Reyes? Or you just want to drop the section altogether? Because
What are you talking about?
No. It's an analysis. You can do it because you can make an analysis. We get.
What analysis? The
Well,
analysis?
let me finish. In Tallahassee, we have a bill summary. And that's a bill that is being proposed. It's not legal yet, it's being proposed. But they give us a bill summary and an analysis of the bill and what it does and what changes it makes. So all this does is it analyzes the feasibility of having the city of Miami invest in Bitcoin, separate from the other two sections.
The only thing.
So before it becomes legal, we still have an analysis. That's why it's a bill proposal.
Hypothetical.
It's a bill proposal, and then we read the bill, so it's gonna change the law, but we get an analysis, so we know what we're doing and get more information.
I did state before.
That's right.
That after the statement that Commissioner Watson said to put in there, we could put in that upon the statute change, the manager should do the analysis that we're discussing here and bring it back to this commission. But you can't ask him to analyze something that is not legal, that hasn't happened. What is he going to analyze? Of course, we could.
Hypothetical modeling.
Yeah.
No, it's not hypothetical, Mark.
Of course it is.
No, it's called a bill, it's called a bill analysis. Every single bill that comes out in Tallahassee has a bill analysis
But
before it
you tell
becomes
me
law.
what analysis does the manager have to do in something that if only thing that needs to be done is for the statute to be changed, then he could do it.
I'll accept that it just delays the process because the analysis comes after the fact, but if the mayor, it's on my bill, it's on my resolution. Are you okay with that, Mayor?
What was it? I'm sorry, because I was just.
That we eliminate section 3? We're gonna do a bill proposal?
At this point, what time is it? It's,
Yeah, a bill analysis, okay.
9:48, yeah. I think you guys can do,
So
you
the
can do
move,
whatever you want.
just a moment, please, just to capture it. The mover is open to amending, striking section 3.
Yes, sir.
Seconder approves as well. I'd like to add a section, please, with regard to education.
Here we go.
I would like the city manager to create an education program around Bitcoin, both in person and online.
Fine with that.
Yes, I
I
accept
like
that.
that.
In English, Spanish, and Creole.
I like that.
I accept that.
I think that's a great idea.
Yes.
The
Good
whole,
idea.
the whole concept of Bitcoin is to democratize a currency.
Yep.
And it has become a currency for the wealthy. I think this is our chance to, in an intelligent way, to really try to bring this to our residents and our employees, but we have to do so carefully so they can make informed decisions with this investment in currency.
Sure.
So thank you. The mover and seconder accepts that amendment. Is there any further amendment or discussion? Being none, I'll open for public comment if there's anyone here or online or on the phones who would like to comment on the item. Closing public comment. Any further discussion? All in favor of the item say aye.
As
No.
amended.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Yes, no.
Let the record show 4-1, please, as amended. Motion passes. Thank you very much. Mr. Manager, you wanted to address one last thing before we close the meeting?
I distributed just an update, a legislative update. Obviously, as I committed to before, I'm going to be doing these at every subsequent meeting we have throughout the session. It shows an allocation of resources, an initial allocation of resources, as well as the assignments for the appropriations items. We will come back at the next meeting with additional assignments for the actual legislative items. We're also going to obviously add the legislative item passed in the pocket item today. And then potentially we're probably going to bring back either the next meeting or the subsequent one, some additional firms with some specific assignments, additional assignments beyond what we update the commission on next meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. And until we do assign a federal lobbyist, our lobbyist on the American Rescue Act is the mayor tomorrow. So good luck with the president, sir. All right, is there any further business for this body? All right, we got out of here before 10 p.m.
Mr. Chairman, while you pack up, I just need to read scripts for the shade meetings, but you don't need to stay for that.
You do or do not need a
I
statement?
need to read the script announcing shade meetings for February 25th, but you can all start packing up.
Can I adjourn the meeting before?
Not until I'm
Okay, go
finished.
ahead and read the script, please, Barney.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the City Commission, pursuant to the provisions of Section 286.011, subsection 8 of the Florida statutes, City Attorney is requesting that the City Commission meeting on February 25th, 2021, and attorney-client session closed to the public, be held for the purpose of discussing the pending litigation, the matters of Ernesto Cuesta et al. Versus the City of Miami and West Flagler Associates Limited, case number 20-6298 CA 43, pending in the Miami-Dade Circuit Court, to which the city is presently a party. The subject of the meeting will be confined to settlement negotiations and strategy discussions related to litigation expenditures. This private meeting will begin at approximately 10 a.m. or soon thereafter, as the Commissioner's schedules permit, and conclude approximately 1 hour later. The session will be attended by the members of the City Commission, which include Vice Chairman Ken Russell, Commissioners Alex Diaz-La Portilla, Joe Correa, Manolo Reyes, and Jeffrey Watson, City Manager Art Noriega, Attorney Recovered Rodriguez. Certified court reporter will be present to ensure the session is fully transcribed and the transcript will be made public upon the conclusion of litigation. At the conclusion of the attorney-client session, the regular commission meeting will be reopened. The person chairing the commission meeting will announce the termination of the attorney-client session. Additionally, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, pursuant to the provisions of Section 286.011, Section 8 Florida statutes, the city attorney is requesting that the city commission meeting of February 25th, 2021, attorney-client session closed to the public, be held for the purposes of discussing the pending litigation of the matters of Vanessa Cuesta et al. Versus the City of Miami and West Flagler Associates Limited, case number 20-6298, CA 43, pending Miami-Dade Circuit Court, and West Flagler Associates Limited versus the City of Miami, case number 19-CV-21670, RNS, pending the United States District Court for the Southern District of Florida, to which the city is presently a party. Subject to the meeting will be confined to settlement negotiations or strategy discussions related to litigation expenditures. This private meeting will begin at approximately 10 a.m. or soon thereafter, as the commissioner's schedule will permit, and conclude approximately 1 hour later. The session will be attended by the members of the City Commission, which include Ken Russell, Alex Diaz-La Portilla, Joe Correa, Manolo Reyes, and Jeffrey Watson. City Manager Art Noriega and Attorney Recovered Rodriguez. Certified court reporter will be present to ensure the session is fully transcribed and the transcript will be made public upon the conclusion of litigation. At the conclusion of the attorney-client session, the regular commission will be reopened. The person chairing the commission meeting will announce the termination of the attorney-client session. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Thank you, everyone, for your patience, your advocacy, your involvement. We are now adjourned. Everyone have a good night and a good weekend.